Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if little Harry rescued from GODRICS of Hollow by Sirius Black?
Harry décimo Luna lo vegó.
Part 7. Now what I want you to do is, I want you to take your date of birth and add the numbers together to figure out what number you are according to that configuration. Then each day we are going to take a number and explore the nuances of that number. I want each individual to tell me that represents that number what they personally have found out about that number. In other words, I would like each of you to write me up a 20-inch essay on the number that your birth date states you represent. For those that are ones, we will go over the results of your explorations next class time. So do we have any number ones in the class today? The professor asked. Neville raised his hand, as did a couple other people in the class. Very good. I want you to write up anything you can find out about being a number one, and have it ready for Wednesday. 20 inches at least, please. I want you to tell me if you recognize any of the traits listed in yourself or not. Let me know if you think the analysis is right or wrong. Give it some thought though, and give me some specifics as to your yes or no answers. Explain why you think that. Don't just say, "This doesn't describe me at all," and leave it at that. I want to know if you think it is the whole nurture versus nature concept or what. And in case you aren't familiar with that, it is the idea that how you are raised makes more of a difference in your life than just when you were born. Mr. Longbottom, would you say your personality has been depicted accurately or not? Professor Vector asked. Well, most of it sounded about right until you started in on the family part. I would never have unreachable goals for a child of mine. I have seen what that can do to someone, and it is horrible. I would set realistic goals that would help teach a child that they can do anything if they want it bad enough. I am not impatient. In fact, I am one of the most patient people I know. Demanding, the only thing I would ever demand out of a child of mine is they do their best and always stay safe. Confrontational, not at all. I am very mild-mannered, in fact. Especially with children. They don't need or deserve to be yelled at or screamed at. They are just little kids. They deserve love, not fear. Professor Vector nodded. Very well put, Mr. Longbottom, very well put indeed. Mandy Brockenhurst raised her hand. I'm a number one as well, and I didn't like what it said about working for a number one. I can be a little demanding, I know, but setting unreasonable expectations, I don't think so. And I would never contact someone at all hours of the day and night about work. I would quit a job if my boss did that to me, and I would expect my employee to do the same to me. You make it sound like we are horrible bosses and horrible parents. I don't think I would be bad at either. I would love my children, not be a monster like you described to them. I know what it is like to have people demand too much out of you and make you feel like a failure all of the time. I would never do that to my child. And a dedicated protector, yes, but not to the point I would practically drown my child in rules or demands. I would want my child to have the opportunity to grow and develop as a healthy individual, and that requires a few scraped knees and a few tears along the way. Again, Professor Vector nodded. Excellent, very good, Miss Brockenhurst. You and Mr. Longbottom both have problems with the same basic areas in the description of a number one personality. I wonder if the two of you could find a reference that's stated differently and share it with the class. Neville nodded and smiled, making some notes on his paper that he had been writing on. The bell rang and everyone went about gathering up their supplies and packing their things away. They would have to make it a quick dinner and then head to the library if they were going to get any research material before the rest of them had a chance to get it all in the morning. So that is exactly what they did. A very quick dinner and a rush through the halls of Hogwarts saw them in the library searching for books associated with their associated subject in arithmancy within the hour. They had all just sat down with a stack of books each when the rest of the class started coming into the library. Good luck on finding a book. All that was left over there were duplicates of what they already had on their table and books that didn't cover what they were looking for. Lucky for them, Hermione Granger hadn't been there. She would have just skipped dinner altogether and come directly to the library and commandeered all the books on the associated subject until she looked through them carefully, then finally putting back the ones she didn't need on the shelf. Thank the stars for small favors. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Hermione got sent home. In fact, tomorrow would be the 2-week mark, and everybody was kind of holding their breath as to how she would behave after her little sabbatical. Harry kept saying this just might be the shock to her system that she needed to set her straight. The writers had more important things to do than worrying about what Hermione might or might not do, though. The whole Voldemort and Azkaban thing was looming over everyone's head and had become a little too real recently. Following Fudge's orders, Amelia Bones had refurbished the old cafeteria at OR headquarters into a series of small 6x8 cells with just a cot and toilet in each one. Each one had one single prisoner in it, and the prisoner was put to sleep by Harry and Neville before transport. So they had no clue where they were or that they had been moved at all really. They took all the new recruits, the old gang, hell they even took Dumbledore, frail as he might be, just in case Voldemort decided to play piñata with the old man. Everyone agreed that he deserved Azkaban, but they all also agreed that he didn't deserve that. They had put a total of 123 people in the cages, and had room for a few more if necessary. The people at the magical law enforcement were taking care of them on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, and the riders were taking care of them on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. They had worked out a pretty good routine as far as Harry was concerned. Susan and Padma went around doing the more delicate sanitation detail. Christian, Cedric, Fred, and George went around and turned the people so they wouldn't get bed sores. And Harry, Neville, Luna, Pavarti, and Draco went around and magicked water and nutrient potions into the prisoners' stomachs each day, twice a day. It was strange seeing the prisoners looking healthier than they had been when they first got there. Hell, than they had been in years for some of them. Dumbledore especially was looking much better. He was starting to get some of his old color back, and he didn't look so sallow and pale. He was even gaining a little weight and muscle mass. All in all, this little project they had taken on was doing the old man a world of good. Molly Weasley was another of the ones they had picked out of the Azkaban bunch that Harry had questioned Amelia about. She had stated that she knew most if not all the names of the riders, and Voldemort would not hesitate to torture her to death if need be to get the names he was looking for, and any information she might have about the riders. When Draco had seen his father, he was appalled. They didn't allow them to shave or cut their hair while they were locked up. The first thing he did was scourgify his father, then his father's jumpsuit. Then he took and slowly brushed out his father's hair. It was well past his father's arse now. So once he finished brushing it, he cut it back to his mid-back like he normally wore it. Then he shaved off his beard and did the incantation, or rather had Sirius do the incantation to remove all body hair from the nose down on his father and to make that permanent. He knew how much that always bothered his father. He used to say that body hair was for peasants and muggles. His father used to have impeccable grooming habits, so Draco even brought a manicure kit and did his father's nails for him one afternoon. One would have to say that Lucius Malfoy looked 10 times better than he did when he came in here. He was even beginning to fill out some once again. He put on a little weight and muscle mass. They had one more week, and they were going to have to start pureeing food and magicking it into the stomach of each of the prisoner along with the nutrient potions. Simple meals like chicken and rice with green beans, or beef and broccoli for dinner, and either oatmeal or porridge with fruit for breakfast. Every other night Susan and Padma would go through the prisoners and do a simple scourgify on each one to clean them up, and then they would do the same for their uniforms. If their uniforms were mere rags, they would switch them out for new, fresh ones and make sure they kept them clean. It rather helped with the smell of over 100 dirty bodies held in suspended animation, if you will. When they weren't working with the prisoners from Azkaban, they were working on school work. And when they didn't have any school work to worry with, they were down in the stables working with the Darkhorns and the Geldings, getting them ready for the summer trip. All in all, it had been a busy term so far. Busy but brilliant. Draco was cooking again, and everyone was waiting for what brilliant thing he was making this time. They all contributed food from their stores to help out, and you never knew what he would fix up until he brought it out in the middle of the table. They have had submarine sandwiches, eye of round steaks, shish kebabs, spaghetti, and fried chicken so far, and were dying to know what he had made up for today. Finally, food started popping onto the table, undoubtedly with the help of Jeeves. First there was a huge salad. Then corn on the cob, cornbread, green beans, and Waldorf salad. Then out came a huge plate of chicken fried steaks, a bowl of mashed potatoes, and 2 huge boats of gravy, both brown and white. And over to the side, on a separate table, sat Neville's favorite apple crumble and some of Harry's favorite treacle tart. People were moaning at the smells that were coming off the foods as they stood there waiting for the chef to come up top and the final thing, the beverages, to pop into place. The tea services finally popped into place, and then everyone looked over to the doorway to see if Draco would be coming through, and sure enough, he popped out himself with a big smile on his face. They all grinned and clapped their hands as he entered the room. Then as he came over to the table, he smiled and pulled out the first seat, and everyone grabbed a seat to sit down and did so with gusto. It had been an unspoken tradition to let the cook take the first choice of seat, then they would sit wherever else was left. Why they did that, who knows, but it was just the way they liked to do it now. But it made the cook feel extra special. As it should. Moans could be heard all around the table as they ate their food. This is delicious.
Luna giggled. Pure heaven.
Harry moaned. My gods, you can cook. Christian smiled. If you were only a woman, man, I'd marry you. Fred commented. To hell with that, marry him anyway. With skill like this. George stated. I have never wanted to marry a salad before, but this is amazing. What kind of dressing is this? Susan asked. It is a orange and cranberry Caesar dressing. Draco replied. Wow, I mean wow. It is just heavenly. Susan stated around her salad. Luna nodded, her mouth full of salad as well. This is the best country fried steak I have ever had. But don't tell Mum I said that, please. She prides herself on hers. Neville said. Draco was all smiles and just nodding to all the compliments. He loved cooking for everyone. They always enjoyed his cooking so much that it make all the work worth it. And with Jeeves helping with cleanup and the other simple tasks, it was really a breeze. He was ever so thankful he had chosen the dinner where for 24 and not just 12 though, because frequently when he cooked the adults would smell the cooking and wander into the room and help themselves to dinner as well. It was Thursday, their long day. They had to get up early to head down to the Azkaban prisoners. Sometimes they had enough time to do their regular exercises, sometimes not. Then they had about 30 minutes to eat breakfast and get to classes. They had classes until 5:45 and then they headed down to do the prisoners again, then to grab dinner. Then at 10 they had astronomy. So Draco usually skipped the second round of prisoners' watch and cooked dinner for them instead, which they all appreciated immensely. It made a rough and long day not seem so grueling, and definitely worth it all. Today was Hermione's first day back. Harry didn't like the walking on eggshells feeling he was getting, so he just ignored it and went about his normal routine. They were all sitting down to breakfast when she walked over to their table and stood there waiting quietly beside him, waiting for him to acknowledge her somehow. So after he finished the eggs he was currently trying to eat, he turned to look at her and did so. May I help you? Harry asked. I came here to apologize. I know in the past I have made many mistakes, some unforgivable. But I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me of at least a few of them. I am in therapy now and it is helping a great deal, and I am figuring out things about myself that I didn't really understand before. I have no intention of allowing myself to hit such lows as I have previously sunk to, although I can only pray that the therapy continues to keep me ahead of such foolishness in the future. Hermione said, her voice cracking a little at the end. Harry listened, then raised his hand and motioned to Draco, who he knew was watching the whole thing, to come over, which he did. Draco quickly came over and stood beside Harry, waiting to see what he wanted. I think you have something to say to Draco, Miss Granger. I do. And she reached into her book bag and pulled out an envelope and handed it to Draco. He took it and opened it and read it slowly, then reread it once again. I accept your apology, Miss Granger. But the monetary recompense is unnecessary. I know, but it is my father's way of teaching me that for every action there is a consequence. The money comes from my college fund. It is money set aside for me in case I want to go into an apprenticeship or higher schooling after Hogwarts. By doing this it means that I will have to earn back that money myself to get me back at where I was, which I don't mind doing at all. It teaches me responsibility and that I need to think before I act. I don't want to take away from your apprenticeship fund. No, you keep that. I said that I accept your apology. Draco stated. I know, but I want to do this. I accept this. It means that I understand the consequences for my actions and that I accept them and will try to never let anything like that happen again. It is something that will help me remember. Please let me do this. Hermione begged. Draco didn't like this, but he finally agreed. He didn't understand everything that was going on with her, but he could understand the feeling, the need to make atonement. He just nodded and acquiesced to her demands, folding up the letter and placing it into his cloak pocket. If you want, I am willing to make a formal apology in front of the entire school without reservation, Hermione stated with her head bowed. No, this is more than enough. I am satisfied. Draco presented his hand and a shocked Hermione reached out to shake it. Harry nodded and smiled at the two of them, like he thought, Maybe this suspension is exactly what she needed to put her head on straight. Everyone got down to the area where they had care of magical creatures in plenty of time. Harry noticed his riders were all gathered together around him and standing waiting quietly for Professor Lovegood. He came into the area carrying a large fish tank-looking container. Inside the container were two very ugly-looking rat-like creatures that were this pale pink, and they looked like they had some kind of growths on their head and back. It almost looked like little tentacles growing out of them. To say the little things were gross would be a massive understatement. He sat it down on a podium he had made and began. Today we are going to have an interesting guest of honor, folks. These are murtlaps. Now they are normally found in Great Britain and are recognized as a Class XXX beast by the Ministry of Magic. Their tentacles can be made into murtlap essence, Felix Felicis, and the wolfsbane potion. When the tentacles are eaten, they can give an individual a heightened resistance to various dark charms and curses. Murtlap essence is a solution that will soothe painful cuts and abrasions and help them heal. The reason it is listed as a Class XXX beast is probably due to the fact that if it bites you, you could be in for a serious case of sweating, twitching and flames shooting out of your anus uncontrollably, said Professor Lovegood, and the class snickered at the visualization of that one. Neville raised his hand. Is that true? You will basically be farting fire? Unfortunately, yes. Get bit by one of these little beasts, and you run the risks of a rather uncomfortable bit of exploding gas, he said. If I had flames shooting out but I would do more than a bit of twitching and sweating, commented Michael Corner. This brought about a round of laughter. It might be funny to you now, but wait until it happens and you will realize that it isn't a laughing matter at all. It can be quite frightening, actually. Luna raised her hand. Do you know what they eat? Like, do they eat lava rocks? That would give their bite the ability to pass on that particular effect. Actually, they eat mostly crustaceans, clams, oysters, shrimps, lobsters, crawdads, crayfish, crabs, krill, etc., none of which would lend to this sort of effect. So where they get this ability we have no clue, actually, Professor Lovegood stated. Nearly 60% of its diet is shrimp and prawns from what we have been able to observe. Pavarti raised her hand. Since such a large part of its diet is crustaceans, do they have live birth or do they lay eggs? Good question. They actually have live birth, usually 4 or 5 young in one clutch. The young will remain with the mother for about 6 months and then be independent and be strong enough to hunt food on its own. For the first 2 months of its life, the young will actually eat a regurgitated mush of whatever the mother has caught that day. Then for the next 4 months, the mother will bring in fresh kills and allow the young to eat first, then she will eat her fill. At 6 months, the mother will train the young to go out and catch their own food and what to eat and what not to eat. She will start this in the shallow pools at the edge of the water so that the young won't get swept away by the tide. As they get stronger, she will allow them to go out into the tidewaters to catch their own food. Professor Lovegood explained. Hermione Granger raised her hand. You mentioned essence of murtlap. Isn't that where they strained and pickled the tentacles of murtlaps? And if so, does it hurt the murtlaps when they harvest the tentacles? Another good question. While the tentacles look like an extra appendage, for all intent and purpose it works more along the lines of our hair. There is no indication that cutting a tentacle off does any more damage to the murtlap than a child getting their first haircut. It may be emotionally traumatizing to the murtlaps, but physically it does no damage. Professor Lovegood explained. Dean Thomas raised his hand. Since they eat so much crustaceans, they must at least live near water, or do they live in the water? They live in small burrows they dig out near the water's edge. Sometimes they live in colonies, but most frequently they live solitary lives. Sometimes they live in small family gatherings, such as mother and father, grandparents and young in one small grouping, maybe even aunts and uncles and their young. But once it gets too big, they tend to break off and search for space of their own, stated Professor Lovegood. Terry Boot raised his hand. A lot of the animals that eat primarily shellfish or crustaceans as their main food have special teeth that allows them to help them open up the shells and grind the meat easily. Does the murtlap have special teeth that help them eat the crustaceans as well? They don't actually. They have standard teeth. However, they have elongated claws that help them pry apart the shells and get to the juicy meat within. But as I stated earlier, about 60% of their diet is shrimp and prawns, so they mainly just remove the meat from the outer shell and eat the juicy meat. Professor Lovegood stated. I want everyone to write up a 20-inch essay on murtlaps and have them ready next week. I want you to spend the rest of the class to do a drawing for me of the murtlaps. About half an hour later, Professor Lovegood called out, "Okay, kids, that is our time today. Don't forget those essays. And I will see you next week." Hermione didn't show up for either regular exercises or karate class the next morning. At first Harry was a little worried, until she showed up for first aid class. Then he realized that she must have felt that she was not welcome or interfering in their time or something. So when they walked into the first aid classroom, everyone went in and took their normal seats and sat down. Madame Pomfrey was flipping over some of her charts at the front of the room and getting ready for class, and when everyone settled down she turned around and began to speak. "All right, just a quick overview of last week, the circulatory system, the injury and bleed. The main thing we looked at are bleed wounds. What is the first thing you do when you approach a bleed individual?" Pomfrey asked. Cedric raised his hand. "In Spicio, you would want to do a full scan on the individual to see where the injury was coming from and how injured they were before you did anything at all." "Very good. Let's say that the wound was superficial and it involved only the top layers of the dermis. Now what do you do?" Pomfrey urged. Harry raised his hand. "I would use the Sarcasmus charm to clean and disinfect the wound, so that I could get a better look at the wound itself." "Excellent. Now you notice that there are 4 cuts parallel to each other, that are approximately 3.5 to 4 inches in length and appear to be half an inch in depth. Now what is the next step you take?" Madame Pomfrey urged. Padma Patil raised her hand. "I would use Bombayshow to make the cotton batting that you could use to put pressure on the wound while you were using Episki, or if necessary, Vulnera Cementer to seal the wounds." "Excellent, excellent. Now how would you keep the bandages in place?" she questioned. Terry Boot raised his hand. "I would use Ferula, the bandaging charm. After I had the bleed stopped and had the cotton batting in place, I would use Ferula to hold the batting in place. I would change the dressing every other day and place essence of dittany on the wound to make sure that the wound healed with as minor scarring as possible." "Wonderful. You all did excellent on the full process, from beginning to end. Very well done." Madame Pomfrey praised her class. "Now we went over how to treat muggles when they get injured in class, so we won't go over that again since you did quite well with that. So let's move on. Today we are going to start on muscles. I have a parchment for you to fill out that has a diagram on it of several muscles I want you to match and memorize. Now just a few interesting facts about muscles. Muscles are divided into 3 types: smooth, cardiac, and skeletal. Smooth muscles are the involuntary muscles in your stomach, injury vessels, and elsewhere that work without you consciously thinking about making them work. Cardiac muscles are in your heart. Skeletal muscles are attached to the bones and help you with everyday activities ranging from sitting and standing to walking, writing, and getting dressed. Your body contains more than 600 muscles. These include the muscles you can feel in your arms and legs, as well as muscles deep inside your body, like the one that keeps your heart beating and those that help you digest your food. By comparison, your body has 206 skeletal bones. Muscles are made up of special cells called muscle fibers. Their main quality is contractibility, which means the muscles can shorten or lengthen as needed. Almost all movement in your body happens because of muscle contractibility. The largest muscles in the body is the gluteus maximus. It's the main exterior muscle of the hip, though you may know it as the large muscle in the buttocks. It's the largest muscles in the body because its main job is to support your trunk and maintain proper posture. The gluteus maximus is the main muscle used to help you walk upstairs. The smallest muscles in the body are in your inner ear. They include the tensor tympani and the stapedius. They connect to your eardrum to hold your inner ear. The strongest muscle, based on its size, is the masseter. It's a muscle on your jaw. It can close your teeth with a force as great as 200 pounds on your molars. Muscles are attached to bones by tendons. Understanding the difference between tendons and ligaments can be confusing. In addition to attaching muscles to bones, tendons can also attach muscles to parts on your body such as your eyeballs. Ligaments connect one bones to another in your joints. Muscles make up about 40% of your total body weight. This is true for most vertebrates. The hardest working muscle in the body is the heart. On an average day, it pumps about 2,500 gallons of injury. Some of your busiest muscles are those controlling eye movements. These muscles are constantly making adjustments as you read, or look around in an hour of reading, your eyes may make as many as 10,000 coordinated movements. Most of the hair product in your body comes from muscle contraction. Muscle movement counts for almost 85% to the total heat produced inside the body. When you're cold, your muscle contract involuntarily. When you shiver, those are muscles trying to warm your body. The motor cortex on one side of your brain controls muscle movement on the other side of the body. The motor cortex on the right side of the brain controls the muscles on the left side of the body, while the motor cortex on the left side cortex controls the muscles on the right side. The brain sends movement signals through the spinal cord and out through the peripheral nervous system in your muscles. The messages from the brain becomes more complex when there are move muscles involved in an activity, such as shooting a ring shot in Quidditch. Muscles usually work in pairs. When one shortens, its corresponding muscle lengthens. Think about doing biceps curls. When you curl your arms up so the concept is shorten, the tricep on the other side of your arm is straighten out. Muscle can't push. They can only pull. When you're pushing a door open, for instance, your muscles are actually pulling your elbows and shoulder against the door. When a muscle is contracted, it shortens and pulls on a bones. There is no way for that same mush to push the bones back again into the starting position. The problem is solved having muscles in pains called antagonistic muscles that move the bones back in opposite direction. Walking, although seemingly a simple task, requires over 200 muscle to coordinate the activity. This is why it is challenging for newborns or in certain conditions such or someone who has had a stroke to coordinate. Everything you do, every time you move, you speak, you look at something, hear something, blink, you name it, it involves a muscle. When you express yourself with a smile or a frown, wave your hand, shiver, or feel the hairs on the back of your neck go up, that is muscles. Now just some words I want you to remember: musculoskeletal system, all the muscles, bones, and other tissues that work together to give your body its basic shape and ability to move. Diaphragm, a muscle in your chest that helps the lungs fill with air when you breathe. Cardiac muscles, these muscles make up your heart. You cannot control these muscles. Skeletal muscles, help to move the body and work under conscious control. Smooth muscles, found all over the body in places like injury vessels and digestive vitals. Strain, when a muscle or tendon stretches too much or tears. Some people describe a muscle strain by saying they pulled a muscle. Sprain is an injury to the ligaments around the joint. Tendinitis, a condition in which repetitive or intense motions injure the tendon, causing pain and swelling. And there are 3 neuromuscular disorders. Neuromuscular disorders affect the nerves that control voluntary muscles and the nerves that communicate sensory information back to the brain. Nerve cells, neurons, send and receive message to and from the body to help control these muscles. What the neurons become unhealthily or die, communication between the nervous system and muscles breaks down. As a result, muscles weaken and waste away, atrophy. Muscular dystrophy. Muscular dystrophy is a group of diseases that causes progressive weakness and loss of muscle mass. In muscular dystrophy, abnormal genes, mutations, interfere with the production of proteins needed to form healthy muscle. Myasthenia gravis. Myasthenia gravis, MG, is a disorder in which antibodies destroy the communication between nerves and muscle, resulting in weakness of the skeletal muscles. Myasthenia gravis affected the voluntary muscles of the body, especially those that control the eyes, mouth, neck, and limbs. Cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy, CP, is a group of disorders that affect a person's ability to move and maintain balance and posture. CP is the most common motor disability in childhood. Cerebral means having to do with the brain. Palsy means weakness to problems with using the muscles. Now the parchment I am handing out is a drawing of the major muscles in the human body. And beside it is a list of names. I would like for you to have each muscle correctly labeled by our next meeting, Madame Pomfrey stated. And just as she was handing out the last of the parchments, the bell rang and class was dismissed. Cedric, Christian, Fred and George, and Susan all headed out to archery class while the rest of them headed over to the library to get a head start on the first aid homework. That night they enjoyed a quiet evening of music and reading in Sirius's room, just relaxing and enjoying each other's company. Something they didn't get to do as often as they wished to do nowadays, it seemed. It had been nearly a month now and no action from Voldemort other than the hit and runs in the middle of the night and some unsuspecting families getting tore down by Death Eaters. And those damnable black letters being sent to some unexacting student at Hogwarts. Harry wished he could do something, anything right now, but his hands were tied. He didn't know where Voldemort was and he didn't know where he would hit next, so he was at a loss. The only thing they had going for them was they hadn't hit anywhere big again yet. The sleeping Death Eaters and company were now on pureed foods that the house elves happily prepared for them. Meat and grains, pastas or rice, and a vegetable for dinner and either porridge or oatmeal and fruit for breakfast. And of course they were still kept up with their nutrient potions as well. The riders went about doing basic shaving spells and hair trimming spells on each one, a few at a time now, along with the occasional Scourgify thrown in there for good measure. The prisoners were starting to look pretty good by the time they were almost finished with them. They then went about and got each prisoner a set of new prison garb. In some of these people they didn't even look close to what they looked like when they came in here. They looked healthy, clean, and well kept. Perhaps this is something they should think about doing in the future, Harry thought. No, then the prisoner would not get the full effect of being in prison. They would just sleep their way through their incarceration and the punishment would have almost no effect on them. No, the current method of punishment may be harsh, but it served its purpose. To deter others from taking the same path that the previous individual had taken. No, if they were just put to sleep, the only deterrent would be the loss of a few years or maybe decades of time, and that was all. They would come out healthy, and if they had put a little gold aside in Gringotts, they may be wealthy and emotionally sound. This would make the only deterrent the loss of time. And to some that is no deterrent at all. So he put paid on that thought and left it at that, Harry concluded. But otherwise Harry was at a loss as to why Voldemort had yet to strike. It was the first week in February and suddenly a very unwelcome idea hit Harry. He had a thought that he needed to share with Amelia, so he went over to the fireplace and flooded her. Harry, what's up? Is everything all right? Amelia asked. Yeah, everything is fine, but I just had a thought I needed to run past you, and I think it is pretty relevant, so I wanted to do it as soon as possible. Harry stated. What is it, Harry, that is so important that couldn't wait until I see you later on this week? Amelia asked. Voldemort likes to make a big show of holidays, Halloween, Christmas. See where I am going here? Harry asked. Amelia nodded. I think I know where you're going here, but continue. Well, in just a few short days it will be Valentine's Day, and in less than 1 week people will be celebrating everything that love means to them. What better time to hit Azkaban than on a day totally dedicated to love? I have no way to prove it, but something in my gut just tells me that he won't let that day slip by without doing something big. I don't know if it will be the prison or not, but it seems to be the most likely choice right now. Harry finally took a breath. Amelia hated to admit it, but his logic was sound. Voldemort loved to make a huge statement on holidays, just so he could leave horrible nightmares associated with that date instead of wonderful memories. That was the reason it had to be either Valentine's Day or sometime during spring break. And Valentine's Day was looking better by the minute. I agree, I don't think he will let it pass without some kind of a show. I am going to have the guards doubled at Azkaban for the day. Maybe the riders could pitch in the low security area, where the Dementors are not allowed to visit. The riders will be at your command, Auror Bones. Letting her know that this was her baby, and he would follow her commands for this one. I think all of his people are removed, but he may go hunting for them in the low security section, thinking we have just moved them, so be prepared if he does. Amelia stated. We will be waiting on him. Any stragglers that come our way won't be leaving of their own volition. Harry said calmly, and his voice was laced with a hidden threat. Then we have just under a week to prepare. I suggest you get yours as prepared as possible while we wait this one out, and have any of your little tricks you carry up your sleeves ready to dish out. They just might come in handy at this place. With that, Amelia said her goodbyes and closed the flue. Harry closed his end of the flue and went over to the sitting area where everyone was gathered, waiting to find out what had caused him to jump up and rush to the flue and make a call at this hour. When he walked into the circle of chairs and couches, he took a seat by Luna and leaned over his knees, placing his elbows on his knees, trying to figure out where to start at. After a couple of minutes, he sat up straight and began. All right, I don't know if any of you could hear what I was saying over there or not. All he got were negative head shakes. Okay then, what it was I called Amelia. As you all know, Voldemort has been pretty silent lately except for his normal hit and run raids. His Death Eaters go and attack a family or two and maybe beat up a couple of people, maybe kill one or two, but then leave as fast as they can, setting fire to whatever they can along the way. There haven't been any big raids lately, and especially there hasn't been the raid on Azkaban like we have been expecting. I had a thought a few moments ago. Voldemort loves holidays. Halloween, Christmas, etc. Well, we currently have a holiday getting ready to pop up on us come Sunday, and she and I just put all the pieces together today. So in short, Voldemort will probably hit Azkaban prison on Valentine's Day, more than likely during the evening shift change, so that people are less prepared and less aware of what is going on. Bones has personally asked the riders to monitor and guard the minimum security section of the prison. This section of the prison does not get any Dementors allowed in, but I want everyone to brush up on their patron uses nonetheless. Even I intend to work on mine, and I am sure that Neville will be working on his. Harry looked over to his brother, who sat there nodding his head. So everyone, no matter how good you are at it, practice up a bit. It can be very different when you have a real Dementor standing there staring at you eye to eye. We all lose a bit of our nerve the first time it happens, so don't be too hard on yourself if you can't do it the first time you are put under pressure. Just breathe through it and keep trying. She also mentioned having any of our little bags of tricks we happen to have available to have ready and close at hand, because this would be one place they would definitely come in useful. So Fred, George, anything you need between now and next Sunday, you let me know. Same goes for anyone else who is working on any little side project like that. Just let me know what you need and you will have it. You got it. We will focus on production and not invention until further notice. Fred stated with George nodding his head. Draco, do you think you and the kitchen elves can arrange for us something to eat while we are over there? If you need groceries, let me know. We have time to make a run. Just make up a menu for lunch, dinner, and late-night snack, just in case it goes into the late hours of the evening. Harry looked over to Draco, who grabbed a pad and quill and began to write things down immediately. Not a problem, can do, boss. Draco began writing down a list of items to pick up at the grocery store and the quantity that they would need for the day. You have been spending way too much time with Fred and George. Harry shook his head, then turned to Cedric. We need to have everyone as well trained as possible, so whatever you need to get your tier in line, you let me know. The same goes for you, Susan. You need to start working with Draco and doing basic drills with him. Let him know what could possibly be expected, where he is expected to be at what times and what his duties are. He hasn't had the experience necessary to carry out a mission like this, so he will need a lot of practice beforehand. Susan nodded and grabbed a parchment and quill out of her bag and began to write down several things. This may be a false alarm, although I don't think so, or it may be the real thing. It may even have Voldemort himself involved in it, we don't know. It will just depend on his mood. He may want to be there to watch this world's best prison security fall, and what he believes to be dozens if not hundreds of prisoners are going to be released onto the world once again. But honestly, I don't think of anything that beast would enjoy more than to watch this world shudder in fear, knowing that all those people were released on a day that was designed especially to show how much you loved the special person in your life. But I could be wrong. Harry sighed. Neville shook his head. I don't think so. He may wait at his home base for them to get back, but he will be waiting impatiently to see what will happen. I bet he will have spotters out, placed strategically, so that they can tell him all about the chaos he has created. He may even have someone flew in an anonymous tip to the Prophet to get them involved. Draco suggested. Harry nodded. That sounds like something he would do. All right, folks, we need to focus on our projects here and practice out positions and work a little on our own specialties, myself included. So tomorrow when we work out, don't expect me to go easy on anyone. Because trust me, I won't. Have a good night. Most of the riders were still groaning their way through breakfast and into class. When Harry said he wasn't going to take it easy on them, they didn't realize he meant it quite so literally. Charms class was very interesting though, and it kind of made things better. They were learning about the stasis charm or habitus. Harry found everything Flitwick told them about this charm to be fascinating. Now this charm was invented in 1714 by a very clever witch by the name of Beatrice Humblebee. She was trying to invent a new way to keep food fresh and last longer. And this was what she came up with. It took her nearly 8 years to perfect her charm to her satisfaction, but when she did, she got it patented as soon as she could and got full credit for its invention. The charm for the stasis charm is habitus. Now everyone say is with me, habitus, again habitus. And the wand movement is a gentle swirl to the right around the item you wish to have protected. Now I have a beautiful daisy for each of you, and I want you to cast the habitus charm over it, then I will come by and see how you did. Flitwick stated as he got out a box of flowers and began to hand them out. Each student received 1 flower. Harry took a deep cleansing breath, then began, "Habitus," he said with ease, slowly swirling his wand to the right around the flower. Neville did the same, as did Luna and Pavarti. Boom! Apparently Seamus was going to need another flower. Harry looked over his shoulder at the smoke billowing up from what used to be a flower on Seamus's desk and the smoldering eyebrows that he was currently wearing. Harry tried to hide his laughter, but a chuckle still came out no matter how hard he tried to hide it. You had to admit the smoldering eyebrows were kind of funny. Really? Dean just kept as much distance between his smoking friend and himself as possible and continued on with his attempts at the charm. Which he did perfectly, by the way. Professor Flitwick made it up to their desks, and he tried using a frost spell to see if he could affect their flowers, and each of Harry's, Luna's, Neville's and Pavarti's flowers remained healthy and quite unscathed by Flitwick's frost. To say the professor was pleased would be an understatement. He was practically bouncing off the walls. Out of the whole class, only Harry, Luna, Neville, Pavarti, Padma, Hermione, Anthony Goldstein and Terry Boot managed to do the spell correctly on their first try. With a little coaching and some personal help, Flitwick managed to add Dean Thomas, Lisa Turner, Mandy Brockenhist, Kevin Entwistle and Lavender Brown to that list. The rest were going to need a little more help and some more personal time with the professor. Anyone that did not get this charm down correctly, I will be in my office until 9 o'clock tonight, not including meal times. So feel free to come by and have me help you there one-on-one. For homework, I want you all to write me up a short history of this charm. No less than 12 inches, mind you. I think you will find it to be fascinating reading if you really put your heart into it. Professor Flitwick stated. Shortly thereafter the bell rang and everyone gathered up their things and headed out to their next class. Transfigurations was interesting today. They were turning a snail into a button, well they would be, but they were taking the long way around it. First, Professor Black was handing out galleon-sized rocks to everyone. Then he began, "Okay, now our end item we want is a button, but we are going to do this a little different. We will start with this rock that I just handed out. I want you to do the transfiguration of Saxum-Cochlea on this rock. So say it with me now, Saxum-Cochlea, again Saxum-Cochlea, one more time Saxum-Cochlea. Excellent, excellent. Now the wand movement for this on is a circle around the rock clockwise and then a tap with the wand. Now I want you to try it." Harry wasn't sure what his dad was up to, but he did what his Sirius told him to do. And pop, an interesting pink and white snail with a bright pink shell on its back. Next to create a snail was Neville, and his snail looked a little more normal, if you could call it that. It was the normal light pink color on the snail, but the shell was white with gold trimming. Luna didn't even try to be normal. She made her snail bright purple, and the shell was green and purple with nice yellow polka dots on it. Pavarti had a pink snail, but its shell looked like pink, blue, green, and purple tie-dyed, but Harry had to admit it was really pretty. Everyone finally had a snail on the desk, and then Professor Black was ready for step 2. All right, now, everyone had a snail in front of them. What we are going to do is turn this snail into a button. The transfiguration for that is Cochlea. Everyone with me, Cochlea, once again Cochlea, again Cochlea. Excellent. The wand movement is the same as the one for the rock into a snail, around the snail clockwise and a tap. Now the good thing about doing it this way is that you will be able to take this one home with you since originally it was a rock. We can put a permanent spell on it and it will not affect anything. So let's see what kind of buttons you guys can make. Harry closed his eyes and thought and thought and thought. Finally he smiled and said, Cochlea, then circled his wand around the snail and tap, pop, and before him lay a gorgeous mother-of-pearl button that had gold fringe and a small pearl in the center. Neville looked at Harry's and smiled, then he closed his eyes and was silent for a minute or two. Cochlea. He followed the wand movements as directed and pop, his button lay there, before him an abalone shell button with a fresh water pearl in the center. Pavarti was next to try. She had her eyes closed for quite some time, Cockleobodo, and she opened her eyes and twirled her wand and tapped it on the snail, and pop, a beautiful peacock feather-looking button popped into existence. And if you looked close you would see the small sapphire that was the center of the eye of the feather. It was just beautiful. Luna oohed over Pavarti's and then had an idea of her own. She closed her eyes for a couple of minutes, then opened her eyes, and Cockleobodo, she stated as she spun her wand around her snail, and she tapped it once, then pop, a bright white ceramic button with little small cat prints on it appeared where the snail had been. And each pad of that paw prints was a beautiful hematite stone just sparkling and glistening away. Draco was busy over at his seat, Cockleobodo, and he ran his wand around the snail, and with a tap, pop in the snail's place was a gorgeous silver and gold trimmed fleur-de-lis-shaped button. It was all silver with gold inlay and etching. There was a small diamond in the very center of it. The button was a masterpiece. Sirius definitely thought so, and he told the whole classroom as well. Several of the other buttons were nice, but none met the standards of the writer's buttons. Daphne Greengrass had a very nice purple crystal button in the shape of the crescent moon that was very pretty. And the tiny snitch button that Tracy Davis created seemed to be the hit of the day though. With a little help from Sirius, she even managed to get it to flutter about a little, every once in a while. It was extremely cool. Professor Black went around making anyone who wanted to keep their button. He was fixing it so it was a permanent transfiguration and they could take them home with them. Of course Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti and even Draco wanted to keep theirs. I was wondering if you guys liked the way we are doing these last few transfigurations. By that I mean going ahead and doing a rock to a living creature, then the creature into a non-living item. By going that route you get to take the item you create home and give it out to a friend or your family. Plus you may learn another new transfiguration spell or two. Harry raised his hand. I honestly like the way you're doing it. I like having something to put back to show how much I am learning. Tracy Davis raised her hand. I like to have something to show to my parents, so that they can see the progression we are making in this class. Luna raised her hand. I think it makes it easier to remember what the spells are, when we have something that we have successfully transfigured to look at. Neville raised his hand. I like having something I can give to my parents that shows how I am improving, and how my imagination is improving. Very good. I am glad that the way I am doing things is so well received. Even if it does involve a little bit of extra work on your part. I thought that you would enjoy having something tangible to take home to show your progress. Alright, I want a 20-inch report on this transfiguration done by our next class, if you please. And just as he was about to say something else, the bell for the class to end rang, and he allowed the class to finish up and leave. Lunch was abuzz with discussion of their transfiguration class projects and how each individual intended to make more of the snail into buttons and some of their ideas they wanted to try. The next class up was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and today Professor Longbottom was going to show them Protego Specula, which is the one that Harry was most excited about. Of all the Protego spells, that is. They reached the classroom a little early and decided to sit down outside the classroom in the hallway and wait for the doors to open and allow them in. Weeks ago, when Professor Longbottom had asked them to write an essay on the different Protego spells and which one they thought would be the most useful, Harry had written his essay on the Protego Specula spell, and it had been fascinating to read up all about it. The door to the classroom opened and kids began to pour out of the room. As soon as the way was clear and they all headed inside. Once seated, they noticed there were test dummies lined up against the far wall. That meant they were going to be practicing against the dummies today. Today we are going to be discussing the Protego Specula spell Professor Longbottom started. This spell origin is quite controversial. Some say it originated with Merlin himself. Some say it originated with a man by the name of Maximilian Dupré in 1411. Dupré was an expert duelist and ran the dueling circuit from one contest to the next. It is said that during his circuit in 1411 Dupré began to use the Protego Specula on his opponents and won every duel during that circuit with that spell. Now the wand work on this one is what is tricky. It is a cut, just like a standard Protego, but instead of the standard hook, you use a forward swirl around the tail of the cut. It requires a lot of practice to get good at, and sometimes some people never get it right, others can't do it right under pressure. Alright then, I want each of you to step up to this line and attempt to do this spell. The test dummies are set to begin when you clap your hands, so when you are ready just clap your hands and we will begin. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti went last, allowing Lavender, Dean, and Seamus to go first. None of the three of them could manage the spell, and it took a lot of the class time trying to get even a weak spell to work. Then it was Harry's chance to step up and try. He got into his dueling stance and clapped his hands, then waited, wand raised. It only seemed like a moment or two between the clap and the dummy firing off its first stinging hex. Protego Specula! And with a cut and a twirl of his wand, a glistening mirror like dome covering Harry, strong and thick from what Professor Longbottom could see. Excellent, excellent. Class, this is the first one anyone in class has been able to do correctly and get good results with it. 10 points for Gryffindor. Draco stepped up to the line and focused, then took his stance and clapped his hands and waited. It took a few seconds, then, Protego Specula, and he got a beautiful shield as well. Not as thick or defined as Harry's, but a full shield nonetheless. Wonderful, Mr. Malfoy. Just wonderful. Professor Longbottom smiled at Draco, very pleased with his results. Next was Neville. He moved forward and took up his stance and clapped his hands when he was ready. Protego Specula! This time the reaction was almost immediately, and the effect was amazing. The stinging hex hit Neville's shield and bounced off and went right back to the casting dummy and knocked it flat onto the ground. Wow, that must have been some hex it had thrown. Beautifully done. That is exactly how it is supposed to work, folks. Did you notice how the hex gained strength as it ricocheted off of Mr. Longbottom's shield and returned to the castor? That is one of the more wonderful effects of this particular shield. An individual can expect between 1 and 10 times the original strength. Luna tried her luck at it, and hers did beautiful as well, although it didn't knock the dummy over, it defiantly smacked it around some. Then came Pavarti. She walked up to the line and took up stance and called out, Protego Specula, and the dummy fired and instantly regretted it. Well, if dummies had feelings at all, that is because the dummy was not only knocked off its feet, it was knocked over its head and onto its stomach. That must have been one hell of a stinging hex. Amazing. Totally amazing. The whole room was clapping for that one. Pavarti even took a bow and giggled the whole time. I want those people who did not manage to get a shield up to try again, and those people that have already managed to get that shield up are free to start their homework for the class, which is a 12-inch essay on the shield. There are some books on my desk that might help you with your essay if you wish to utilize them. You may use only one book at a time, folks, so don't hoard the books. Share them. Harry headed over to the stacks of books and picked out one that he hadn't borrowed from the library when he had written his first essay, and headed back to his seat and sat down, and began to do his research. 40 minutes later, Professor Longbottom called out to the class. All right, people, that is class. For all those that still did not get started on their essay, I have assigned a 12-inch essay on the Protego Specula spell. I want to see it finished by the time you get ready for the next class. And class is dismissed. Just as he said that, the bell went off, so Harry took the book he had borrowed back up to the professor's desk and then rushed over to his desk and grabbed his things and put them all in his bag. He had just finished the last sentence in his essay maybe a minute or two before Professor Longbottom has spoke up, and he was just proofreading it for mistakes at this point. Though it was good, but he needed to go over it one more time to be sure. Arithmancy, they were going to be studying the number 7 today. Professor Vector was writing key words on the board, and as soon as Harry got to his seat, he, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti all began to write down what she was writing as well. They had learned from Professor Vector. She never put something on the board unless it was important enough to go into a test. Once everyone was seated and quiet, she turned around and the bell rang, signifying the start of class. Smiling out to the class, she began. Welcome all. Today we are going to be working on the number of 7. Each of the single-digit numbers we will study, we will notice many different things about them. You will find each digit's unique personality. The number 7 is both deep and wise. It is relentless, it is never satisfied with the simple answer. The number 7 will dig and keep digging until it can dig no more. It knows that the real gold is found even deeper and won't stop until it finds it. Asking questions, researching, listening, and sensing are all special skills that uses its search for awareness. It is an analytical number that enjoys gathering and filtering through information to find answers. Still, it has a more powerful intuition than you might expect, which it uses as a guide. This combination of consciousness and subconscious thinking allows the mind of the number 7 to shine. 7s understand that there is always something deeper, something more that we can't see. This instills in them a great of spirituality. While religion is too limiting for this boundless number, a very personal, intellectual connection to the spiritual world gives its experiences more mystery and meaning. Curiosity is king here, with infinite questions waiting to be answered. The world is an incredibly engaging place for people who are sevens. They find interests in many topics and seek to absorb as much knowledge and understanding as they can. Whether it's practical or metaphysical, it doesn't matter. They always want to know more. They are like an information sponge. But it isn't just that, it is the fact that people that are sevens can discern useful facts from fiction. It is this talent that aids the sevens to stay on track and follow the most valuable wisdom. Unfortunately, while these facts are great at making a seven good at their job or wonderful at what they choose to do with their life, it also means that they spend a great deal of time either in deep thought or researching. So this means that they tend to lead a little bit of a reclusive life. They don't get much pleasure out of socializing when they could be at home reading a good book. So forming new friendships are very difficult for them. And romantic relationships are few and far between. Sevens are very secretive individuals. They tend to have a lot of information stuck up in their head, but sometimes getting them to share what they know isn't as easy as one would wish. They tend to hold their secrets close to their vests, as it were. The hard part is they tend to want to hide all the little secrets that would make them a good friend or partner. Professor Vector turned to the board and pointed to the words on the board. Perceptive. A seven is very perceptive. They notice things that even the best of us would never see, hear, or even think to pay attention to. Intellectual. Sevens are always very intelligent. Don't take a lack of book learning to be the same thing as a lack of knowledge. All you need to do is find out what their interest is, and you will find a well very deep in information just waiting for you to explore. Mysterious. All sevens have a mysterious side, due to the fact that they keep so much of themselves secretive. But once you learn to speak their language and crack their code, they are your friend for life. Spiritual. I want to stress spiritual and not religious here. They very much believe in a greater force on a cosmic level, but they may or may not believe in a structured religious culture. Reserved. The seven is very much a reserved individual. They are not outgoing or as social as some of the other numbers and tend to be quiet and observant while others are focused on being the center of attention. Professor Vector pointed to the next word on the list. Skeptical. A seven is always questioning everything. It is their primary goal in life, to question everything and set out to prove or disprove every hypothesis or assumption. Introspective. While any of the other single-digit numbers can become an introvert on occasion, a seven thrives in that environment. They will spend hours, days, even weeks just re-evaluating their own outlook on life and its meaning over the simplest thing. And the final word, analytical. Sevens are very analytical. They will analyze everything until they have come up with a valid hypothesis to support their point of view or to disprove their point of view, and then they will alter their point of view to match that of the new and more actuate facts. With that completed, Professor began to erase the words on the chalkboard and then turned to the class. Now, as awkward as life numbers can be, the number 7 is one of the most insightful, intuitive, truthful, introspective, intellectual, and wise numbers. It represents the seeker, the thinker, the searcher for the truth, the one that strives to find answers even when the question is foggy and mysterious or spiritual in nature. Are there any questions about the number 7 then? Professor Vector asked at last. Harry raised his hand immediately. What kind of jobs would a 7 be good at? 7s are excellent thinkers, so they make wonderful teachers, counselors, or spiritual advisors, she answered. Hermione raised her hand. What kind of people do 7s get along with best? 7s have issues with romantic relationships, mainly due to the fact that they tend to hide their emotions a lot. They take their relationships very seriously, and once they have found the person they will say those 3 little words to, you can bet your bottom galleon that it's real. Their best relationships are with 3s or 5s. They need that strong sense of self and undoubled a strong social standing that they need so much. Pavarti raised her hand. Do 7s make good parents? 7s can make good parents, but while they are intelligent, they are not empathic like some of the other numbers. So while the baby is looming in the air, the soon-to-be parent will read every book they can on babies and child rearing that they can. But it doesn't make up for the natural empathic nature some of the other numbers seem to have. But when it comes down to it, they will love them with everything that is in there to love with and will do everything in their power to show that love every day and will do anything for them. Stated Professor Vector. Padma raised her hand. What planet is a 7 associated with? Neptune. Sevens often have a very strong connection with the universe and know a lot about the spiritual side of things, like astrology. She explained. Anthony Goldstein raised his hand. How do you think a 7 would do in politics? 7s analyze and rethink everything. They would go over every bill with a fine-tooth comb and check it for loopholes that others would miss. And they would be in their glory when it comes to debating strategy and political insight. They would have a point of view on everything, since they would have studied everything into the wee hours of the night. Their only downfall would be that they would indeed rethink everything, always going over every tiny detail when all that needs to be said is yes or no, Professor Vector stated. Kevin Entwistle raised his hand. What do you think about a 7 as a healer? Professor Vector thought for a second and stated. They make good problem solvers and are very analytical, so I think they would make an excellent healer. This brought a huge smile to the boy's face. I think we have time for one more question, Professor Vector stated. Luna raised her hand. You mentioned that the 3 and 5 are the most compatible numbers with the 7s, but what are the least compatible? Who are the natural enemies of a 7? I wouldn't say that they are natural enemies, but they have a great deal of difficulty dealing with 2s, 6, and 8s. 2s are people that are dominated by emotions, something that the logical and analytical 7 doesn't understand. 6 are intellectual, but they are more likely to make decisions based on their gut than on logical, fact-based choices, which infuriates the 7s to no end. And 8s love change and transformation, something that drives a solid and firm 7 up the wall. As you can see, these 3 numbers have some very real personality tendencies that tend to frustrate a 7 more than any other situation. Now it is time for the bells, so your assignment is to write me up a 12-inch essay on the best and worst personality quirks of the ever-interesting 7 in your opinion. As they were putting up their books and writing parchments away, the bell went off calling for the end of the class. While they went down to the dining hall, they all were still talking about how each different number type of an individual had people they were compatible with and those they were incompatible with as well. Although Harry doubled that process a little. Because if what they said was true, then he and Cedric shouldn't get along at all, and they had become good friends over the past 2 years. At least from what Harry felt was true, they were good friends anyway. So there were a lot of things about arithmancy that he believed were correct, but he still believed that people made their own choices and that had a bigger part to play in the grand scheme of things than what number you were. And he was now a Potter Black, and he felt that changed who he was, and in the hard fast rules of arithmancy they didn't allow for the life changes such as that. When Harry felt they should. He felt like major changes such as a marriage or divorce, disinheritance or adoption, or anything that changed your name was a major life change, and the arithmancy should allow for things such as that, but they don't. Maybe a primary and secondary number or something like that, he didn't know, but something. He would have to think on it for a while. Maybe he could come up with a whole new method within the science of arithmancy and become famous or something. Harry chuckled to himself. Cedric was the one that noticed it. It was Sunday when he was rotating Rabaston Lestrange when he noticed it. Lestrange's dark mark was angry and inflamed as if it was being activated. They went around and checked the others, and they all had the same effect. Harry immediately called Amelia and let her know what was going on. Madam Bones, something big is in the wind. Harry started. What do you mean, Mr. Black? How so? Amelia immediately sat up a little straighter when she heard this. All the prisoners with dark marks are having their marks redden and darken, as if they have been activated. They are all inflamed and red right now. Harry explained. Well shit. It looks like he is drawing his loose followers to him. All of them. And the prisoners are just having the same forwarding to let them know that he is about to make a major move. Amelia thought out loud. Our thoughts exactly. I have all my people on high alert. What else do you want me to do? Harry asked. I am afraid we all need to head to Azkaban. It's time. We have no clue when he will hit, but it is going to be soon. I will call my troops together and meet you here in 1/2 hour. We will leave from here. Amelia turned from Harry and began to go over to a flue that was to the right of her desk. Assuming that meant he was dismissed, Harry turned and headed back to the remodeled cafeteria where everyone else was waiting for him, finishing up with the prisoners. As he walked into the cafeteria/prisoner area, Harry saw his people gathered together around the supply table where they had all the supplies and headed over to where they stood. I just spoke with Bones. We leave in 30. Get what you need and follow me. And with that, he headed over to the door back up the hallway to her office. Within minutes they were all gathered in the lobby outside Bones' office, waiting with probably 50 other individuals. The other individuals were dressed in their full battle fatigues, while the riders were decked out in their black basilisk hide outfits. Each man or woman knew what was up even though they didn't know what the specifics were. Bones came out and motioned for everyone to follow her into the room right next to her office. Harry had never been in this room, and after a few minutes he realized why. This was like a war room of sorts. Across the far wall at the end were 6 large fireplaces, meant to take multiple individuals at once. In the center of the room was a podium and a nearby table which Bones immediately headed towards. There was stadium-like seats on the left and right sides of the room with an aisle down the center that Bones walked down to get to the podium. Harry followed right behind her. Then to Harry's right walked Neville. Behind he and Neville came Luna and Pavarti. Then came Cedric, followed by Fred and George side by side. Next came Draco, followed by Susan and Padma, and last came Christian. Both Draco and Christian had their bows and quivers full or arrows strapped to their backs ready to use if necessary. Just like Harry, Neville and Cedric had swords and Fred and George had rapiers, plus a belt full of wonderful goodie bags tied around their waist, and straps running across their chests with little bags hanging off of them. Harry and his riders went up to the front and sat down in standard formation right in the front, taking up the front 3 rows on the left-hand side. Then came the Aurors. Groups of 10 Aurors came in and sat together, and then an Auror with a yellow stripe down the leg of their uniform and one with a red stripe on their uniform sat down with them, making each team a total of 12 people. They were made up of both men and women, although there seemed to be more men than women, and the red stripe seemed to be more women than men, although that is just what Harry noticed at first glance. All right, people, settle down. We don't know how much time we have here. It could be a matter of minutes, it could be hours. But our best guess is about 4 hours, give or take a few minutes. We all know that you know who is making a play for Azkaban. Well, we just got intel that he has activated all his Death Eaters, including the ones he thinks are in Azkaban. So he is giving them advance notice that he is on his way soon. Tonight we have the riders with us. They will be taking on the minimum security section of the prison, in case the Death Eaters get the cute idea that we have moved their people down there and are hiding them down there. As you all know, they are fully capable of taking care of themselves, so just stay out of their way. If they have a hostile, let them take them down. You will get full credit for the capture. The riders want none of the credit, they just want the mission completed and the threat over with. Bones stated. Now for the riders, each group of 10 black leg Aurors, which means active duty Auror by the way. We have 1 yellow stripe, which is superior officer, and 1 red stripe, which is medic. Just so you know what they are in the field if you need anyone. For the Aurors, the riders are divided up into 3 tiers. Tier 1 is the big guns, the ones that come in and secure the site. Tier 2 is distract, diverge and decoy, but they are also Tier 1's backup. And Tier 3 is their medic and doc. If you need any of them, call out their tier and they will respond, if they are not previously occupied. If they are under previous orders, they will not break rank without clearing it with their leader first. He is in Tier 1. If you need to talk to the leader of any tier, just call out for leader and the tier they belong to, and they will come as quickly as possible. If you need to talk to the leader of the riders, simply call out leader 1 and he will come to you ASAP. Got it? Also, before any of you get some fool notion in your head that these individuals at the front up here can't be the riders you have heard so much about, remember that I have served with them multiple times and these are indeed the riders. And in the multiple missions they have had now, they have captured over 70 hostiles and had only 1 minor injury. Bones looked around the room as if she was waiting for even a slight glimpse of doubt to show up, but none did. Very good. What we are going to do is... Bones went over a step-by-step plan that she, Moody, Shacklebolt and Croaker had put together for just this day, where each group would be assigned and how they would be positioned. Then she went over the regulations for return fire. Apparently they were authorizing like fire for like fire. In other words, if the Death Eaters were aiming to kill, you could take them down hard and quick. None of this namsy-pamsy stunner crap that they had insisted on for so long. No, this was a serious wand fight, people. Like fire for like fire meant if your life was on the line, then so was theirs. Then she passed out a series of necklaces that were worn by the guards at Azkaban. They kept the Dementors at bay. This would be especially useful to those that still had problems casting a full Patronus. She even gave the riders each one of the necklaces. Even though they would be in minimum security, where there were not supposed to be any Dementors, who knows what would happen if you know who was giving the orders. And Amelia certainly didn't trust the Dementors not to be under his control the second that his people set foot on Azkaban. All right then, is there any questions? Bones asked. Harry raised his hand. What if we take one unit and use the rainbow spheres on them? They could wander about on patrol from one unit to the next and checking up on each unit. Then when the Death Eaters do show up, they would be in pure stealth mode, ready to attack and completely hidden from sight. In fact, if you wanted to, we could do all the Aurors in stealth like that. The only problem is we would not be able to see each other. But that would be easily resolved by using Hominum Revelio charm. So we could go in totally stealth, go to our appointed locations. Then allow the Death Eaters to be lured into a false sense of security, catch them by surprise and have them all down before they know what hit them. Harry finished, his mind going 1,000 miles a minute now. The idea had been simple at first, but now it was more complex, more in depth, and still definitely doable. He and Neville would have to make up a bunch of clear spheres and give one to each of the Aurors so that they could remove the effects of the rainbow sphere themselves whenever they wanted or needed to. But that wasn't a big deal. Bones looked like she was deep in thought, and she motioned for Moody and Shacklebolt to come over to the table next to the podium, and they were whispering heatedly between the three of them. Finally Moody got a wicked grin on his face, and Shacklebolt just rolled his eyes at the old Auror's antics. Bones ignored them both and went back over to the podium and began. Thanks to Rider One's brilliant idea, we are going to change our plans slightly. We are going to go in using their chameleon spheres. These are even better than our disillusionment charm because it doesn't have the lag time or the blurred edges like the charm does. You truly blend into the background behind you. It is like you are see-through, for no better way to put it. Now I will recommend that each of you place a scent masking charm and a sound masking charm on yourselves as well. Don't be stupid over the simple things and be caught because you forgot and wore scented underarm deodorant today. Or your shoes make a squeaking sound on the concrete at the prison. It will get you caught every time, so before you leave this room I want every single one of you to put those two charms on yourself. And if you don't do it, you don't step through that flue. Got it? Good. She looked around at the nodding heads and saw that everyone was nodding and some already had their wands out and ready. Harry took out his wand as well, then looked over his shoulder at Cedric and nodded, who nodded in return and took out his wand. Then Cedric looked over his shoulder to Susan and nodded, and she took out her wand and had it ready to follow through with the unsaid order as well. Moody watched this little exchange of silent messages and gave a half smile, half smirk. He wished even one of his troops had the discipline and coordination that these kids did. They knew what was expected of them without even a word being said, and the silent signals were amazing. They all knew what was going on at all times, no guesswork, just absolute trust and obedience. This is what made them the best, bar none. Moody had to admit, he had lived through one war and too many skirmishes to count, but he had never encountered a single group of fighters that could hold a candle to the Riders. Hell, even come close to them. Yeah, Black and Longbottom had some skills that no one else around could even come close to matching, but it wasn't just that. It was how they worked together as a team. They complemented each other perfectly. No one outshone anyone else. They each had jobs to do, and each person did their job to the best of their ability. Those twins, Fred and George, came up with some of the most ingenious things he had ever seen. And their doc and medic was no slouch either. The way that the rest of them followed orders, you would think that they had trained together for years instead of months. They had bagged over 70 hostiles in just a few months. No team came anywhere near that record. Not even during the war. They had done 6 missions so far: the Twin Oaks Orphanage, Pretty Boy Floyd's Sex Shop, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and St. Mungo's. This will make their 7th mission, and they had only taken one slight injury. That was taken care of while on active duty, no downtime needed. Moody realized that his pondering had made him miss the last part of Bones's speech, and he cussed under his breath. But everyone was standing up and moving either to the middle aisle or end aisle and casting the required charms on themselves at this point. The Riders were the first ones completed, and they moved over to where Bones was standing, and Black and Longbottom began to make several rainbow-colored spheres and place them on the table before them. They made 50 in all. Then Harry handed his own team their own set of spheres, one rainbow and one clear. While Longbottom started on the clear spheres, Then Black turned back around and began making clear spheres to match the rainbow spheres. Once they had 50 of them as well, they began to handing them out the Aurors as they lined up to get their spheres. It was rather unnerving, really. Since everyone had silenced their movements, people were moving around all over the place and not a sound could be heard unless someone talked. Weird. Alright. I am smelling onions. Who didn't put on a scent-diffusing charm? Amelia asked, looking peeved. Sorry, ma'am. I forgot. Won't happen again. Or Hastings. A new recruit fresh out of the academy mumbled. See that it doesn't. That could have been your head out there. In here it is just embarrassing. Amelia chided the young man, but really she let him off lightly. We had all be there. First real mission, you get nervous and your mind sometimes gets sloppy. You just have to make sure you don't make a mistake that gets you killed. Amelia thought. It was just over an hour after the initial message had gone through to the Death Eaters. It was time. All right, people, it's time. We go through in groups of 2 in each flue, one entire group at a time. You have 10 seconds to get off the receiving pad before I send the next group through, so don't dawdle. Once you get there, move off to the side in your group. We will be going over 2 groups at a time. That is all the barge can hold at one time. It is a 5-minute trip and 5 back. When the group lands, do not wait for the rest of us. Go to your designated areas and take up guard immediately. We will get there as quickly as possible. The riders and Team 1 will go through across on the barge first. As soon as you get to your station, use your sphere and stay put. Any questions? Alright then, riders, approach the flue and begin. Harry and Neville went through on the first fireplace, Luna and Pavarti went through on the second, Fred and George on the third. Cedric looked over to Amelia to see if it was okay for him to go alone, and she nodded, and he headed through on his own on the fourth, then Draco and Susan in the fifth, and finally Padma and Christian in the final fireplace. Within a moment or two they were whisked away to a damp shoreline that Harry had never seen before. It was definitely the most depressing-looking place he had ever seen before. Riders with me. Harry held up his arm and motioned for his people to follow him off the platform and over to the right of the staging area. There they waited as the rest of the Aurors came through. The last team to come through was Team 1, which included Amelia Bones, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Alastair Moody, and Moody's trainee Nymphadora Tonks, as well as 8 others, well-seasoned Aurors, all of them. Frank and Alice used to be in Team 1 when they were Aurors, but nowadays they were happier as teachers. Besides, they were needed more at Hogwarts than they were as Aurors right now. It took all of 10 minutes to get everyone through the flue, and another 5 to get down to the loading dock. The riders and Team 1 got on the barge and headed across. It was a tense crossing, but at least they were almost there. Finally, they made it across. Amelia checked in at the security station and told them what was going on. They put the whole place on high alert immediately and called in all their off-duty Aurors. Bones explained the spheres and the charms to see her people and the riders, the warden though about getting some for his people too. But Bones shot that down. It would look suspicious if the place looked deserted. No, they needed to have some visible guards there. The warden wasn't happy because it made his people automatic targets, but Harry stated that they had enough cloaked people out there that his people could stand close to one of them and have a guard with them at all times, someone cloaked to protect them. The warden liked that idea and they went with that. The riders headed off to the minimum security section of the prison and set up position to wait. They were lucky, really. There was only one way in and one way out of minimum security. It was easier to guard against the Dementors sneaking into that area unauthorized that way. Fred and George went to work immediately. They put up booby traps in several places and trip wires to several rather nasty little surprises they had been working on, including their instant swamp, which they placed right in front of the door to the section. Draco opened up his trunk and began to cook lunch, which was going to be hoagies and crisps with butterbeer. Everyone came over and sat down and ate something when they were not on watch duty, so they were taking it 2 at a time. The noise from the prisoners was rough to deal with, but they managed. They thought of putting up a silencing ward, but then thought better of it. What if someone broke through at some point and they didn't know it? They would have failed in their mission. No, they would deal with the noise somehow. Harry could see Fred and George looking a little out of sorts, and he knew why. The thought that their mother had to deal with this noise all the time for so long for what she did to George. She never did accept responsibility for what she did. She probably never would. Harry had just finished his lunch and had gotten up to return to his post when he noticed the noise outside the door to the entrance to the minimum security burst open and several Death Eaters barged in. right into the swamp that was in front of the door. Before they knew it, they were chest high in muck, wading through God knows what, trying to get out of the slippery sludge and to the other side. They tried vanishing the damn thing, and that just made it bigger. They tried drying it up. Again, it made it bigger. Everything they did just made a bigger and bigger swamp. Sometimes it made an alligator or panther or other big nasty like a bog bear. Harry and Neville were using their light yellow spheres, lift up, to raise the Death Eater out of the swamp, then a dark green sphere, sleeping, and floated each one of the Death Eaters over to the side of the ward where it was dry and did a simple orange sphere binding on them just in case. They had 9 Death Eaters so far and, make that 11, wait, make that 13. Good grief, don't these people look before they rush into a room. Damn 16. Harry and Neville were making the light yellow balls, and everyone else was either stupefying the people or simply axioing over to the side until Harry or Neville could put them to sleep. They were coming in so fast. At 16 things seemed to calm down a little, so Harry and Neville went around and put everyone to sleep and binded them all up, just to be sure. It was sounding like more of the battle was outside the minimum security section, so Harry decided to take his people out there. All right, Fred, George, get rid of the swamp for now. Everyone else get ready, we're gonna go help the Oars. Draco, Christian, you will be range weapons, go for the legs, they can't run away if they have arrows in their legs. Fred, George, get ready, we may need a diversion or two out there, but hold off on the flashbangs, you don't want to startle the Oars too. Susan, Padma, hold back and set up a triage area, we may be bringing you wounded. Alright, as soon as we get outside this door, Neville and I will seal the door, no one in or out at all until we release it. Simple as that. Susan, make your way up to the warden's office, set up a triage area in there. Use a clear sphere once you get there. No one would be able to tell you are there unless they can see you, so they wouldn't know to bring you the wounded. The warden has one of the only secure flues off of this island, so you can connect to Madame Pomfrey and get the worst cases to her, and she can get them to St. Mungo's if necessary. Remember code priority 1 for emergency cases. Alright people, let's do this. Harry stated. Immediately everyone went and did what Harry had ordered. They had cleared the swamp away and had it stored off to the side just in case it was needed later. Then, after carefully checking around the door, they exited minimum security. Harry and Neville turned and waited until everyone was out of the way and lifted their hands and said, "Seal!" And the door and wall sealed together. You couldn't even see where the two met anymore. All right, Susan, Padma. Go for it, we will watch your backs. With that, the two girls raced off, invisible to all, down the hallway that led to the warden's office. Usually Christian and Draco would be going with them, but Harry needed them for something else today, so their position was a little different. This was a day their sharpshooter skills would be put to test. Cedric also got out his bow and quiver and was ready. It was strange no being able to see Harry or Neville to get the silent clues they gave out. But he knew when he was needed they would sound off. Together they crept to the loudest section of the prison. Someone had gotten the bright idea to dump a bunch of paint on Oars, and they were visible to Death Eaters, at least most of them were. Some were still hidden and fighting from the shadows. The riders came forward and saw Bones in a battle with 2 DEs and Moody in a standoff with 1. Harry whispered, "Christian, Draco, left. Cedric right." He may not have said much, but they knew what he meant. He wanted Christian and Draco to get the 2 Death Eaters that were attacking Bones on the left and Cedric to get the one attacking Moody on the right. Within second you could hear it, twang, 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 as their arrows were released. Then seconds later as 3 men went down to yellow spheres, sleeping closer to them. Those were followed by orange spheres, binding, and they were all tied up nice and pretty. Soon after that 3 more yellow spheres let loose, and the men with arrows in their legs now were fast asleep. "What do you think you are doing?" Amelia asked, sounding just a little bit beyond peeved. "Anything you want. The door to the minimum security ward is sealed. It can't be opened without Neville or I opening it. We heard a lot of commotion up here, so we thought we would help." "We are at your disposal," Harry stated. "We have wounded here, we need to get them back out of this area and treated. I want you and your riders to go in and gather any of my Aurors that are wounded and get them out of there. Get them help and make it quick. Do what you have to along the way. But my people come first." "Got it, good. Now go." "You heard her, people, let's go." Harry headed forward slowly, and spotted the first downed Auror about 10 feet away. It looked like Dawlish. He rushed over to him and gave a low whistle to let the others know where he was. They all came over. Fred, I am going to do a light yellow sphere, lift up, and a featherweight charm. I want you to take him to Susan. Draco, you guard his back. Return when you can. Harry performed the spells and Fred pushed the aura in the sphere down the hallway to the warden's office. The next person they found, Harry wasn't sure who she was. He had never been introduced to this aura before, but she had a yellow stripe down her uniform, so she must be a team leader. She had a major spell burn on her left leg and looks like a head injury from when she fell. Harry did what first aid he knew and then set her up with a yellow sphere and a featherweight charm and had George take her and Christian watch his back. By the time he got to the third person, Fred and Draco were back. Well, almost back. Harry let out a soft whistle and he noticed the air around him change. Who goes there? He asked. Fred and Draco were back. Fred said. Excellent timing, I think this one has had a bombarda to the chest. Definitely got some broken ribs. Let's see if I can do anything about that. After a few brachio amendums and some episkis, Harry sent that one down to Susan as well. Thankfully, none of the bones fragments had pierced a lung. Harry may be able to mend a broken bones pretty easily, but that was a little bit beyond his ability at this point. The next one they came across was not so lucky. They hadn't made it. Harry took and closed the aura's none-seeing eyes inside. He looked young. Harry took out a clear sphere and smashed it over the poor aura. Harry had only noticed him because he had an arm and half his face covered in paint. Harry didn't want the young man being overlooked and forgotten when this was all over with and left to rot in this hellhole. As soon as the clear sphere hit him, he became visible again, and Harry could see the depth of damage the aura had taken. It must have been a bombarda to the chest again. There wasn't enough left of this man's chest to even try to put back together. He didn't even have one of his lungs or his heart. At least he went quickly, Harry thought. Just as Harry turned from the young man and began to stand up, a white light and 3 deep injure appeared in the concrete wall just beyond where he had previously been crouching. Twang! Ah! The scream ripping across the hallway was hard to hear above the other screams and wails in this place, but Harry could still make it out. The man tried to turn and run, even with an arrow protruding from his leg. Harry stopped that with one swift throw of a yellow sphere. The man dropped where he stood, asleep and still. That sucked, that was too close. Thanks, Draco. Harry whispered over to the direction he believed Draco and Fred were at. Not a problem, and I think that is the last one. Unfortunately, he didn't make it, but we can head back now. Check on Susan and Padma. See if we can lend them a hand. Draco said. Good idea. Let's go see what else they need us to do. Everyone call out. Neville here, Luna here. Pavarti here, Draco here, Fred here, George here. We just got back. What's up? Christian here, Cedric here. We are going to head back up to triage station and see if there is anything Susan or Padma need help with. Okay, that's everyone, so let's get going then. They used the hominum revelio and found 2 more aurors who had been injured on the way back and tended what they could, then help them back to the triage post with them. When they got to the warden's office, it was practically a madhouse. The warden had been killed, so there was no one really to run the show here, and Bones was still out in the prison trying to round up the bad guys, and these idiots were in here fighting over who should be in charge now. Twinnings was saying that since he had worked there the longest, he was in charge. Hallowell stated he should be in charge since he was the senior officer. Oakley is saying that neither of them had ever been an auror before and he should be in charge. About that time Harry got fed up with all the arguing, and Susan and Padma were over to the side trying to treat patients with all this shouting going on. So he took out his clear sphere and dropped it on his head, then indicated that the rest of them should do the same. When they were all visible, he motioned to Neville and said, "Purple." Neville smiled, then nodded. "Definitely purple." Then he made a purple sphere and the 2 of them threw the spheres at the 3 men. Harry quickly made a 3rd purple sphere and threw it at their man, and they all fell to the ground stiff as a board. "What the hell?" Twinnings shouted. "Raise your voice to me again and I will silence you. In fact, any of you speak without being spoken to directly and I will silence you. Now we are the riders. And there will be no more arguments about who is in charge around here. The person who is in charge is Aura Amelia Bones. Right now she is out there getting these jackasses that have invaded your island off of said island and saving your prisoners. Which is your job? Or do I need to remind you of that?" So, until she is free to take up position in here and post a new warden, then you will all go out there and do your jobs. If I see you around here again, I will personally see that you lose your jobs. Got it. They all nodded, too afraid of the irate rider to speak without being addressed. Good. Now I am going to let you up and you are going to get the hell out of this office. This office has been commandeered for a triage and medical use. The only time I want to see you again is if you are bringing a wounded individual back with you, or if you are in need of medical attention. Now leave. And Harry and Neville released their spheres and the men leapt to their feet and practically fell over themselves getting out of the office door. There, now you can focus on your people, Harry said as he looked back at the clearly released Susan. You have no idea how thankful I am you did that. I was about to Patronus you and ask for help. I needed this space for patients, not their foolishness. She sighed, and picked up a roll of bandages she had created, and began wrapping them around the arm of an older Auror that looks like he got burned pretty badly. Need any help? Harry asked. Always. Just grab someone, and if you run into anything too complicated, yell. Susan grinned. There were a few people laying about on the floor, mainly the ones that Fred and George had brought in, and then there were ones sitting in chairs or standing over to the side. Harry started on the ones still standing. After about an hour and a half they had sent through all the rough cases, sent a few back to work, and the rest were sitting down enjoying butterbeer or tea, whichever they chose, courtesy of Draco. When Amelia Bones stepped into the warden's office, followed close by Shacklebolt, Moody, and Tonks. Tonks had a bandage on her right arm and Shacklebolt had a bandage around his left leg. But other than that, they looked to be all right. Black. Good to see you and your riders as all doing well. She looked over to Susan, who was helping a man who had a shoulder bandaged drink some tea. Thanks, no injuries to report, ma'am. Although we should probably go and get the 20 or so sleeping DEs that are in the minimum security section at this point. Harry grinned real big, and laughed when Bones just shook her head, and turned around and motioned for him and Neville to follow her. They made it down to the minimum security section and Moody had an odd look on his face. What in the name of the seven hells have you two done to the entrance to the minimum security? He growled. We sealed the door. No one but Neville or I can open it. That made it easier for us to get out and help with the rest of the prison. Harry grinned innocently. Then he and Neville aimed their wands at what used to be the doorway to the section and said, Open! And the wall began to tremble and the door began to separate from it, and soon the door popped open with a sudden pop sound. There you go. Good as new. And with that he led the group through the door and pointed out where all the Death Eaters were laid out side by side, asleep and unaware of their circumstances. 16 total they managed to catch in the swamp, easy and no fight at all. Just fish them out and tie them up and put them to sleep. Harry took and made a stretcher, then 2 and 3. Then he began tying the stretchers together. Soon he had enough stretchers for all the Death Eaters, and he instructed his people to load the DEs on the stretchers and then put a feather light charm on them, if there wasn't already one on them. Then Harry headed through the doorway and up towards the warden's office, leading the train of stretchers filled with Death Eaters. Once he got to the warden's office, he unloaded the stretchers along the wall outside the warden's office and then vanished the stretchers. Slowly Aurors began to bring captured Death Eaters up to the warden's office and sit them down near the others that had already been placed there. Bones had either Harry or Neville put them to sleep as soon as they sat down. It makes them a lot easier to transport, that's for sure. In total there were 37 mercs and Death Eaters. All were dressed up as Death Eaters, but only some were marked. Bones went around and vanished their left sleeve of their robes and shirts to bare their arms to the world. That way they would know who the mercs were and who the real Death Eaters were. There were only 22 real Death Eaters and the rest were mercs. A lot of the Death Eaters looked like they were new recruits too. There were only 6 that looked like they were part of the old crowd. Harry didn't recognize any of them, but apparently Moody did. Although Harry did recognize one name, Fenrir Greyback. He was the werewolf that bit Remus Lupin when he was just 4 years old and turned him into a werewolf. The man was bigger and stronger looking than any of the other hostiles that they had taken into custody. He was scruffy and gruff looking and had an almost wild appearance about him. There was no comparison between this man and Remus. They looked nothing alike. You wouldn't know that Remus was a werewolf unless he told you he was. With Greyback there was no mistaking the fact that he was. It was obvious. and he was on the Ministry's 10 most wanted list to boot. So the Aura program was going to be getting a nice chunk of gold for that little capture. Since Greyback was limping with an arrow protruding from his right leg, Harry was pretty sure that the capture was due to the riders and not the Aurors, but like Bones had said, the Aurors get all the credit for this round. That means they get any rewards that go with it. Besides, the Aura program needs the money where the riders were doing okay without it. They still had 20% of that basilisk to sell. They managed to sell another 10% and refill the vaults back to what it had been, and more really. Ragnarok said he was going to sell the last 20% in Asia and India and see how the market is over there. But he expects massive returns on the sales of the final 20%. The basilisk stakes alone had netted them almost $4 million. The heart with all the heartstrings intact was another $1 million, and the injury and venom was selling like hotcakes too. Harry hadn't decided if he was going to sell the skeleton or not yet. He could probably get quite a bit of gold for basilisk ivory, it being so rare and all. Bladesmiths and carvers would undoubtedly pay top galleon for it, if he put it out on the market. He would have to think about it and talk to Neville first. Harry put to sleep the last of the hostels and then headed over to Bones to see if there was anything else she needed him to do. Thankfully she did not, so he went into the warden's office and looked around to see if he could help the others with the wounded. They had managed to get all those in critical already through to Madame Pomfrey. Anyone that needed to be on a stretcher had also been transferred, and they were slowly moving the people that could walk through to be checked out and released. Apparently Madame Pomfrey had called in some people from St. Mungo's, and there were 4 more healers working with her over at Hogwarts taking care of people as they came through. It took about an hour to get the wounded finally taken care of and the last broken arm, that they had already mended, sent through to have Madame Pomfrey to check over their work and give the Auror a clean bill of health and send on their way. When that was done, the riders headed out of the warden's office to see what else needed to be done. Bones was sending the captured hostels across on the barge in groups of 10 at this point, and she was down to the last 3, and so she decided that Auror Team 1, the riders and the last remaining hostels would go across together. Harry was talking with Bones over to the side as they were making their way across on the barge. The one thing that I was surprised with is that we didn't have more problems with the Dementors. Harry said, "It's the necklaces. They can't stand them. The runes in those necklaces work on them like cats to water. They hate it. It puts up a protective ward around you that they can't or won't cross unless they are absolutely starving, and those cases are rare, even in Azkaban. Plus, with so many of the necklaces being worn in the prison tonight, it was total chaos to them. It sent their senses off, and they couldn't really tell who was food and who was a deadly threat. So they decided to stay in their nest area and away from the prison area altogether while we were there. Thankfully. As much as Voldemort thinks he has control of those things, I don't think he was counting on us having those necklaces, or the Dementor's reaction to them." Amelia stated, as she fondled the necklace that she was wearing gently. These injured things were a godsend. They had gotten them in just a week ago. By pure luck they had them for this mission. The barge bumped into the dock on the other side of the bay and came to stop. The 2 barge hands quickly jumped off and began securing ropes to the dock. Once everyone was unloaded, Moody put portkeys on each of the hostels that had come across with them, and they were gone in the blink of an eye, right into a ministry holding cell to await their trial. Then the remaining Aurors began to apparate away, probably back to headquarters for a debriefing. Soon it was just Amelia and Moody and the riders. "How would you like to do this? You can use the flu here and go back to Hogwarts from here. Or you can use the flu and come back to headquarters with us and listen to the debriefing, then use my flu there and go back to Hogwarts." Amelia questioned. "That's all right, we will just flew over to Sirius's rooms from here. I know he is probably worried and all, so the sooner we get home the better." Amelia nodded, and then her and Alastair apparat out of there. "Come on you guys, let's go home. Draco mentioned something about cooking rosemary and herb fried chicken for dinner tonight, fried mushrooms, and I don't know about you, but that sounds real good to me right now." Harry grinned at the rest of the riders and got nods all around and a blush from Draco. Harry turned to the huge fireplace at the dock station and opened up the flue, and in a moment he walked on through. Each group walked through in their standard order, just as they had before, but single file, giving each person a few seconds to move out of the way before the next person went through. In a matter of minutes they were all home and safe, thankfully. Of course Sirius wanted a complete detailed debriefing of his own. so while Draco fixed dinner everyone told their story about what went on. Sirius thought the portable swamp and the fishing for Death Eaters was hilarious, but when he heard they captured Greyback he called Remus and had him come down and told him. To say Remus was a little shocked would be an understatement. Fenrir didn't normally go out on raids, he usually sent others out and stayed back and directed things from the shadows. For him to be captured so easily was nothing short of a miracle. He is the kind that would rather die than be captured, so to be captured by a simple arrow to the leg and a sleeping sphere is going to have him majorly struck off when he wakes up. They were probably going to have to make a special cell for him with silver bars or something to keep him in it. The man had fathered hundreds of werfolk, and so he was naturally the strongest and oldest of them all. Just as Harry was about to make another comment, food started popping onto the table, and every word in Harry's mind vanished, and the only thing he could think about was his grumbling stomach, which growled fiercely right about the time the platter of chicken popped into view. Sirius and Remus laughed at Harry's embarrassment, but he just blushed and waited impatiently for Draco to come to the table to pick his seat. When Draco finally showed up, the entire room clapped, thrilled at the possibility to be able to eat this deliciously smelling and looking food. Draco blushed but smiled and came over and picked out a chair next to Harry, and Neville then sat down. Everyone grabbed a chair and quickly sat down and began to eat. This was the life, this was what it was all about. A hard mission, then coming home to family. James and Matthew had eaten and been put to bed about an hour ago. And friends. The food was great, the company was great, and right now the world was great. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Where are they? Voldemort roared. Wormtail withered on the ground before the throne-like chair that Voldemort sat in, the recipient of again a course of the Cruciatus curse. I don't know, my lord. I can go to the paper and see if has been reported yet and see what they have to say about it, if you wish. Or maybe I could go to the ministry, yes, the ministry, and see if it is in chaos. Maybe they would have information on what is going on at Azkaban. Wormtail gasped out. Voldemort glared at the withering pile of goo on the floor for a minute, then thought about what he had said. Very well, go to the ministry, find out what those fools know, and be back within the hour. Take longer than an hour and you had better pray you have been captured, because the only other option left to you is deserter. And you know what I do to deserters. Now go. Get out of my sight. Yes, master. Wormtail belly crawled his way across the floor of the throne room to the main doors and out into the hallway before he even tried to stand up, not wishing to tempt Lord Voldemort's ire again. As he stood up he could feel each and every muscle in his body protest the movement quite venomously, so he moved quite slowly and with much effort. So he was in a half-crouch when the next person was carried out of the throne room by two others. Apparently Voldemort's ire was not settled yet, and he was still taking it out on the few of his flock that were still there at Old Mansion. After a significant amount of hopping around from place to place, and spending a week or two in each place, Voldemort had decided to claim his birthright. Or at least what he felt was his birthright. He and his followers moved into the old manor that belonged to the Riddle family in Little Hangleton. It had been abandoned years ago after the murder of the Lord, Lady and Thomas Riddle that horrid night, claiming their spirits still haunted that old manor. After dying in such an awful and mysterious way, with no idea about what truly caused the death of the whole Riddle family, whispers of all kinds raced through the old town like a hot knife through butter, each one that much more shocking than the one before. After a few weeks of cleaning and a few repairs here and there, the place became quite habitable. A few more weeks and it became even more so. Now after several months, the old mansion was looking almost as good as it had when it was in its prime. Although there was a dark and dreary nature to everything still, probably due to its current inhabitants. The Dark Lord had taken the ballroom and turned it into his throne room. He had picked one of the high-backed, almost throne-like chairs from the library and made it his throne, and a nice high table as his side table to be placed right beside his throne for his personal use. This was all put on a platform that had been constructed at the far end of the room that was usually set aside for the musicians or band to play in. The old manor even had its own dungeon and complete with about 10 cells, so they didn't even have to build that, they just cleaned it up a bit and there it was, a brand new fully stocked torture chamber and dungeon, one that any Dark Lord could be proud of. Wormtail scurried along the hallways of the old manor, rushing about to go do the Dark Lord's bidding. As he heard the pained wail of another individual face the wrath of the Dark Lord's wand, He reached the edge of the many impressive wards set up by the Dark Lord and he stepped across. It was like stepping from the darkness of night into the brightness of the dawn. Wormtail took a deep breath and sighed. If he was smart he would run. Run as far away from here as he could get. Run anywhere but get away from here, from the constant crucios, from the terror, the death, the pain. But no one said Wormtail was a smart individual. With one more deep inhale, Wormtail was off to the ministry to see what kind of madhouse it was right now. Hopefully he would be able to tell his master something and lighten his black mood he seemed to be in right now. Thankfully, St. Valentine's Day had been on a Sunday, so no one had missed any schooling that day. Although they did miss time with their family, which in their family was 10 times worse, the riders spent most of the evening just relaxing and finishing up what school work they needed to do for the upcoming week. It was calm and kind of peaceful, really. Something they all needed in order to chill out after the adrenaline-pumping roller coaster they had been on all day. When they went to sleep that night, Susan passed around a single dose of dreamless sleep for everyone, stating they all needed their sleep and just one night wouldn't hurt them. So they all got ready for bin and took their vial of sleeping draught, then gave in to the land of Nod as they slept. The next morning came all too soon for them. But they were up and doing their normal morning exercise like always, as if nothing had changed in their world. When they went into the dining hall, they noticed that people were staring at them a little, and Harry wondered what that was all about. He soon found out about it though, as soon as he relieved Hedwig of her daily profit and gave her her bacon. He caught sight of the headlines and he had to hide his flinch when he saw it. Ministry Aurors and famed riders stop breakout at Azkaban prison. The words stood out 2 inches tall on the front page of the Daily Prophet. There was a picture of the Aurors offloading the final group of Death Eaters from the barge encased in their glowing, yellow spheres and directing the spheres along the docking platform to the awaiting flu to the ministry. Thankfully, there were no pictures of the riders in the paper, nor a list of their names, but it still mentioned how much help they had been in preventing the breakout and capturing the Death Eaters. Harry was sure that Voldemort would be furious now. Dread began to fill his senses as he read the article. Until now the riders had been merely a footnote in the articles, or had been a passing glass here and there. But this time they were in the headline. Harry had wanted the Aurors to get all the credit and had made it clear that his people were not interested in the fame or glory, and here the prophet had destroyed that for them. He read through the article. Each paragraph brought about more and more unfavorable feelings. Harry decided that he would write his own article and send it in to the prophet and see if they would publish it. Maybe it would clear up some of the problem. So he took out his writing equipment and began to write his article while he waited for first bell to ring. Luna asked what he was doing and he replied, "I promised the Aurors that we wanted no recognition for that mission, and I am going to make sure that they get the recognition due to them." "How noble," she said in return. "So what are you going to do about it?" Neville asked. "I am writing my own article with all the pertinent information of what happened between the Death Eaters and the Aurors that night. And hopefully they will print my version of that night in the Prophet." "Do you want us to do the same?" Pavarti asked. Harry thought about it for a minute, then shook his head. "No, I don't think letting them know our numbers or the other people in the riders would be a good thing. If you all have ideas of what I should write, I would be happy to have help in writing this article. But I honestly think it should be just one article being sent in." The girls nodded and began whispering to each other excitedly, and that was enough to make Harry nervous. But soon they were writing down some suggestions on parchment and handing it to him. He looked over each recommendation several times and began writing, adding in a few of what the girls had given him here and there. They were really good suggestions after all. Harry was almost finished with the article when the bell rang and he had to put everything away and head to his first class, Charms. Thankfully he got there right on time as usual. They all sat down in their normal spot and got out their writing equipment and waited for the class to start. Professor Flitwick waited for everyone to get seated and settled before he began to speak. "Hello class, today we are going to go over something that is very handy in both the real world and in the dueling circuit. You have already learned Accio, or the charm, the summoning charm. Today we are going to learn the banishing charm, or Depulso, its opposite. The banishing charm was invented by Orwin Chadwick in 1873. But the single greatest Depulso master of all time was hero Diana Byrne. Allegedly, she had rescued a group of orphans from a wild grabhorn by banishing it over Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, and defeated a dark wizard in the Alps, who was purported to have been sent flying all the way to Durmstrang Castle in the far north of Europe. The Hall of Hero Diana was originally created by her as a place to practice the charm. It is currently located at the base of the Turris Magnus in Hogwarts Castle. Many an expertly played duel had involved a well-hit banishing or summoning charm. Professor Flitwick stated most excitedly. Now I know you all are familiar with the Accio charm, and what I want is for each of you to form up a line, and we are going to practice using Accio and Depulso to summon and banish a Canute across this table. Flitwick pointed to the long table he was standing in front of. Now each of you come down here and form a line, and we will begin. Harry put down his quill and got up and followed Neville and Luna down to the front of the room where Professor Flitwick has set up a long table for them to use as a practice area. Pavarti was following right behind Harry and the others. Once they got in line, Nellie and Harry switched places to stand back into their normal spots. So it was Luna, Harry, Neville, and Pavarti. Like it should be. Su Li was the first in the flood to try, and she did it brilliantly. The Canute flew across, and then at a second word the Canute came racing back to him, only to come back and it rest in Su Li's hands. Brilliant, Miss Li, absolutely brilliant. Next, Professor Flitwick called out. Next in line was Lisa Turpin, who nodded and approached the line. She had studied this charm excessively, so she expected to do it with an abundance of ease. She aimed her wand at the Canute, and then whispered, Depulso. The Canute went skating across the table until it touched the raised edge of the table. Plink. Then she said just a little louder, Accio, and the Canute came spinning back into her hand. Wonderful, perfect, Miss Turpin. Now you, Mr. Finnegan. Flitwick was practically dancing as each student stepped up to the table, and he waited excitedly by the table to watch as they worked on their charm. Seamus stepped up to the line and raised his wand and pointed it to the Canute laying on the table before him. Depulso! He shouted. The Canute raced across the table in flames. It then hit the raised edge at the end of the table and shot off the table and hit the wall behind the table, embedding itself in the wall itself, flames still shooting out the tiny hole it had made when it had entered the wall. Seamus stood there in shock, his eyebrows smoldering and his wand not doing much better. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mr. Finnegan, how many times must I tell you to pull back on your power when to try a new spell for the 5th time? Now put your eyebrows out before you are left with none once again. Miss Granger, you're next. Hermione had watched in shock as the flaming Canute had embedded itself in the wall, and had definitely not wanted to have any such effect, so when she stepped up to the table, she thought carefully about what she wanted to happen and pointed her wand to the new Canute, and in a clear voice she said, Depulso. The Canute raced across the table until it got about 3 inches from the barrier and then came to a slow, gentle stop. Then she said, Accio. And the same process happened in reverse, and the Canute whizzed back across the table to come to a slow, gentle stop right in front of her. Beautiful, such control. Mr. Longbottom, you are up, Flitwick announced. Neville walked up to the table and with wand in hand, he did a gentle wave of his wand and, Depulso, the Canute sailed across the table as if it was greased. Plink, tapping just perfectly on the opposite end of the table. Then Neville called out softly, Accio, and the Canute came rushing back into his waiting hand. This time the little professor actually clapped. Brilliant, perfect aim. You even managed to catch it. Flitwick was all smiles. Mr. Black, you are up. Harry stepped up to the table and waved his wand and gently said the incantation. Depulso. The Canute raced across the table and, plink, it hit the other side. Accio. As soon as he heard the plink sound, he called out for the Accio charm, and the Canute spun around in a tight U-turn and raced back and whizzed into his hand with a slap. Harry lifted his hand up and held up the Canute to show it to everyone. The whole thing had taken maybe 3 seconds. Fastest time yet, wow. Again Flitwick was clapping and bouncing from foot to foot. Excellent, excellent. You did it faster than anyone and got perfect results. Just excellent. Miss Lovegood, you're next. Luna put a little spin on things, quite literally, when she called out, Depulso. She did something with her wand that made the Canute spin all the way down the table and then, plink, it hit the other end. Accio, it came right back to her, spinning all the way back as well. If that had been a real goblin on that Canute, he would have surely thrown up by now with all that spinning. Pavarti was next, and she stepped up to the table and gave a gentle yet confident Depulso, and the Canute raced across the table to the other end. Plink! Then it hit the other end of the table and she called out, Accio, and the Canute raced back towards her, coming to a gentle stop before her. Brilliant, just brilliant. My word, you young people are doing so well. Padma Patil, you next, said Professor Flitwick excitedly. Her Canute performed almost exactly as her sisters had. Down and back again, with no hesitation, no pause, no overshooting the goal, and no losing control of the Canute at any time. The Canute behaved so identical to her sisters that if he didn't know any better, Professor Flitwick would have sworn it was the same girl performing the same charm a second time. It went like this through all of the students, each person trying and eventually succeeding to do the charm. Some had it down pat on their first try, others needed more help. Others looked like they had been doing the charm for years now. With each success, the little professor would clap his hands and praise the caster of the charm, telling them how proud he was of them. Or if they couldn't do it immediately, he would work with them until they could do the charm with ease. Even poor Seamus got another go at the Depulso charm before it was all said and done. The professor had just announced the next charm on their list for the next class and that he wanted a 12-inch essay on the new charm ready to hand in by the next class, when the bell for end of class rang. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti walked down the corridor to the Transfigurations class, and they met Draco about halfway there. Draco had just come out of his Arithmancy class and was telling them excitedly about what all they had done in class that day. Harry listened enthusiastically, he so loved that class. Both Arithmancy and runes really, but if he had to choose one over the other, it would probably be runes, to tell you the truth. Harry and Draco talked amicably as they walked down the corridor, then they all stood outside the doorway to the Transfigurations classroom. Harry and Neville got to talking about what they hoped the Transfiguration would be today, especially since Professor Black was having them go from a rock to the animal, then from the animal to the finished item, which allowed them to take their finished item home with them and keep it. At first they couldn't keep their items because it wasn't right to take a creature out of the wild and turn it into an inanimate object and keep it that way for any extended time frame, due to the fact that it was still a living creature and it just was not fair to the creature, no matter what the creature was when they started with was. But then Professor Black had them all start using rocks to create their creatures. Then from those creatures to their transfiguration, and it was decided it would be alright to put a permanent spell on the item since it was originally a rock, and that would not upset the order of nature. The door to the Transfiguration classroom opened and a group of giggling girls were the first to exit the room. After a few more gaggles of children came out of the room and a bunch of individual kids came out, the room was finally cleared and their class was finally cleared to enter. Of course, Harry and his crew were the first to step into the class, and they headed to their spaces and sat down and took out all their writing utensils and readied themselves for the lecture that Professor Black was about to give. Great. Everyone settle down and we will get right to work now, Professor Black stated as he began placing rocks on everyone's desk. The students immediately got excited since this meant that when the class ended they would be able to take their creations home if they wanted to. Excited whispers could be heard all around the room as the professor handed out the rocks and the students settled into their seats. Professor Black finished handing out the rocks and headed back up to the front of the classroom and began. Today we are going to be turning a cockroach into a brooch. But as you may have already guessed that we will be taking the long way around things, that way you will be able to take your creation home with you if you want to when we leave. He started. Now the first part of the incantations you need to learn is to turn the rock into a cockroach, so that would be Saxumblata. So everyone say it with me, Saxumblata, again Saxumblata, put more emphasis on the BL sound, Mr. Zabini. Let's try again, Saxumblata. Very good. The wand movement for this part of the Transfiguration is a slow, gentle spiral clockwise and a tap on the rock at the end of the incantation. Now, when you have changed your rock into a cockroach, you need to stupefy the cockroach as quickly as possible. That way it won't run of and escape. Then we will talk about the second half of the Transfiguration. Alright, everyone, go ahead and begin. All around the room you could hear people attempting to turn their rocks into cockroaches and stupefying them after they had the little beasts on their tables. Harry thought for a moment about what he wanted his cockroach to look like. He wanted it big enough for the second half of the incantation, so he created one of the giant cockroaches, just to be sure. His cockroach was almost 4 inches in length and looked like some monster out of a real scary story or something. Luna shrieked when she saw it. She could fight Dementors and Death Eaters all day, but a little old cockroach got a shriek out of her. Harry just shook his head and stupefied his cockroach and put it over to the side and waited. Neville agreed with Harry on making a big cockroach, so he copied what his brother had done and made a giant cockroach. His was only about 3.5 inches in length. But it was still as disgusting to Pavarti as the little bitty roaches that she occasionally saw scuttling about here and there. She really hated the nasty little things. Stupefy. Okay, now he could put it under the piece of cloth that he conjured and wait for the next part of the class. Luna winched and began. She chose to make a smaller cockroach, one that wasn't so nasty as the one that the boys has made, a Madagascar hissing cockroach. At least these cockroaches were interesting. Saxumblada, she stated after she had a clear picture of the hissing cockroach in her head. Then when it showed up she let out a little eep, and pointed her wand at the roach and gasped out a stupefy, freezing the insect before it could so much as it could take a step. Ekkkkkkk. No one had ever heard Millicent Bulstrode shriek before, but apparently she had a distinct aversion to cockroaches and had a slight breakdown when she saw one sitting on the desk right in front of her. Professor Black came rushing over to her and placed a small black cloth over the roach, and that calmed the young woman somewhat. Then he gave her another cloth to put over her eyes until this part of the transfigurations was over with. Pavarti decided to create an oriental cockroach for some reason, probably because it was the least threatening looking. It was large enough to make something out of, yet small enough that it would not be too threatening. Of course she still hid it under a cloth as soon as she cast the stupefy on the poor thing. That way she wouldn't have to look at it. She hated it when they used cockroaches in transfigurations. There were some of the people in the class that had major aversion to the blasted things and others that it just grossed out, she being a member of the later group. Finally the whole room had some kind of a cockroach sitting on the desk before them. Most had little cloths over their bugs and were sitting as far away from their creepy crawlers as they could be and still be sitting at their desks. A few other students were actually enjoying the nasty little things and were sitting there petting their cockroaches like they were puppies or something. All right then. It looks like everyone is ready for the next part of the transfiguration. So this part is a little more complicated. We are going to take the cockroach and turn it into a brooch. The wand movements for this one is a simple circular motion over the cockroach clockwise while you say the incantation. It is that simple. The incantation for it is Simexcucurbitula. This one is going to take a bit of work on the enunciation, so let's hear it, folks. Simexcucurbitula. Okay. We are getting too many vowels in there where there aren't any. Try again, Simexcucurbitula. Very well. As soon as you feel confident in your enunciation of the transfiguration, then you may begin. If you think you need more help, raise your hands. Sirius wasn't really surprised when over half of the class raised their hand. So he took a deep breath and headed to the nearest person and began helping them. Luna was the first to attempt at a brooch. Apparently she was eager to get rid of the cockroach on her desk. So she raised her wand and lifted the cloth of her cockroach and began to do the incantation. Clearing her neck, she said it quite clearly, Simexcucurbitula, and before her was a gorgeous hummingbird brooch, her and her hummingbirds. Since she was 5 years old and had Harry and Neville make hummingbirds come out of Dumbledore's wand at their birthday party. Luna has always loved hummingbirds. And this gorgeous little brooch was no different. The golds in it looked like amber. The blues looked like sapphire and the greens looked like emeralds. Each stone shimmered and sparkled with brilliance all its own, but together they were amazing. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and thought about what he wanted to make. Then opened his eyes and said the word, Simexcucurbitula. Then before him where his giant cockroach had stood was a beautiful brooch that looked like a vase full of lily flowers. Of all colors and combinations of colors. They were glorious. There appeared to be 6 flowers in the vase, and they were forged of a combination of seed-sized gems, put together with gold to bring out their sparkle. When Neville decided what he wanted his brooch to look like, he focused all his thoughts on it, and he said, Simexcucurbitula, and before him lay what he was thinking of, a golden fleur-de-lis. The design itself was a series of golden topaz and held together with antique gold. As the light hit the brooch, it ricocheted off and sent dozens of little tiny rays of golden light off all over, sparkling around the room. Draco was the next one of the riders to attempt to finish his. He opened his eyes and Simexcucurbitula. Then before his eyes lay out there a perfect rendition of peacock. The blues were sapphires. The greens were emeralds. The golden stones were golden topaz and the purple stones were amethyst. The colors shone so brightly and reflected off each other, making an amazing rainbow of colors and sparkles. Pavarti had finished her brooch right as Draco had, and she created a scarab beetle with gold and amber glistening everywhere. Its eyes were hematite that stood out amongst the rest of the jewels, making them appear to be huge and piercing. Pavarti smiled down at her new creation and looked over to Neville to see what he thought, and saw that he was smiling from ear to ear as he looked at her creation. He then looked into her eyes, which were sparkling just as much as her brooch. Others around the room were finishing their brooches as the riders were, and Professor Black walked up to Luna and saw her brooch and then picked it up and spoke to the rest of the class. "Class, here is Miss Lovegood's brooch. She created a hummingbird. See how delicate the wings and beak are, yet how the body has a wonderful array of colors and gems. It is an exquisite example of what is possible with a little imagination and just a tiny bit of skill. Excellent work, Miss Lovegood. 10 points to Gryffindor." Then he moved over to Draco's seat and picked up his brooch and showed it around so that the whole classroom could see it. "Here is Mr. Malfoy's brooch. You will notice how he used sapphires and emeralds to make the feathers stand out and be remarkable. Brilliant work, Mr. Malfoy. 10 points to Slytherin." Everyone in the room was looking at the brooch in awe and nodding about its beauty. Daphne Greengrass finished her brooch and Sirius moved over to see it. He picked it up and showed it off. "Now here is another little beauty. A mortar and pestle made out of mother of pearl and amber. Absolutely beautiful. 10 points to Slytherin." Professor Black kept going around the room and would show everyone the beautiful brooches when he came across one that was truly outstanding. He also handed out points to each individual as he showed their work to the class. Then Professor Black went around placing a permanence charm on anyone's brooch if they wanted to keep it. When he had finished that up, he allowed everyone to leave the class early, so they all went down to lunch and talked all the way about their new brooches as they went. "Hello, everyone," Professor Longbottom stated with a smile, as they all sat down in their places. "Today we are going to go through a rather interesting spell. Protego Horribilis. It is a wide area incantation, so keep that in mind when you think about casting it. The wand movement for this one is again just aiming your wand straight up in the air when you say the incantation. This spell is designed to cover about a 10 by 10 foot area, but that is with minimal effort. With enough effort one could expand the area of effect to several hundred feet if you have enough magic within you. There is also the possibility, if you have the ability and knowledge of how to tap into the ambient magic that exists all around us, or a nearby ley line that you can tap into, you can expand the size of the area covered exponentially. But remember that the standard size is quite small for your first try," Professor Longbottom stressed. Then he went over to the blackboard and tapped the board with his wand. A series of diagrams appeared on the board, and each one showed exactly what the professor had just said. A small dome of protection around an individual about 6 feet in circumference. Then the next one was about 20 feet in circumference. The next one encompassed a whole house, and the small man was standing in the doorway holding his wand upright as if he was doing the spell. The final one showed all of Hogwarts encompassed in a golden dome, and Professor Flitwick standing at the gates of Hogwarts with one hand held down to the ground, and it had a golden light rushing up to it, and the other hand had his wand in it, emitting a beautiful shimmering dome. Harry was busy copying down the illustrations when Professor Longbottom invited students to start coming down one at a time to try the incantation. Blaise Zabini was the first to try it. He managed to get a dome about 2 inches thick and about 4 feet around him. Everyone thought he did very well and clapped when they saw the results of his spell. He got 10 points for Slytherin for his dome and for being first to do the spell correctly. Then there was Theodore Knott. His Protego Horribilis stretched out about a foot from himself but was about 3 inches thick. He needed to work on the circumference of his dome, but the thickness of it was impressive. Draco was next, and his dome was at least 6 feet away from himself and about 3 inches thick. Everyone in the room clapped and a few people whistled. The riders were especially proud of how well he had done, and let him know it too. Harry's eyes caught Draco's as he returned to his seat, and there was no mistaking the pride he saw shining in them right there at that moment. Draco's chest swelled up just a little, and he blushed as he sat down. Happy thoughts running through his head as he grinned and tried to force the Malfoy mask back into place, but was having a hard time of it. He was smiling too much. After all of the Slytherins had gone through the attempting to making the Protego Horribilis, Gryffindors started to step up to the line, and the first one there was Dean Thomas. Dean raised his wand and spoke quite clearly, "Protego Horribilis." It only took a moment or two, and about 4 feet out from him appeared a rather shimmery-looking dome. It kept fading in and out of existence, but it was there. His dome was about 2.5 inches thick and would have been acceptable, except for the fact that it kept blinking in and out of existence. Finally, Professor Longbottom told Mr. Thomas that he should stop for now and rest for a few minutes, then try again after he has rested for a few minutes. He didn't want to go into magical exhaustion or anything like that now, did he? Dean headed back to his seat with his head hung low, feeling like a failure when Harry stopped him as he was about to pass him. Dean, I think I could see what the problem you are having is, Harry started. Dean was all ears now. I noticed that when you start your incantation your wrist is at an angle that is aligned with your body, but when you start with the spell you jerk your hand to the left, and I think that is what is throwing your spell off slightly. Harry stated. He had noticed the slight jerk in his friend's wand movement each when he tried to make the Protego spell before and wanted to tell him about it. Wow, I never noticed that before. I will try and pay more attention to what I am doing later when I try and do it again. Thanks, Harry. Now Dean was all smiles. He had thought the reason he messed up the spell was because he was too weak a wizard to do it right. Now he knew it was just because of a slight jerk in his wrist. That was something he could work on and fix in no time. That was injured brilliant. It was Neville's turn to do the spell, and when he did it the whole room took on a golden glow, and looked to be about 5 inches thick. All the students were amazed at the feel of such a strong Protego Horribilis. They had never felt anything like that before. It even had Professor Longbottom grinning from ear to ear. All right, Mr. Longbottom, you can release the spell now. No need to go into magical shock from using too much magic now, is there? So Neville released the spell, but he didn't even feel drained or winded at all. How strange. Then it was Harry's turn. Protego Horribilis, he called out gently, not wanting to make the dome the size of Hogwarts or anything like that. And again the whole room glistened a brilliant amber color and sparkled around each individual within it, as if it had added protection around each of them somehow. They all had a gentle smile on their faces from the feel of the sparkles around them. It was wonderful. That is quite amazing, Mr. Black. But you might want to release it now. Again, you don't want to go into magic shock from using too much magic. Frank was so proud of his boys he was practically bursting at the seams. These spells usually took a lot out of the caster, and these two were making it look like it was child's play. They always amazed him with their abilities. Every day they learned something or did something that just took his breath away. Luna was next, and her dome covered the whole room, but it wasn't as tall as Harry and Neville's dome had been, and it appeared to be about 5 inches thick. She held it for a couple of minutes and then released it and smiled real big at the professor, who nodded and smiled back. Luna was another one in his class that Professor Longbottom had his eyes on. Luna always manages to get the spell right the first time. Her spells were always nice and strong. They were never weak or fade out. They were always on point, never awkward or ill-aimed either. And just like his boys, she practiced all the time, taking extra classes if they are offered and working extra, whenever she could. They all took their defense classes so seriously that it just astounded him, although he guessed he shouldn't be, due to their activities with the riders. And he couldn't be prouder than he was with everything they managed to do with the riders. Finally, it was Pavarti's turn. She stepped up to the casting area and pointed her wand up into the air high above her, then said, Protego Horribilis. A nice gentle dome appeared around the room almost to the walls. It lacked maybe 3 or 4 inches, and it was nice and thick, perhaps 5 inches. Pavarti was all smiles as she released her spell and headed back over to her seat. Neville congratulating her the whole time. She had honestly done really well considering she had never had all their years of extra training and all. In fact, she had the least amount of training of any of them. Even Draco had had training when he was younger through tutors and specialists that his father has hired to teach him everything he felt a Malfoy should know. Draco was still getting those special classes and training in almost anything he asked for from his father right up until he went to prison. Lucius Malfoy may have done a few things that were questionable at best, but one thing that could not be questioned was that he was a good father. Professor Longbottom was trying to put out the fire on the ceiling that Seamus had caused when he tried to do the Protego Horribilis spell when the bell for the end of class went off. All right, folks. I want everyone to give me a 12-inch essay on Protego Diabolica for your next class and place your essays you did for today on my desk as you leave. Good work in class today, by the way, very good work. Harry sat in the corridor outside the Arithmancy classroom. Harry was going over his essay he had for today's class. The number 8 was fascinating, really, and he couldn't wait to get inside and start discussing it. Luna was reading his essay over his shoulder and pointing out bits and pieces here and there that especially caught her eye. She liked especially how Harry had compared the numeral 8 to the infinity symbol and how many of the defining characteristics of the number 8 could also hold true for the infinity symbol. It was all so fascinating when you looked at it that way. The door opened up and the class before them came out. The students were all smiles as they came out of the classroom, so it must have been a good class. That was an encouraging thing to see, so as soon as the last of the class cleared out, Harry, Luna, Neville, and Pavarti all headed into the classroom and took their normal seats up front, excited about what the class would pertain. Professor Vector once again had several words written on the board behind her, and each of them took out their parchment and quills and began writing them down as soon as they took their seats. When everyone was settled, Professor Vector began. Today we are going to explore the fascinating number 8. Now the number 8 in Arithmancy is a patient number, a symbol of abundance, authority, and balance, both cosmic and karmic. Revered for its infinite flow of energy, the numeral 8 attracts prosperity, power, and justice. It reminds us to balance material success with spiritual integrity for a fulfilling life. She began. Many numbers have special connections with various forms of magic, and the number 8 is especially good at working with Transfiguration. It represents the eternal loop of giving and receiving, birth and rebirth, the infinite flow of energy with no beginning and no end. In addition to its connection with wealth and prosperity, the number 8 is synonymous with authority, power, and leadership. Those under the influence of this number are often natural-born leaders, possessing a strong will and a determined spirit. They are driven by a desire to achieve great things and often find themselves in positions of influence. But with great power comes great responsibility, and 8 reminds us of the importance of balance between ambition and ethics, between material pursuits and spiritual growth. While the number 8 is undoubtedly powerful, it also teaches us about the importance of balance. Its influence can lead to immense success, but it can also bring about periods of intense challenge. The key is to embrace both the material and the spiritual, recognizing that true power comes from living in harmony with the universe's laws. By understanding and aligning with the energy of 8, you can harness its potential to create a life that is not only successful but also deeply fulfilling. The ruling planet of the number 8 is Saturn. The people that are 8s are all ruled and influenced by Saturn and in turn have the best relationships with 2s, 3s, 5s, and 6s, while they strain with relationships with 1s, 4s, 7s, 8s, and 9s. They do well in banking and commerce. They have a very logical and judiciary mind, so they would do well as a judge or in law enforcement. They are powerful and they are ambitious, so they do very well as business owners and heads of businesses. They are confident and determined. Their willpower and serious nature give them the strength to manage several projects or people successfully simultaneously. They accept unpredictable and unexpected changes well, and adapt and adjust easily to each new circumstance thrown their way. Professor Vector stated, and as soon as she took a breath there were at least half the class with their hands raised. So she began to call on them. Miss Padma Patil. The professor pointed over to Padma. Would an 8 do well in the medical fields? Padma asked. Professor Vector nodded, smiling. Oh my, yes. Like I said, they are wonderful at solving problems and work well with change, so with the unpredictable emergency room doctor or as a field medic would be something they would adore being. They would truly thrive in that constant changing, constant unknown atmosphere. The challenge alone would be something that would be such a draw to them. Suli had raised her hand. Yes, ma'am, you said that 1s, 4s, 7s, 8s, and 9s are not the best to work with an 8. Is there any one number that is worse than the others than the rest for them? Actually, getting 2 8s together is rather like putting 2 bulls in a china shop. The end results are never good, but at least they are both willing to adapt. The worst one, I think, is probably the number 1. The number 1 is a natural leader and a powerful figurehead, and that clashes against everything that an 8 feels deep in their bones. The only way around it is to find them a nice position that provides them with an adequate challenge. Miss Granger, you have a question. Hermione smiled real big and nodded. Yes, ma'am. Is there any job or occupation that an 8 would find demeaning or displeasing? Professor Vector thought for a minute, then stated. I would state that any job that society would consider demoralizing, disgraceful, or beneath the majority of them to maintain would indeed be difficult for the standard 8 to fulfill. They are individuals that naturally seek out to be the leaders in their field, So if their job is so frowned upon that they are already at the bottom of the heap to begin with, they will naturally avoid it. Like butler, maid, chimney sweep, etc. But those are just a few examples. I am sure there are several others. Harry raised his hand and Professor Vector nodded towards him. Do 8s always have to be in politics? Shaking her head, Professor Vector explained. Not politics necessarily, but they are natural-born leaders, so when it comes to war, there is no one better to lead your troops into battle than a good firm 8. The same way with your aura troops, a good solid 8 is an excellent choice for head of the department when it comes down to making that final choice. They are ready for unexpected changes, handle surprises and unannounced issues that just pop up out of the blue, and things like people out sick, people getting injured on the job, flash inspections, new rules or regulations that just show up out of the blue that you have to follow, unscheduled training that you somehow have to make sure all your people get by a certain date or they get fired. These things and hundreds more. Each one a huge irritant under someone else's skin, but to the steady and sure 8 they are just water under the bridge. Septima smiled over to Harry, who nodded back. Neville raised his hand and Professor Vector pointed towards him. With all the talk about balance and justice and all, I was wondering if 8s made good judges? The image of balance made me think of Lady Justice, and well, that made me think of the highest position in the courts, which would be a judge. Neville explained. Actually, they make excellent judges. They are fair and well-balanced when it comes to their options. They use logic, empathy, practicality, and the law as the means in which to dictate what they should do. Each side tipping the scales just slightly with each piece of evidence that is presented until a clear and unmistakable decision can be made. The professor stated. This brought about a thought with Pavarti, so she raised her hand and Professor Vector pointed to her. What about being an Auror? Would they do well with that? Yes, of course they would love the pursuit of justice and the truth. But they would always be in the pursuit of a step up in the hierarchy themselves. First a beat Auror, then a field agent Auror, then a detective Auror, then a supervisor, then district Auror, then chief of Aurors, then finally head Auror. Each step a triumph, each step a new victory to them. So working as a Auror would be thrilling for them. Sully raised her hand again. What about being a teacher? Being able to handle crisis better than almost anyone would be a great help there, I would think. True, Miss Lee, however there is not much upward mobility there, not a lot of a challenge really. They might become tired of the position rather quickly. I would say about the only way they would take a teaching position would be if it included some major fun during the off months. Like traveling during the summer part of the year, going to other schools, going to art exhibits, museums, archaeological digs, things like that. Something exciting during the summer months that is included as part of the job. Professor Vector explained. Any more questions about our exquisite number 8? When no one raised their hand, she nodded and then wrote on the board 12-inch essay on the number 8. Due Wednesday. Wednesday we will also be starting in on the number 9, so please have that section in your book reviewed. And if you have any questions about the number 9, have them ready for class. Before you leave class, please place your essays from last week on my desk. And you are dismissed, she stated just as the bell tolled. Harry, who was writing down their assignment in his homework notebook, got up and started to put his stuff back up and away. This had been an interesting class. He couldn't wait to do the research for the essay too. That should prove to be quite enlightening. Harry realized that arithmancy was so much more than just a few numbers down on a page. It was about the spirit of the numbers, the very life that the numbers could bring into the equation itself. It was also interesting to him. Balancing numbers, primary and secondary numbers, dominant and submissive numbers, positive and negative numbers, the list goes on and on. Harry's mind was running though what ideas he could get to make his essay out of, and the list was getting longer and longer as the second ticked by. He followed Neville, Luna, and Pavarti out of the arithmancy room and headed down to the dining hall for dinner. Each one was tossing back and forth their ideas for their essay. Harry thought he had the best subject picked out though, Aurors by the numbers. Compare and contrast some of the greatest Aurors of all times based on their numbers. Even Neville couldn't think of a better essay than that one. Harry was excited to get started on it, and he knew just by all the ideas racing through his head that it was going to be way longer than 12 inches. But oh well. Throughout dinner everyone was tossing names back and forth of who he should list in his paper, and so far he had an impressive list. Alastair, Mad Eye, Moody, Hesfiestus, Grim Detail, Theseus, Scamander, Mary, Jauncey, Amelia, Bones, Aesop, Sharp, Frank Longbottom Darcy Green. Harry looked over the names he had written down and nodded. He was pleased with what he had so far and couldn't wait to start working their names out with Arithmancy and seeing where they stood on the charts. He would have to look up their birth dates to get them in all the charts, but that would take just a bit more research. He was sure he could find the information in the library somewhere. He knew Frank's birthday, it was September 14th, 1959. And Amelia Bones's birthday is January 7th, 1951. The rest he would have to look up and see if he could find. Harry went to sleep that night surrounded by piles of books he borrowed from the library and books from his personal library. He had been reading until nearly 2 o'clock in the morning when he finally fell asleep amongst his research. He would be exhausted tomorrow, but who cares, it would be worth it. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Time seemed to be flying by for Harry and his riders. Between working with the Darkhorns, getting the prisoners back where they belong, including the new prisoners, that is, the new prisoners' trials, and taking care of waking them up and all, studying for the up-and-coming finals and doing schoolwork, their days and nights were pretty well filled, and that doesn't even begin to cover the training on the weekends. At times Harry felt like he wasn't getting any sleep at all, although he knew that he was. It was just that he was on the run from the time he got up until the time that he went to bed that made him so exhausted all the time. If it wasn't for the short breaks to do things like play music, or have a nice quiet dinner with his riders, or even race the Darkhorns around the Black Lake, he would probably be going a little nuts by now. Every professor had gone from 12-inch essays to 20-inch essays and were giving out pop quizzes at the drop of a hat. It was their way of saying, "Finals are right around the corner. Are you prepared for them?" All the riders were getting excellent grades on all their essays and quizzes, although nerves were getting worn to a frazzle. Everyone was thrilled when the headmistress announced the final Hogsmeade weekend. It was the week before finals, and they all needed to stock up on several things, so they were thrilled to get a break and get a chance to restock on their supplies. The first place they all wanted to go was Honeyduke Sweet Shop. They were all drastically low on all their sweets, especially with all the poker they had been playing lately. Harry grabbed 4 boxes of chocolate frogs and a case of every flavored beans. Then he picked up some sugar quills, ice mice, fairy floss, jelly slugs, and licorice wands. He also picked up some of that trickle fudge while he was there. Neville just rolled his eyes when he saw Harry's shopping basket, and then Neville went over and got a few more chocolate frogs himself. Can never have too many of them now, could you? The next place they all wanted to go to was the grocer's. Susan, Luna, Pavarti, and Padma, and Draco all stocked up on fruits and vegetables of all kinds. Harry grabbed some fruits and veggies while he was there too, although nowhere near as much. Then he went over to the meat department and picked up several nice steaks, roasts, and chickens. And of course he picked up some fish for fish and chips, mainly cod. Then he got some shrimp, lobster, and a few crabs too. He knew how much Luna loved her fish, so he got a few so he could cook dinner for her a few times. Next were the deli meats for sandwiches and cheeses, and of course breads. Harry of course bought a couple of the homemade pies they had there. They looked delicious. Then he went down the snacks aisle and picked up a few things, although their selection wasn't much. Mainly crisps and crackers and pretzels and such. That was rather disappointing, but hopefully they would be able to make a trip to a real grocer's market soon and stock up on the rest of their supplies there. Then everyone headed over to Zonko's to see what all they had new since they were last there. But in all honesty they had nothing new, which really disappointed Fred and George, but they still loaded up on the things they had used on the Azkaban mission. Everyone else went through and stocked up on anything they were low on as well though. Harry needed to go by Scrivenshaft's cool shop, so did quite a few others, so that was their next stop. He needed more ink. He knew that with finals right around the corner the last thing he needed was to run out of ink in the middle of a test or something like that, so he bought several bottles of ink. Harry chose blue and black for his tests and homework, then grabbed a green and red for his notes as well. Harry noticed that Luna had grabbed a couple of bottles of her beloved rainbow ink. It was ink that would change colors as you wrote with it. At the last minute Harry decided to get more parchment too. He had some, but he doubted it would be enough, so he grabbed a couple of large rolls of parchment and several smaller rolls of parchment as well. Then Susan wanted to go over to J. Pippin's Potions to stock up on potions and ingredients for potions, so they all headed over there to restock their labs. Almost everyone had been studying potions in their own lab and practicing making potions to get ready for their finals, so most of them needed to restock their ingredients. Harry knew he did. He had even brought a list of everything that he was out of or even low on, and he went up to the clerk in the shop and handed him his list. The clerk just smiled at him and took the list and headed over to the ingredients section of the shop and started bagging things up for him. While the clerk was doing that, Harry was busy looking through the books to see if they had gotten anything new in, and to his surprise they had 2 new books that he had never heard about, so he gathered them together in his basket. Then he headed over to look at the ingredients and found a few that he didn't have that looked interesting, and he picked them up as well. While he was doing all this, Susan had given the owner of the store a list of what all the riders needed and was now going through the pre-made potions to see if there was anything new that they might need to keep in stock. Luckily, she found a few that she thought they might need. One was a mouthwash that helped keep your teeth nice, healthy, and strong. Another was for heat rashes and hives of all sorts. A third potion she spotted was a new potion for migraines. It was supposed to work even faster than the one they were used to buying, so she grabbed some of those too. Although Harry was hesitant, the girls all wanted to head over to GODRICS Wizardwear. So with a labored sigh, they all went over there together. While the girls looked around, most of the guys hung around the door waiting to leave, well, all except Draco, that is. He was right in there with the female riders looking for some new shirts. Apparently Draco was in dire need of some new silk shirts right now, and GODRICS just so happened to have the shirts that he needed. He picked several off the racks and headed into the changing rooms to see how he liked them, while the girls were still looking around. That was when Harry spotted it. A hat. A perfect hat for Luna. It was a summer hat that appeared to be made out of woven straw with beautiful sunflowers all around it, and baby's breath peeking out here and there throughout the sunflowers to give it an enchanting appearance. Harry knew that Luna would just love this hat, and so he went over to the register and had them box it up and paid for it before she could spot it. Harry shrunk down the box and put it with his other purchases in his sack. He had just finished paying for it when Neville grabbed him and pulled him over to a stand full of belts. There was one there that had caught Neville's eye. But it wasn't for Neville, oh no, it was for Pavarti. The belt was about 3 inches thick and made out of silver chainmail. The links were smaller than standard chainmail, and so it appeared to be made for decoration, not for battle, although it would probably be used for both. Harry whispered to Neville that it would look real good with their standard rider uniforms, plus she could wear it with other outfits as well. Neville nodded, and he picked out the belt that would be in Pavarti's size and took it up to the counter and paid for it, hoping she would like it. The girls spent nearly an hour in the clothing store, and at some point the guys decided to head over to their next stop, the bookstore just down the street. They left Christian at GODRICS so he could let the girls know where they had gone and could guard them until they got back together at the bookstore. Harry managed to find several Arithmancy books that looked interesting and a few runes books that looked really cool too. Then he headed over to the defense section and found several more. He was browsing through the history section when the other half of their group walked into the store. Luna and Pavarti came over to where Harry and Neville were looking through the history books. "So did you find yourself some nice new outfits over there?" Harry asked Luna. "Yes, no thanks to you. That was very sneaky of you all to come over here while we were in the changing rooms. What a shock it must have been to poor Christian to be called over to give his advice on our outfits. You guys owe him big for that, you know." Luna waggled her finger at Harry in a disapproving manner, then tapped him on the nose. "Naughty, naughty, naughty," she said, as serious as she could under the circumstances. Pavarti had a much more direct manner of going about it. She just came over and smacked Neville in the arm and said, "The next time you leave like that, you can just bet that you will be eating alone for a while, because you will not be sitting next to me." And with that, she left them with a huff and headed over to the medical section to see if they had any new books since the last time she was there. Neville looked a little pale and headed over to Pavarti to apologize and showed her the belt that he had gotten for her. This brought about a little squeal and a hug. All hurt feelings were forgotten. Apparently she loved it. She probably would have put it on right then, but she had on her battle gear and she didn't want to get in trouble for being out of uniform or anything like that. Seeing how pleased Pavarti was with the belt, Harry reached into his sack and pulled out the shrunken hat box and handed it to Luna. She gave it an odd look, then realized that it was a shrunken package, and unshrunk it, then peeked inside. She gasped as she took her first look at the pretty hat, and giggled as she took it out of the box and placed it on her head. She conjured a mirror and looked at herself in the mirror, then giggled again. Apparently she loved her present as well. The hat definitely looked cute on her. The sunflowers set off the gold in her silver blonde hair, making it sparkle so. This hat would go wonderful with the 2 new sundresses that she bought just a few minutes ago. that Harry hadn't even stayed around to look at. Luna placed the pretty hat back into its box and put the box in her sack. She would try on her sundresses with her hat and see how they looked with it later. She then reached up and gave Harry a kiss on the cheek, and giggled as he blushed. Apparently he was forgiven as well now as well. Luna joined Harry in his search for some new history books, and then they went over to the section on Transfiguration. Harry wanted to see if there were any new books out that he didn't have in Transfiguration, and he actually found several that had either came out in the last 3 years or they had been out of and had just restocked since he was last there, so he was thrilled. The last section they both wanted to hit was the potions section, so they rushed over to that section before all the good books could be taken and checked out what was there. Harry was pleasantly surprised when he found 2 books on ingredients that he didn't have and 3 on potions he didn't have. Luna found 2 on ingredients she did have, but only 1 on potions she didn't have. She had gotten the other 2 through the mail during the year when they had first came out. Apparently she had forgot to show the new books to Harry. Not that it mattered now he had a copy of the books himself. They finished looking around and noticed everyone else was in line to check out, so they gathered up their books and headed over to get in line as well. Harry was glad that he had shrunk down all the books that he had wanted and put them in the basket that he was carrying, or else he would look like a total idiot carrying a huge stack of books up to the counter. He guessed he had maybe 30 books altogether picked out. Luna went over to the beast and creatures section to look at those for a while to check them out until the line got a little shorter. Finally, it was Harry's turn at the register and he checked out. At some point Luna slipped in right behind him. Harry couldn't believe the number of books he had gotten, but he had to admit there wasn't a single book he was willing to put back, so he wasn't going to argue or worry about it. Luna actually found a number of books in the creatures section and was practically bouncing around with happiness behind him. Her own little pile of shrunken books in her basket almost rivaled his own now. Once everyone was checked out and waiting outside, they decided to head over to the 3 broomsticks to grab something to eat. So that is where they all headed. All around them were kids and residents heading this way and that. Kids excited to be out of the castle for a change, and residents of Hogsmeade just trying to avoid being trampled on by all the rustling and bustling of the invasion of the Hogwarts kids. Harry and the riders sat down at table, and again it was Rosmerta that came and waited on their table herself. Harry just smiled and gave his order, as did all the rest. He couldn't resist a comment on how beautiful she looked today, and she couldn't resist smacking him on the arm with her notepad. But she went away smiling. "Is there any place else that anyone wants to go, or are we about done here?" Harry asked. "I really need to get back to studying," Cedric stated. After all, it was his 6th year, and he needed this one to be real good because he wanted to thumb his nose at his father one more time and show him that he didn't need him to be a success. Plus, he wanted to make his mother proud of him too. "Yeah, same here. I think I have taken off as much as I dare. I need to get back to studying," Neville added. Everyone else regretfully nodded. Even Harry had to agree. But he did so with a heavy sigh in the end. "Okay then. Let's eat here, then we will head back and hit the books. Maybe some of the books we just got will help with the studying." Everybody liked that idea, so they all looked at the menus and tried to figure out what they wanted to eat. "I want their fish and chips. Last time it was fantastic," Luna said, licking her lips. "Yeah, me too," Pavarti agreed, putting down her menu. "Same here," Susan nodded. "But I want a Caesar salad as well." "Oh, that sounds good. Fish and chips and a garden salad for me," Padma said. "That's what I want as well. But I want that Caesar salad," Draco said. "I think I want a salad now too. I want a chef salad," Luna said. "Fish and chips and garden salads for us, please," called out George. "I want the chef salad, but I want it with the steak and kidney pie. That is the special of the day," Cedric said. "Well crap, I thought I knew what I wanted and you pull out the steak and kidney pie, and now that sounds good too. Okay. I guess I want the chef salad and the steak and kidney pie as well then," Christian stated. Neville listed to everyone else, and then he said, "I want the Caesar salad and the fruit and cheese plate as well. I want the fish and chips and that fruit and cheese plate," Harry had said just as Rosmerta came back to the table. It only took a couple of minutes for her to take their order now that they had all figured out what they wanted to eat. Once Rosmerta had left, Harry asked if there was anything that his companions were having a problem with in any of their classes. Neville spoke up and stated, "I am having a bit of a problem with the Chaldean method. I can't get the number correct in the matrix sometimes, and I don't know if I will pass the test without a miracle right now. Don't worry, we will help you study on that one. I know that I get stuck on where the letters are supposed to go as well. We could all use a little help remembering the Chaldean method versus the Agrippan method. The Agrippan method is easy to work with, but there is no chance she will put in just that one. She is bound to put in 1 or 2 questions using the Chaldean method. I am just hoping that I can keep all the meanings of the numbers correct. They are also overlapping yet different too. That's my problem, Harry sighed. Draco nodded. I know what you mean, that overlap is what gets to me. Because if the question is what number best represents strength and courage, you could say 1, 3, 5, 7, 8 or 9, depending on how you were looking at it. But if she said which number is the most fearless, I would have to say it would probably be the number 1. Just because of its many characteristics that would fill that quality. Yeah, and if she went into the different properties of a single number, I am not sure if I could remember them all right now. I know all the main ones, but it is the little ones that impress the teacher if you remember them, and those are the ones that I have problems remembering. Harry said with a frown. Why not set up a study session tonight? We can focus on arithmancy tonight, and tomorrow we can work on runes in the morning and potions in the afternoon or evening. Luna suggested. Harry smiled and nodded. That sounds great to me. How does it sound to everyone else? Everyone nodded or verbally agreed to Luna's idea, and the plans were set in motion. As they were discussing time frames, Rosmerta served their meal, and it brought about a round of cheers and thank yous from everyone. Dinner was delicious, everyone was very well sated and ready to head back to Hogwarts. They walked slowly up to the carriages, a little too full from their dinners, but no one was complaining. Everyone got into the carriage tier by tier. The first carriage had tier 1 in it, the second carriage had tier 2 in it, and of course the third carriage had tier 3 in it. They all headed to Sirius's room and went into their room to take out their trunk and then unpack everything and put it all away. Harry was so glad he had his trunk set up the way he had it. He had so many shelves in his potions room to put his potions and ingredients on, he didn't think he would ever run out of shelf space. And his kitchen was the perfect size for him, plenty of cabinet space and storage space. With the pantry he could store 6 months' worth of food in there easily. He was so looking forward to their camping trip. He could hardly wait. He had already started his shopping list a while back and had been adding to it whenever he thought of something new. And it was getting pretty long too. He couldn't wait until they got to go to Sainsbury's again. Maybe they could go there before they headed out on their summer trip. Maybe hit one of those roadside farmers markets or something once they have headed out. The non-magicals would only see big black horses, and not darkhorns, so they would not be a threat to them at all. Plus they had the 5 standard horses going along with them anyway. Fred, George, Susan, Cedric, and Draco would all be riding on standard horses anyway. That is, unless by some miracle Draco didn't find his Darkhorn at the Rider Castle when they went there. Which could happen, although Harry wasn't holding his breath. Everyone came down to breakfast a little apprehensive. They were going to hand out the test schedules that morning, and then they were supposed to head off to their first test right afterwards. Harry was betting on Transfiguration, Neville was betting on Charms, Pavarti was betting on defense, and Luna wasn't saying, so they all just looked at her worried, but she would just smile and shake her head at them all and raise her head up as if to say, I'm not telling to everyone. Sometimes that little witch could be such a pain. They didn't have long to wait, and Mrs. Longbottom brought the examination schedules over and handed them out to everyone. Harry looked at them and sighed. It wasn't going to be too horrible like he thought. Monday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Transfiguration. Monday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Charms. Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. History of Magic. Tuesday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Potions. Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Herbology. Wednesday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Defense Against the Dark Arts. Thursday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Care of Magical Creatures. Thursday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Astrology Part 1. Thursday from 9 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. Astrology Part 2. Friday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Arithmancy. Friday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Runes. Saturday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. First Aid. They were going to have a really rough Thursday, but other than that it was only 2 tests per day, and that wasn't too horrible. They could manage that easily. Most of the tests they would be finished long before the time was run out for the tests, just like they always did. Normally Harry went over his answer a couple of times and checked for things like spelling or punctuation or grammar errors. Then he would hand in his work and leave the class early and wait for the others in the hallway while he studied on his next test. Or if it was lunchtime he would head on down to lunch. So the first test was Transfigurations. He was right. Harry couldn't help but smile over to Neville, who just stuck his tongue out at his brother, then smiled back. Those two and their tomfoolery. Harry didn't think that he had ever been mad, really mad at Neville in his life. Not even for the little stuff. They would just laugh it off and it was over with. If it was something they didn't understand, they would talk it out until they did understand it, and then it was over with. They were weird that way. The worst fight they ever had was when they were 6 years old and Harry accidentally wore Neville's fishy shirt and got ketchup on it and it stained it. Neville was really upset, so Harry went and got his matching fishy shirt and gave it to Neville. Argument over with. They both wore the same size, both wore the same clothes since they were real little, and half the time Alice dressed them up like twins, and they loved. So if one had a certain outfit, you could bet the other one did too. It was a rare occasion that they had anything that the other one didn't get to. As soon as breakfast was over with, they all headed over to the Transfiguration classroom for their first finals of the year. This one could either be really, really tough or it could be relatively easy, depending on how big a jerk Professor Black wanted to be. They all headed into the classroom and sat down and waited for the professor to say they could flip over their tests. Once everyone was seated and quiet, Professor Black announced, "You may turn over your tests and begin." Harry flipped over his test and took his first look at it. He could hear groans all over the room, but from the three sitting right around him, he didn't hear a thing. They were just busy marking the paper and quickly going on to the next question. Harry gave the test a quick once-over, then began marking the test himself. Most of the questions he had expected, so they were easy. There were a few that took a minute or two to think about, but not too many like that. Mainly the ones that they had transfigured from a rock into something, then from that something into something else. Those were the only tricky questions on the test. And the four of them had studied those transfigurations extra hard just last night, so it was still fresh in his head. Harry was thrilled with the extra credit questions. They were easier than some of the regular questions on the test. You just had to know your Latin and do a little bit of practical supposition as to which would be the most logical. If you got all three of them right, it could add 15 points onto your score, and Harry was pretty sure he got all three of them right. So he couldn't wait to see what he got on his test part. Charms finals were next. The written portion was fairly easy. It was 20 fill in the blanks and 20 matching. Then they had 3 that were essay questions that were all about the history of the charms they had learned during the year, which were a little more difficult if you hadn't paid attention in class, which they had, thankfully. Then for extra credit, he asked about the Scourgify charm. Thankfully, Harry had been able to do that one for a few years now and knew all about it. So that was an extra 10 points there. When it came time to do the practicals, it was the Point Me charm. Then for an extra 5 points if you knew how to do the Scourgify, which Harry did. In fact, Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti all did. Harry was pretty sure so did Draco, Susan, and Padma. So that was some easy points all around. After the charms final, they all headed down to Sirius's to relax and get ready for tomorrow's tests, History of Magic and Potions. They all had dinner down in Sirius's room. They fixed it in their trunks but brought it out into Sirius's dining room, that they had enlarged to fit them all, and sat down to eat out there. Once they finished dinner, they decided that they would all work on potions for a while, even Christian and Cedric, who weren't scheduled to take their potions test until Thursday. Then when it got to be almost 9 o'clock, they took a break and began studying History of Magic. At least most of them did. Cedric and Christian had Transfigurations first thing in the morning, so they decided to study that instead. Fred and George had Defense Against the Dark Arts first thing, so they focused on that instead too. But the rest grabbed their notes and essays they had done in history and began to go through them and compare notes and see what all they had missed or thought they had missed. They were so busy studying they didn't even realize it until Sirius came in and told them that it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. They all gathered up their things and put them away and headed off to bed, tired but feeling good about their tests the next day. Harry, Neville, Pavarti, and Luna all walked into the History of Magic classroom and sat down in their normal space and waited for their tests to be handed out. Once everyone was seated, Professor Lupin handed out the tests face down. Nobody turned them over or even peeked at them until the professor announced that they could. Harry noticed that the first part of the test was simple matching and true and false, so that was a breeze, but the second half of the test was all essay questions, 10 of them. That meant half your score came from the essay questions. So unless you were good with essay questions, you could easily fail your history test even if you got all the rest of the questions perfect. Unless, of course, Professor Lupin gave more credit to the matching and true and false than he did the essay portion of the test, which was always a possibility. Then there was the 3 extra credit question at the end. You were supposed to choose one out of the 3 and write what you knew about that subject. Harry couldn't decide whether he wanted to do the one on Adalbert Waffling, the theologist who wrote the fundamental laws of magic, or Artemisia Lufkin, the first female minister for magic. Both were fascinating subjects to him, and he knew he could do each of them justice in his writing about them, but which one to do? He finally decided to do Waffling, since he imagined that most of the girls would choose Lufkin. Harry had checked his test over twice for errors and finally was satisfied, so he took it up to the front and handed it in. He noticed he was maybe the 5th or 6th one to hand theirs in by that time. But he didn't really care. He would rather make sure that he had it all right than be the first to finish. He laid his paper on top of the others, face down like the others were, and then headed out of the classroom as quietly as he could. Neville was sitting outside waiting for him and the others to leave as well, so Harry sat down with him and breathed a sigh of relief that that test was over with. Potions is next, but Harry was pretty sure he was going to ace that one. Neville watched Harry as he sat down and leaned his head back against the cool castle wall behind him, then heard him take a huge breath and sighed. Neville knew what his brother was feeling. Relief. Relief that the harder of today's tests was finally over with. I think Professor Lupin had gone around the bend or something. That is the worst test I have ever seen from him. Half the injured test was essay questions. I think he was trying to prove a point. If you can memorize things but not do essay questions, you will do poorly on the test. If you can do essay questions but can't memorize things, you will do poorly on the test. If you can do both equally well, then you will do well on the test and do really good with the extra credit as well. It was his way of saying you can't rely on one kind of ability, you need both to succeed in school, not just one or the other. Harry stated after he thought about it for a minute or two. Sounds like he was trying to make a point to one person, who shall remain nameless, and I hope she understands what he was trying to say. Neville stated, "Yeah. Would be nice if we didn't have some crazy blow-up about our scores again this year." Harry smiled at Neville. Just then Luna and Pavarti walked out of the classroom, followed shortly by Padma. The girls were all smiles and chattering amongst themselves, giggling when they realized they had all chosen Lufkin for the extra credit. Although each one had chosen a different viewpoint to focus on, so none of their essays were even remotely similar. Luna had focused more on the fact that Lufkin was just one of many brilliant ministry for magic that were female and had listed all the others as well. Pavarti focused on Lufkin's love of Quidditch and getting the Wizarding World Cup brought to Britain during her term as minister, while Padma focused on Lufkin's establishing the Department of International Magical Cooperation and being the female that held her office the longest to date. Pavarti said goodbye to her sister, who sat down to wait for the rest of her class. And then the rest of them headed off to go to Potions, which was their next test. They met up with Draco, who had just gotten out of his charms test with the rest of the Slytherins, and they began to debate on what the potion or potions they would have to do as the practical would be. Harry was hoping for the antidote to Uncommon Potions potion, while Neville wanted it to be the Confusion Concoction. Ever since Neville had heard about the history of that potion, it had become his favorite potion to research or write about. When the bell rang for the class to clear out, over half the class was still there. That meant that over half the class hadn't managed to finish their potion or test by the time was over. He didn't know which one they did first, since technically you could do either first. Both Harry and Neville intended on doing the practical part of the test first, and he thought Luna and Pavarti were going to do the same thing, but Harry wasn't sure about that. The last of the other students finally left the classroom and they were allowed into the room. Professor Lovegood was already passing out the test as placing them at the seats that the students normally sat. Harry sat down and waited until the professor said that they could start their test to turn the tests over. Once in their seats and quiet, she gave the all clear to begin the test, and so Harry turned over his test and began to look through it. At the bottom of the test it listed what the practical would be: the new skin potion. The potion that created, if done right, a strip of new skin that was about 3 inches by 5 inches in size. It was mainly used on people that had been burned, but there were other uses for it as well. Its primary use was cosmetic, although preventing infection and helping aid in healing were also listed in its strong points as well. Once he saw what the potion was for the practical, Harry went up to Professor Lovegood's desk and asked if he could the practical part of the test first. The professor thought it was a little odd to ask that, but agreed to let him do that, And so Harry went over to the ingredients closet and grabbed what he would need to start his test and went and sat down. he took out his equipment and started his practical. Seeing what Harry was doing, Neville, Luna, Pavarti and Draco all got up and went and headed over to the potions closet. They got in a line outside the ingredients closet and waited for the person before them to exit the closet so that there would be no possibility of cheating, as it were. Once one left with their ingredients, the next would go in and get theirs, then head to their seat and start their potion. The other students were looking around at them as if they were insane. The potion was the hardest part, and they were doing it first? Are they crazy? It was about 2:30, maybe 2:45, when Harry finished his practical and cleared off his desk and handed in his practical, then went back and began to do his written part of the test. Harry could see out of the corner of his eye when Neville do the same, as did Luna and Pavarti. Harry was on his 10th question when he noticed Draco handing in his practical and then returning to his desk to start the written part of the test. So far no one else had even started the practical part of the test as far as Harry could see. Harry was on question 20 when he noticed Dean Thomas was getting up to go to the ingredients closet, and he was the first one to get up to do so. Harry was beginning to see just how brilliant it had been to do the potion first was. He only had answer 15 questions and the extra credit 3, and he would be done, and the people that had done the written part first were just now getting up to do the practical portion of their test. Chances are most of them would not be able to complete the test by the time the bell rung. Harry had to make sure he told Fred, George, Christian, and Cedric about this. It could make the difference between an acceptable on the test or an O, or maybe even an O. He knew the twins had their test in potions tomorrow, and he thought Cedric and Christian did so later on Wednesday, so maybe they would all get a chance at being on the scoreboards this time. The last 3 questions on the test were essay questions on the confusing concoction, the wide-eye potion, and the new skin potion that they had just done in the practical. Each question wanted to know a little history behind each one of the potions mentioned, and thankfully Harry remembered those 3 classes well, and remembered the research he had done for the essays they had written on the potions in question. Now the extra credit questions were about Bones Mend potion, the antidote for uncommon poisons versus the antidote for undetectable poisons, and the shrinking potion. Harry looked at the old clock on the wall and nodded. With any luck at all, he would have time to do all 3, if not, no biggie. They were just for extra credit anyway. So he took a deep breath and began. 15 minutes later he sighed and put down his quill. It was over with, at least for him. That had been a rough one to take, and if he hadn't done the practical first, he didn't think he would have finished on time. But looking at the old clock, the others still had 5 minutes, and that was all. Getting up from his desk, Harry went up to the front and handed in his test. Professor Lovegood smiled at him and took the test, then laid it face down on her desk, on top of the others that had already handed their written tests in. On his way back to his desk, he passed Neville heading up to hand his test in and gave him a big smile as he did so. They had both managed to finish their test. Hooray! Then they both went back to their seats and sat down, taking out their notes on herbology class to study up for the class tomorrow. It was their first test in the morning after all. Harry was actually more excited about the second test tomorrow, Defense Against the Dark Arts. He could hardly wait for that one. Harry had just finished his review on Dittany when Luna and then a couple of minutes later Pavarti got up and headed up to the professor's desk to hand in their tests. It was just 2 minutes till time was over for the test when they had handed their test in, and Draco walked up to the front and handed his in with a smile. 1 minute later the bell rang and the test was over. Draco was the only Slytherin to finish the test apparently, but thankfully all the riders had finished their tests. Harry would have to tell Susan and Padma about that little trick when he saw them tonight too. He would hate to see them mess up just because they had never thought about taking the practical part of the test before the written part first. Harry bet that most people didn't even know you could do that, or that taking the practical portion of the test first was even an option. Some classes wouldn't let you take the practical first, like in astronomy class they had to do that one at night and all. Others you could get away with it, like here in potions. That night at dinner Harry went over to Padma and told her about doing the potion practical first, and that they and Draco had, and that they were the only ones that actually finished their tests in potions today. Everyone else was left with a partially complete potion. Hermione overheard Harry telling Padma that, and started shrieking about him cheating on the final. You can't do that. It's cheating. You should get an automatic fail on that test. No wonder you get such good grades. You cheat. Hermione was shouting across the dining hall. This time it was Professor Lovegood and Professor Black that came over to the Ravenclaw table. Professor Black was the first to speak. What is going on here? Why are you screaming like a damn banshee this time, Miss Granger? Harry Black is a cheat and should be punished as a cheat. He should be expelled or something. He just told Padma Patil how to cheat on her potions exam and I heard him do it. He admitted to doing it in class. Hermione stated, glaring at Harry. And what exactly did he say that was cheating? Black asked. He told her to take the practical part of the test first, then do the written part. That he did so and that he and the others that copied what he did were the only ones in the class that actually finished the test. The rest of the class all got incompletes on their practicals for not finishing their potions in the allotted time. Hermione said. Professor Lovegood wanted to roll her eyes so bad right now, but she restrained herself, just barely. Instead she said, Miss Granger, each individual that wanted to do their practical first, came to me and got permission to do so prior to starting to do their potions. It isn't something that is often done, simply because people don't realize you are allowed to do the practical part of your test on most of your tests prior to the written portion of the test where it's applicable, of course. Now you have made enough of a fool of yourself and have embarrassed both Miss Patil and Mr. Black enough for one day. I think you should apologize and return your attention to your own meal instead of listening in on other people's conversations that you were not invited into in the first place. But what he is doing is cheating, surely you can see that. The other students didn't finish the test. Hermione tried. I will state this only once more, Miss Granger. He was not cheating. He asked permission to do the practical first, as did several other students in that class. And yes, they were the only ones to actually finish the test before the end of class. The other students will be graded on what portion of the test they managed to finish and their written portion of the test. Although they will not be candidates for an honors plus like those that completed the test will be. And before you go off spouting that they cheated again, I want you to show me where in the mandate of the Hogwarts rulebook does it state that a student cannot request and get permission to take the practical portion first prior to the written portion of their finals. When you have found that specific rule, you bring it to me and I will indeed punish them and make all due corrections and see that they take the tests again properly this time, since it would have been my error and my choice for letting them take their practicals first. I will not punish a student that would essentially be my error. Now if you don't wish to sit down and remain quiet, I suggest you leave and start your search in the library at this point, if you are so driven to prove me in error. But please allow the rest of us the respite we deserve from hearing you shout while we are trying to eat. Professor Lovegood stated. Hermione stood there for a minute or so, and then turned around and headed out of the dining hall in the direction of the library. This time Persephone didn't even try to hide the roll of her eyes. She looked over to Sirius and rolled her eyes, and he just closed his eyes and shook his head as if he was saying, Don't bother. Even if she could hear you, she wasn't listening. Both of them just sighed in relief that Hermione was out of the dining hall for now and returned to their meal at the head table. Both surprised at how much one measly third year could put them off their food. Persephone merely wavered her forgotten meal away and decided on a fresh cup of tea instead. And Sirius did the same but requested butterbeer instead. Harry explained what was going on to Susan, Cedric, and Christian and told them to ask about doing their potions practical first, that they had, and they were the only ones that had actually finished the test on time too. Susan thought it was a good idea, but she could just see Hermione shrieking and throwing a fit during the Ravenclaw/Hufflepuff class tomorrow, saying they were cheating even if they did get permission from the teacher. Susan wanted to try it just to see what Hermione would do about it. Would she throw a fit and try to interfere in their testing, or would she wait until their test results came out, and if she didn't like her results then yell foul and demand that the potions test results be recalculated or worse, dropped completely? We shall see. Harry decided to go to bed early that night. There was too much talk about Hermione this and Hermione that. He just wanted to get some time where there was some peace and quiet without Hermione in it so that he could study for his herbology and defense class tests the next day. Was that too much to ask? He headed off to bed as about 8 that night, and I guess that was a clue to the others that that was enough talk about Hermione, because that particular subject was dropped and everyone else got down to some serious studying. The rest of the night went pretty quiet for everyone really. They all decided to head off to bed around 11, which was early for a finals night for them. They didn't realize that Harry was busy making fudge in his kitchen as he studied herbology at 2 in the morning. He had taken a little nap at 8 but couldn't sleep, so he got up and went back to studying. Then he got the munchies and wanted something sweet. He wanted treacle tart fudge. He had been working on the recipe for months and he thinks he had finally gotten it right. If not right, it was close enough to it that it tasted delicious to him. So he was now in his kitchen eating his treacle tart fudge, drinking tea and looking up the different uses of aconite. To say the least, he was wound up. He was on a killer sugar high. This was his third pot of tea. And his mind just wouldn't shut down. At 4 o'clock he went in and took a few drops of nighty-night, a mild sleeping aid that was nowhere near as addictive as dreamless sleep was. It was like the kid-safe version of the stuff. Then he went in and got in bed and was asleep before his head hit the pillow. The next morning Harry got up with a surgery film in his mouth that reminded him he forgot to brush his teeth before bed, and a slight headache. He had only gotten 2 hours sleep, but he had to get up and exercise with the rest of them, headache or not. So he took a headache level 2 remedy and brushed his teeth, then got dressed for their normal routine. Even if it was finals, there was no excuse to get sloppy. So he headed out. They all gathered in Sirius's living room and headed out to do their normal warm-up. Harry was halfway around the Black Lake before he realized his headache was finally gone. Normally you take the potion and it clears up immediately, but this time it didn't do it. This time it took a while to go away. Must be because it was due to a lack of sleep. Well, he would finish his tests and come back to his rooms and take a nap for a while or go to bed early for real tonight, something like that. Because Thursday was their long day and he would need his rest for that day. They all took a quick shower and changed for classes, then headed down to the dining hall for breakfast. "You know you look pretty rough there, don't you, brother?" Neville asked as they all sat down. "No, I wasn't paying any attention. And it is because I couldn't fall asleep until almost 4 in the morning." Harry grumbled over his eggs and bacon. "Shouldn't have taken that nap. It made it to where I wasn't sleepy for hours. When I finally was sleepy, it was almost time to get up again. Hope you do all right in the classes today. Defense you should breeze right through. But how do you think you will do on herbology?" Neville asked in a whisper. "I studied it most of the night, so I should be good on it." Harry yawned. Just as Neville was about to say something, there was a tinkling sound coming from the head table. The headmistress was tapping her spoon against her glass to get everyone's attention for some reason. Strange how that tiny little sound could quiet a room full of chattering students to nothing at all. "Ahem. It has been brought to my attention that there was a bit of excitement last night at dinner when I was otherwise occupied, and I wish to clarify a few things. Nowhere in any of the school rules or mandates does it specify when the practical portion of the tests should be given or taken. That includes finals, midterms, or standard testing throughout the year. A student may request the practical to be done prior to the written portion of the test at any time, without any form of malice or punishment being leaned against you. Some tests, such as your astrology test, that is not possible, but all other tests where there is both a written and practical portion, if you so wish it, you may request that the practical portion be given first. Some teachers may wish you to request this early, so that they can have someone to watch the rest of the class while they focus on those that wish to also have their practical done at the same time. But that would be the only issue with doing so. Therefore, there should be no further talk about individuals cheating because they asked to take the practical portion of any specific test prior to the written portion. It is completely up to the professor if it is appropriate to do so. Now that is the last I wish to hear of it." With that, Headmistress McGonagall sat down and began to eat her breakfast. "Well, I guess that puts that in its place, hopefully before it could get too far out of hand. And I just hope she doesn't come back and state that if we get better grades that she does that it is because we used that to cheat with it. I just wish she would grow up some. The world doesn't revolve around some arbitrary grades. Let's not worry about her anymore though. Let's worry about our own tests. When I was looking up Devil's Snare to find the 3 things that will kill it, I could only find 2, sunlight and fire. What is the third thing?" Harry asked Neville. "The third thing is an acid-rich soil. They need alkaline-rich soil to flourish in, not acid. It will cause them to wither and die just as surely as direct sunlight will. That is one of the reasons they grow so well in caves where there is a rich amount of bat guano in it. Bat guano is very high in alkaline and low acid. Plus it is rich in many of the other nutrients that help the plant flourish and grow. The perfect fertilizer mixture for Devil's Snare is 50% bat guano, 20% dragon guano, and 30% either shredded newspaper, pine sawdust, or oak sawdust." Neville explained. Harry nodded and tried to put his brother's words into his memory. Harry had no clue how Neville knew so much about plants and could bring up any fact you wanted to know about any of them at the drop of a hat. But he could, and it always amazed him. He guessed it was like himself in defense. He was years ahead of what they were teaching in the classroom and could probably teach the 7th years a thing or two. On top of his regular skills, he had his spell balls that he had no clue how he created, but he just decided he could one day and bam, he could do it. They continued to throw questions back and forth until it was time to head to class and then got up and headed over to the herbology classroom. They both knew that the written portion of the test would be the harder of the two, so they decided on doing the practical last for this class. The test consisted of 20 fill in the blanks, 20 matching, 20 true or false, 20 multiple choice, and 2 essay. There was even 3 extra credit questions. After a quick glance at the test, Harry decided to do the essay and extra credit questions first, then move on to the next questions. 20 minutes ticked by and Harry had finished all of the long drawn-out questions, and now he was ready for the quickies. He would start with the true and false. Another 10 minutes and he was done with that section. Now onto the multiple choice. Once again 10 minutes and he was done with that section. Next was the matching section, just under 10 minutes and he was finished with that one. Finally, it was the fill in the blanks. This one took a little more time, but he managed to finish it off in 15 minutes. When he finished that section, he went back over his answers and checked his spelling, then checked his grammar and punctuation on his essay answers. It had taken him just over an hour and a half to do the test and check it over real good. Neville got up and walked up to Professor Sprout's desk and handed in his test first. About 10 minutes later, so did Harry. Harry took out his defense notes and began to review them while the rest of the class finished up their written portion of the test. Finally, Professor Sprout called time and asked that everyone hand in their tests. This got several moans and groans from around the room. Apparently some people were not finished with their tests yet, but everyone handed their test in. We will be working in Greenhouse 3 people, so take a 10-minute break and meet me there in 10 minutes please. After a stop-off at the Little Wizards and Witches' rooms, the gang headed off to Greenhouse 3. Harry was thrilled to see that the practical was going to be about the bubituber plant. He had studied that plant extensively and was pretty sure he would ace this part of the test now. Harry got out his dragon hide gloves and began to carefully and gently harvest the pus from the discolored nodulars that covered the plant. The smell of the undiluted pus was rather nauseating, so Harry cast the ventilating charm that they had learned in potions, and it helped quite a bit. Neville, Luna, Pavarti, and Susan all caught on to what he had done and repeated it as quickly as they could. Apparently the smell was getting to them too. Professor Sprout came over and gave them an extra 5 points each for their quick thinking and brilliant spell work. Soon enough, Harry had harvested all the pus he could from his plant, and he went over to the compost barrel and got half a shovel of the dark brown compost and brought it back and put it around the plant and tapped it down gently, then went and got some water and gave the plant some water, not too much though, just a bit. Then he went to put his plant back up with the other plants. He chose an empty shelf that would get the late evening sun. Not too much sun, but just a little. Bubituber plants like to live in the dark most of the time, or relative darkness, like under the thick canopy of a rainforest. Harry had no more that sat his plant down and turned around. Then Neville placed his plant right beside Harry's. They both headed back to their stations and met Luna and Pavarti on the way back as they were heading to put their plants onto the shelves. They had all just sat down when Susan got up and headed back to the shelves to put her plant back up. They spent what little time there was left cleaning up their areas, and then Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti took out their defense notes and began to study on them for the remaining 20 minutes they had before class let out. Luna really needed to use the loo, so she asked if since they were finished could they be excused. Professor Sprout looked over their areas and nodded, saying, "Just be careful not to disturb anyone else that is still working on their plants." They all nodded and grabbed their things and headed out. The Gryffindors headed out to the defense class and Susan headed off to her next test, although Harry wasn't sure which class she had next. Harry sat down in front of the defense against the dark arts and the rest of his group joined him. They had about 5 to 10 minutes to wait, so they took out their notes and began to do some last-minute studying, quizzing each other to see if they knew the right answer to what the right question. Just as Luna asked Harry which of the Protagos was considered the strongest in a fight against Death Eaters, the doors to the classroom opened up and a room full of tired-looking students came shuffling out of the room. This did not look very good. In fact, this looked really bad to Harry. As tired as he was right now, the one thing he needed more than anything was a nap, and the way these students looked, this test was going to be exhausting. If it was, he was going to fall asleep at his desk and have to be carried back to Sirius's room. With a sigh, Harry headed into the room once the last of the other students had finally cleared out. Everyone sat down in their normal seats and waited for Professor Longbottom to hand out the tests. When everyone had a test, the professor announced that they could turn them over and begin, which they did. This was one test that Harry actually enjoyed doing. He was racing through the questions and answering them easily. So far nothing had even slowed him down at all. He was already on number 20 and he only had 30 more to go on these kind of questions. Then there were 2 essay questions and 3 extra credit questions. At this rate, he will be finished long before the time is up. Nearly an hour later and Harry had finished the test and had gone through and checked everything over once again just in case. Then it was time for the practicals, thankfully. The practical was in 2 parts just like their year had been. First they had to perform Stupefy and Petrificus Totalities or Incassirus spell on a moving dummy. Then for the second part they had to choose one of the higher level Protego spells and prove that they could hold it for at least 10 seconds. Harry had a bit of a problem choosing between Protego Specula and Protego Horribilis, so he decided to show the professor both, and Professor Lovegood was indeed impressed. He even gave Harry 5 extra points for it too. It was getting late, the finals were finished for the day, and he was about to fall asleep standing on his feet. So Harry headed back to Sirius's room as soon as he could, to an ever-welcoming trunk and a oh-so-soft and warm bed. The next thing that Harry knew was that he was waking up to someone calling out to him. What do you want? Harry grumbled. It is dinner time, and Draco made brisket and mashed, with salad, and fresh treacle tart for dessert. Susan teased him. You evil witch, now I am drooling, and I have to get up anyway. How am I expected to sleep on a pillow with drool on it? You are an evil witch. I'm telling your aunt on you. Harry whined. Well, she is down here for dinner too, so you can tell her when you get your ass up here, and tell her yourself. Susan stated. All right. Give me a few minutes to get changed and I be up there. Vicious witch. Harry grumbled under his breath. I heard that. Susan came back with. Harry quickly got changed out of his school uniform and into some jeans and a button-down and headed up the ladder to Sirius's living room. Apparently Frank and Alice, Xenophilius, and Persephone, Sirius and Remus were also joining in on tonight's dinner as well. Draco was thrilled to get to cook for such a huge crowd, so he fixed up something special. His delicious brisket, whipped potatoes, candied carrots, street corn on the cob, Caesar salad, cheddar cheese rolls, and finally fresh treacle tart. As soon as Harry made it to the top of his ladder, his nose was assaulted with the most heavenly of smells, fresh treacle tart. And he practically floated all the way over to the dessert table when he heard Sirius saying something. Not until you have eaten something else first, Harry, Sirius said. Well, crap, Harry said back. Fine, spoil my fun, why don't you? Harry pooched out his bottom lip and gave his best pouty appearance, and went over to the other table to stand with the others. Soon Draco brought out the cheddar rolls and sat them on the table. They were the last thing to put down on the table, so he picked out the chair he wanted and sat down, and everyone else grabbed a chair and began picking out their food. The talk was primarily about finals, which ones the students liked so far, which ones they disliked, which ones they thought were the hardest, which the easiest, what ones they are looking forward to, which ones they are dreading. Things like that. The food was delicious as normal, the company was great, and it was time for treacle tart. What could be better? Harry was all smiles now. Harry ate 2 huge helpings of tart and then went over to the sofa in the living room and sat down to listen to everyone for a while longer. He never even realized he fell asleep about 20 minutes later. Cedric and Christian and Neville managed to get Harry up, and with Susan's help, they got him back down in his trunk and put Harry to bed. Susan overrode the security system using her medical clearance. Then Neville cast a yellow sphere around Harry and put a feather light spell on him so they could float him through the room and he would never notice it. Next Cedric got at the bottom of the ladder, and with Christian at the top of the ladder they lowered Harry down into his trunk and floated Harry all the way into his room. Next Neville took over again and put Harry to sleep and finally burst the bubble and covered his brother up and turned down the lights, letting his brother get the rest he so desperately needed. The next morning Harry woke up bright-eyed and felt well rested. In fact, he felt like he could take on the world. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how he got into his trunk. Weird. Oh well. He got dressed and headed up to meet everyone for exercises and head out with the first class for the day was Care of Magical Creatures. Harry was excited about this test. He loved the class and Professor Lovegood was an excellent teacher, so he couldn't wait to see what the finals would be. Harry, Neville, Pavarti, Luna and Susan were all walking together down to the area where Professor Lovegood had his classroom. It was interesting today since Professor Lovegood actually had tables set up to work as desks. Each could fit 4 facing the front of the area, which was unusual for him. He usually just had an open area and let the student fend for themselves. Heck, he even provided some chairs from the school. This was weird. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti took the first table on the left-hand side of the 8 tables that were set up. There were several cages with covers over them sitting on one table at the front of the area and a separate big area with a cover on it too. I know it is a little bit awkward today, but just take a seat and we will get started. With that, he pulled the cover off the first cage and in it was a pair of doxies. Then he pulled the cover off the second cage and in that one was several fire crabs. The third one was reveled and in it was some salamanders. And the finale one, the cover was removed and it had a pair of javeys. Then Professor Lovegood passed out the tests and laid them face down in front of each student. Once everyone had one, he instructed the students that they could turn them over and begin. The test was primarily about the 4 creatures that were in the small cages, although there were about 10 questions that were about other creatures that they had seen throughout the school year. As usual, if you just listened in class, the test was easy. The extra credit part was fun. You had to be able to draw an Abraxan and label its different parts and answer 10 questions about an Abraxan that were listed there. Considering they had been taking care of one for some time now, that was an easy 15 points. Luna even did a beautiful rendition of Fantasy in Flight. She was just now getting the ability to keep herself in the air for several minutes now. Her wings are getting quite strong now, and they have been taking her on some short flights, flying with her on their brooms, and she loves it so much. The practical portion of the test was a hippogriff. You had to be able to know how to approach the beautiful male that they had available for them to work with. And how much interaction you managed with the hippogriff determined what your grade was. Harry managed to get the beauty to eat out of the palm of his hand while he was petting its glorious head feathers. While holding chopped up ferret in his hand was a little gross. Harry didn't mind. Not for this wondrous beauty. Neville did almost as good. He got the hippogriff to take a whole ferret right out of his hand and it swallowed it whole. Then chirped for more. Neville laughed and almost offered it another, but he realized that there were other students that wished to try and feed the hippogriff, so he just patted the male on his beak and handed him a nice crunchy rat to nibble on that wouldn't fill him up too much. Then moved on to the next person. The next class was astronomy, which was one of Pavarti's favorite classes. She was grinning as she turned over her test. The first set of questions were about the stars that made up Gemini. Then it moved on to Scorpio and Leo, and finally it covered several famous wizards that were associated with astronomy like Mpian Carnirus, Perpetua Fancourt, George von Rheticus, and Philip von Hohenheim. Harry had a little bit of a problem with remembering which planets went with stars, but after a few minutes of focus he was able to figure it out and was breezing through the test. After Harry finished the test, he packed up his things and quietly made his way out of the room and sat down out of the room in the corridor to wait for everyone else. Thankfully he didn't have long to wait. About 15 minutes passed and the last of their group came out of the classroom. They all headed back to Sirius's suite to relax and get in some last-minute studying done. When it came time to have the practical for astronomy, they were all a little tired but anxious for the day to be over with. Harry looked at the instructions on the paper that Professor Sinistra handed him. The first was to find the constellation Sagittarius with the telescope and then write down all the planets in the constellation. Then raise your hand to get a confirmation before you go on to the next step. Which he did. Harry waited until the professor had nodded and told him it was okay for him to move on to the next step, and he looked at the next page. It said to find Capricorn and put down all the planets that are present there. He did that and raised his hand again and waited until Professor Sinistra came over and checked his work to move on to the third and final page. This time he had to find Orion, which Harry knew was right next to Taurus. They had studied it the first part of the year. There were 2 extra credit questions that involved finding constellations they hadn't studied that year but were close by, and Harry was familiar with both, so he found both of them. Thankfully, he didn't need to know the names of their planets yet. He finally finished the test and it was almost time to end it. He noticed that Pavarti and Luna had already finished their test long ago and that Neville was just completing his as Harry was, so they headed out together and met the girls in the corridor. They were going over the test and just chatting away about some of the questions. All 4 of them got up and decided to wait around for Susan and then head back to the rooms together. Thankfully, they didn't have long to wait. 5 minutes or so later, a smiling Susan came out and she appeared to be happy about her results on the tests. Thankfully, that was the last thing that had to do that night, and could go back to the rooms and go to bed. They headed back to the Sirius's rooms and were surprised when they were met with a series of meat, cheese, fruit and veggie trays. Apparently Sirius had arranged the little surprise both when the Gryffindor/Hufflepuff and Slytherin/Ravenclaw did their late-night test for astronomy. Everyone was thrilled with the snackies and picked up a plate and started to fill it up. They stayed up for about an hour and nibbled on the snacks and talked, then headed off to bed. Happy, full, and sleepy, now Comply ready to go to sleep. The next morning came all too early for Harry, but he got up and he got ready for the day. Today was going to be fun. He loved Arithmancy and runes classes, so he knew he was going to love taking the tests no matter how challenging they were going to be. So he going through the different numerical tables in his head while he exercised that morning and reviewing all the famous individual associated with numerology during breakfast. Harry wasn't sure what Professor Vector would have down on the test, but he knew that certain things were an absolute must-be on the test and he wanted to get them down pat. It was finally time for the test, and Harry, Neville, Luna and Pavarti standing outside the classroom talking with Padma about what she thought might be on the test when the door opened for them to enter the classroom. They all filtered into the room and took their normal seats. Professor Vector handed out the test and gave the instructions on how to proceed. Then she said they could turn over their papers, and Harry took a look at his test for the first time. The first 10 questions were based on the Agrippan/Pythagorean method, and Vector had provided a matrix box with all the numbers and little open spaces for you to put the correct letters in right below them. Then she did the same thing with the Chaldean method, and finally Vector was asking about what non-magicals call angel numbers. Next came a series of what a certain number means, true and false question, matching questions, and multiple choice, all focused on what a number means. There were 2 essay questions at the end on which method they preferred. What number did they find the most and why? There was an extra credit question asking what your number was, and did you think that your number was a good representation of your personality? Harry really enjoyed that final question. He had done a complete workup on himself the other day and found it fascinating. And now was his time to tell her all about what he found out. Way cool. After lunch was their next test, and it was their next to last test. It was in runes. It started off really easy. Just name a series of 20 matching the name of the rune to one of the 4 names that Professor Babbling had provided. Then it got a little harder with 20 true and false questions about specifics about certain runes. Then she had rune clusters and asked you what they would do or would they work at all. That part was a little more difficult. Then she had 2 essay questions about specific runes. One was on Iwaz, the other was Wunjo. Both were well known to Harry, and so that part was easy for him to do. Professor Babbling's extract credit question was a doozy though. She wanted you to make up a rune cluster that would have the ability to make an individual invisible. So Harry set about to do just that. He thought about it for quite some time and he put down what he thought would work, but he didn't stop there. He also put down to move about silently and without scent as well, so that it would truly be invisible. Harry was quite pleased with his work on that test, and he wrote down what he had come up with on a different piece of parchment while he was at it and stuck it in his pocket. Wow, if this worked, he was going to give the rune cluster over to Amelia for her Aurors. This would work better than a disillusionment charm even. In fact, it would work almost as good as his and Neville's rainbow spheres. Harry couldn't wait to try it out and see just how good it worked. That night Harry had Neville play guinea pig and shocked the whole room when Neville activated the rune cluster and disappeared. Harry was shouting and jumping all around. Neville was too apparently, but you would never know it because you couldn't see him. Harry had Neville cancel the cluster, then he ran over to the flue and called Amelia. She was a little worried at how excited he was, but then he said he had a present for she came through, now curious about what was going on. Once she got there, Harry and Neville showed her his new rune cluster and she was astounded. But then he said that not only was it invisible, it was silent and odorless. Something that her Aurors tend to forget to do when they use a disillusionment charm, and the main reason they are found out. To say the least, she was excited. When Neville cancelled the cluster and handed the piece of paper over to her, she studied it for a minute and tapped it with her wand and disappeared herself. After a matter of minutes, she was visible again and excited as well. This is magnificent. I swear you boys are going to be working for me when you get old enough or heads will roll. Okay, how much? Amelia asked. Harry was confused. What do you mean? We were just going to give it to you. it for the Aurors and all. I know, but you boys need to start getting paid for your work, and I won't hear about you getting taken advantage of, especially by me. I will have a lawyer write up the terms of use and set up the price, but I need to know what you want to charge us. Amelia said, we don't know anything about that. You come up with an amount you think is fair and write it in there, and we will be happy with whatever you put in there, especially since we hadn't planned on anything at all. Amelia rolled her eyes but nodded. All right, boys. I will have our lawyer write up the papers and get it back to you. I want to make sure this is done up right. It will be your first official sale of your work. I wish we could figure out how you did that. Tell the truth, Ban, that you do, Neville. That would make things so much easier. Amelia laughed and patted Neville on the shoulder. Neville smiled back and blushed. All right, I will have that contract to you by the end of the day tomorrow and the money in your vaults shortly thereafter. Amelia stated. Any other little goodies you two have hidden around for me at this time? When they both shook their heads, she nodded and headed over to the girls' room. She thought she would surprise Susan while she was here. Harry and Neville were all smiles. They couldn't believe it. They had actually sold one of their creations. And to the Auror department, no less. This was fabulous. It was amazing that Harry had created a rune cluster that had worked. Neville had too, although his didn't have the runes for silent and smellless as well. Harry just took his cluster a little bit farther and created the all-time best invisibility rune. Runes really did speak to Harry. He was that good at them. After Amelia left, there were pats on the back and hugs all around from everyone. They were so proud of the boys. Sirius even called Frank and Alice and told them what had happened, and they came right over and gave the boys their congratulations. You would think that Frank's chest would burst right out of his shirt. It was so puffed out right now. Alice wanted to do something special for the boys and decided they needed to go out to dinner once finals were over with. Both Harry and Neville thought that that sounded great, so they agreed. They all had a brilliant night going over the different tests they had and what they thought of the finals so far. And what they thought their last final, the one in first aid, was going to be like. Cedric had taken the introductory class year, so he had a pretty good idea, and he told them it was a lot of the memorization stuff. Like the bones and all the spells that they had learned would be on it. Also some of the basic stuff she had said, like how to set up a triage and who gets sent through first, who gets sent though next, who can wait. Things like that. Considering they had practical experience in doing just that several times now, it shouldn't be a problem to answer any of those questions. Harry went to bed that night with his notes from first aid spread out all around him and a few medical books he had been studying in the piles too. Thankfully he didn't toss and turn in his sleep like some people. Thankfully when he woke up everything was right like it was when he went to sleep, well, all except a book or two. He gathered up all his notes and his first aid book for class and put them back in his bag. Then he took a quick shower. The first aid test was from 9 a.m. until noon. So he had to get ready. They were used to having first aid later in the day. They all did their exercising that morning, focusing on sword play and knife play. They were trying to get Cedric, Fred, and George and Christian up to the proper levels in it. Christian was the best at it of the four and Cedric wasn't that far behind, but Fred and George knew almost nothing about it, so they needed all the help they could get. They were determined and they worked hard, which were excellent qualities to have when you wanted to learn a new skill. Both were learning quickly. The only thing was having the time to train them right now. But thankfully after finals they would have plenty of time. Everyone headed back up to their trunks to take a quick shower and change for their final test of the year. That sounded so beautiful to Harry. Their final test. He walked the whole way with a smile on his face. After breakfast they all headed over to the Medi-ward to take their test. Madame Pomfrey had the room all set up for them and was waiting for them when they got there. Their tests were at their desks face down, so they all just sat down and waited until she said they could turn them over. When she finally did, they all turned over the test and began. Harry looked through the test. There was a diagram of the hand and a list to the side with the name of the bones, and you had to match the bones to the ones on the hand. Then the next section was a list of spells on one side of the paper, and on the other side of the paper you had what they were used for, and you had to match them together. The final sections were 2 questions. Each was a scene, and you had to write down what you would do to help that individual. The extra credit question was a triage station, and a list of triage patients. Each one was wounded, and it was your responsibility to check each one for wounds and treat them, then send them through to get help or treat them as best as you could and have them wait for the more serious cases went through. Harry though for a minute, and he looked down at his test, and he wrote simply that he couldn't do anything until he had scanned each individual with Inspicio first to make sure there wasn't any hidden injuries that he couldn't see. Then he stated that normally it is the individuals that are bleed badly or who had trouble breathing would go first, but it would all depend on what the scans showed him. Never trust your eyes. Always do scans first. It may save someone's life someday. Then Harry went over to hand his test into the Madame Pomfrey. He was about the fourth person to hand his in, and Pomfrey stopped him when he started to turn to leave the classroom. She motioned for him to come over to the side area and whispered, "You're the only one that has gotten full marks on the extra credit so far." Harry was shocked, but he smiled at Madame Pomfrey and she nodded back. It was a trick question and he had gotten it correct. Oh wow! He couldn't wait to tell Sirius. Harry left the room and went out into the corridor and sat down to wait for the others, his mind racing. That was the final test and he had gotten it right. Oh, he hoped that Susan and Pavarti got it right as well. It would broke them if they didn't get it right. A few minutes later, Susan came out of the room with a huge smile on her face, and she was looking around to see if any of the others were out there yet. Harry stood up, and soon as she saw him, she raced over to him and grabbed him and hugged him. "I got it right. I got it right. I got it right," she squealed in his ear. This made Harry so happy. He just hugged her and spun her around in a circle. "Let me guess the extra credit question. You couldn't answer the question because you didn't have all the information without doing a scan first." Harry grinned and asked. Susan nodded, thrilled that he knew what she was so happy about. That meant he got it right too. The two of them sat down and talked about the test and were going over some of the questions they were unsure of. Then Neville, Pavarti, and Cedric were the next to come through the door. All looking a little confused, Harry and Susan rushed over to them and asked what they had put down for the extra credit question, and found out they had all done about the same thing as they had done, just different wording. Harry hooped and grabbed his brother, and Susan grabbed Pavarti. Then they explained. It was a trick question. The answer was to you couldn't tell anything about their true injuries unless you could do a scan first, and after that you would set up a triage. But always to scan first. Cedric threw his head back and laughed. He should have known. He answered it correctly and didn't even realize it was a trick question. It wasn't long before the rest of the riders were standing out in the hallway, and they all had smiles on their faces. Harry asked, and they had all gotten the last question, the extra credit question, correct. On one way or another they had gotten it right. Harry let out a whoop. He was so proud of his riders. Then he thought for a minute. He realized it. Hermione had left before he had, and Madame Pomfrey said he was the first to get it right. Well, crap. That means that Hermione got the extra credit question wrong. That is going to be rough on her. Dean Thomas too. He actually liked Dean. He would tell Dean later and just let Hermione find out when she got her test results back. He wasn't dealing with that. Oh well, tonight they were going to party and enjoy the first hours of summer. They were going to play music and dance until midnight, and they got too tired to do anything else. They would fall asleep on beanbags, and that he would have set up all around the place just for that purpose. Right now they had an hour before dinner, so they were going to go get changed into their rider casual wear and tell everyone that summer for them has finally come. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Harry had just saddled up Storm, and Neville was in the process of putting a saddle on Thunder. They had gotten so used to this that they could almost do it in their sleep now. With Christian's help they had gotten the stallions used to wearing the saddles and learned how to put them on properly themselves, and after a couple of tries they were doing it by themselves and even riding the Darkhorns with little to no objections, just lots of bribery and rewards. Oh, they still had to give the rewards. They just did that for the fun of it now instead of a feeling of life or death like it had been before. The train had left 2 days ago and Harry and the others were preparing for their trip. Today they planned to go to London to get supplies. In a few hours they were going head out. They wanted to exercise the Darkhorns before they left. Once or twice around the lake, and then they would pack things away and head into Diagon Alley and London to do their last-minute shopping. Harry knew they wanted to go to Sainsbury's and maybe Harrods and that New Age store. They had some interesting books, and that was the place that had all those clothes that everyone had liked too. Harry and Neville led the herd on a nice gentle trot around the Black Lake. Even the foals were keeping up without a problem. Them being almost a year old and all, they were getting to be a pretty good sized now. They were just a hand or so shorter than their mothers, so while Justice, Mischief and Mayhem had quite a bit of growing still left to do, little Karma was almost as big as she was going to get. Of course Fantasy was now dwarfing all the foals. She was about the size of a Clydesdale horse right now. It was amazing that her wings were strong enough to keep her in the air the way they were. But they could. And she just loved to fly. But what kind of Abraxan would she be if she didn't love to fly? Fantasy flew overhead as they all trotted around the lake. She soared maybe 20 feet above them, keeping watch for any dangers or mischief makers in their path. All of the sudden Fantasy reared back on her hind feet and dove to a space about 50 feet in front of them at top speed. Harry and Neville, taking no chances, took off in chase, just in case the young Abraxan needed help. Harry wasn't sure what was going on up in front of them, but he was pretty sure whatever it was not good. Harry and Neville took off at a full gallop and raced after the young Abraxan. They couldn't see anything yet, but then suddenly they saw them. Apparently Fantasy had two men cornered against one of the huge boulders that surrounded Black Lake. When Harry and Neville got close enough, they hurled two dark green, sleep, spheres at the figures and watched them hit the ground before they could hurt their Abraxan. Harry and Neville rushed forward to see who it was they had just captured and realized it was Bill and Charlie Weasley. They both got of their now panting rides and went over to calm down Fantasy and make sure she hadn't been injured, and she hadn't. Then they went over to their sleeping captures and woke them up. "What are you two doing out here?" Harry asked. "Looking for you guys, actually," Bill stated, wondering how he had gotten to his position on the ground. Harry helped Bill up while Neville helped up Charlie. "Why were you looking for us?" Neville asked. "We understand you guys are going to camp across England and then go to the Wizarding World Cup. We have tickets to go to the Cup as well, and though that camping across England sounded brilliant and wanted to know if we could join you. We have a tent and everything. You wouldn't have to worry about us at all. We intend to make a little side trip while we are out there, and it is the kind of a trip that non-riders can't make. So I don't know if you coming along would be feasible." Harry said. "Perhaps we could follow along with you all. Then camp out while you are making your side trip and meet back up when your side trip is finished and continue on to the World Cup. We have no problem with that," Charlie suggested. Harry thought about it. That wouldn't be too bad, and he did like both the older Weasley brothers. "You will have to get mounts by tomorrow," Harry stated. "Just let us know where you guys got your mounts from, and we will have them ready. We are both experienced riders," Bill stated. "His name Mr. Sage. You need to make sure you get geldings, so that Storm and Thunder don't start getting jealous or anything stupid like that," Harry said. "Geldings, got it. So that is a yes?" Bill asked tentatively. "I guess. Just remember you are responsible for keeping up and cleaning up after yourselves. I won't have our group of people leaving a bigger mess on the environment than absolutely necessary." Harry sighed. Bill smiled and nodded, reaching out his hand for Harry to shake, which he did. By then the rest of the group had met up with them, and Fred and George had recognized who they were and dismounted and rushed over to their brothers and gave them a very warm welcome. At a tinkling whinny, Harry realized that he had yet reward Fantasy for her good work. So Harry pulled out a barrel of whiskey-soaked apples from his bag, enlarged it, then picked out a Granny Smith one for her, and gave it to the pretty young Abraxan. She stomped her hooves and wagged her tail in joy. She so loved Granny Smith apples. Their sharp, tangy juiciness was such a joy for her they saved them for special occasions as special treats. After her first apple, she kept sniffing around Harry's pockets to see if he had another, and finally, he just laughed and reached into the barrel and picked out another one and handed it to her. Then, he shrunk the barrel down and put it away before she got the idea that she deserved a third apple. Luna skipped over to her pretty Fantasy and pet her muzzle and heaped praises upon her for her excellent work while Fantasy just soaked it up. By the time Luna finished, the huge horse was practically a huge pile of trembling goo. Thankfully, they didn't have far to go to reach the stables again. So everyone got down off their mounts and walked their way back over to the stables, and the mounts were treated with some of their favorite fare, a good rub-down and clean stalls to rest in. Then the whole crew, Bill and Charlie Weasley included, headed back up to Hogwarts. At breakfast, something totally unexpected happened. Hermione came up to Harry and the others and cleared her neck. When she was sure she had their attention, she said, "I would like to apologize for accusing you of cheating the other day. The headmistress is unequivocally correct. Nowhere does it state in which order a student must take their tests. Nor does it say anything about the practical portion of the test having to follow the written portion of the test. In fact, it is entirely up to the professor as to which portion of the test is taken first. So I apologize for my childish, ignorant, and ill-informed reaction to your statements to Padma. I should not have been listening in to begin with, and as a result I once again made a fool of myself. Please forgive me. My only excuse for my foolish actions is the lack of sleep for the last several nights and the overstressing once again about my performance on these finals. Hermione stood there with her head down looking at her hands that were clenched together in front of her, to keep her from fidgeting. Harry didn't need to think about it, he nodded and smiled at her. I understand the pressure you are putting on yourself, and I myself have been running on little to no sleep some days. I accept your apology. I don't expect you to know every rule or regulation in the books about Hogwarts or how it works. But before you accuse me of something, it would be nice if you did your research, then take your observations to the next person in the chain of command, instead of shouting it out in the middle of the dining hall. Harry smiled. I am sorry about that. I do tend to blast out what I am thinking before I can process it correctly. It is a bad habit I have. I had hoped I was getting better at it, but apparently not. Hermione stated with a half pout, half frown. You are getting better, but you have to remember that Hogwarts and grades are just one part of your life. They are not real life. They are just the beginning. That is like basing how well you are going to do at Hogwarts on how well you did in preparatory school. You can't judge how well you are going to do in real life by how well you do in Hogwarts. Maybe you make it up to head girl, maybe not. But the question becomes, did you do your best, and did you learn all you could while you were here? You are up against some very tough competition in your year, unfortunately. I'm sorry to say you have some of the brightest and best that Hogwarts has seen in many generations going to its school right now. So that means you are unfairly challenged. Another year and you would be leading the pack, I would say. You should be proud of your standing and just ignore the numbers. Look at your own school work and realize that you are a brilliant student. Last year you got 5 with honors. That is amazing. No one else did that. But you managed it. Yes, we got some wish distinctions, but you beat us in with honors. Our point differences are only because we have learned how to write more diverse suppositions than what you have been introduced to. Your parents said that they would hire you tutors for that, and if that doesn't work, we will teach you the method we use. Harry stated, trying not to pay attention to her pouting. Thank you. I truly appreciate your patience. Sometimes I like the challenge of competition against you all, and other times I feel like I am drowning. But I have to say, at least you all are making me work harder than I think I would have if you were not here. And for that I thank you. It's more of a challenge to get the best marks and to get my name on the board. Hermione said with a smile. Now enough of the awkwardness, on to more pleasant things. Are you packed and ready to go with us tomorrow? You are still going with us, right? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. I have my things packed and I borrowed a tent from Mr. Lupin. It is a 2-person tent. He said it is a magical tent. Mr. Lupin said it is very easy to set up and that I shouldn't have any problem putting it up by myself. I know that Procella is very excited to get underway. It is all she can talk about these days, it seems. She keeps giving me advice from the moment I walk into the stables until the moment I have to leave. She is being one huge chatterbox about our trip, she said excitedly. Harry had to smile at that. I know what you mean. Storm is the same. What? He is so excited. We have gone over every step of this trip several times, and still I think he is going to be the biggest mother hen there is out there. We have gone over several maps, and I don't know how many travel guides about the general area, but there is nothing close by the actual castle from what Storm has stated. Listen, we are about to go into London to do some last-minute supply shopping. Do you want to come with us? Harry asked. You wouldn't mind? Hermione checked his face for any signs of joking around with her and found none. Not at all. We are going to be spending the next several weeks together, and it has to start somewhere. So did you want to come with us? He asked again. That would be most helpful. There are still several things I need to get for the trip. Food mainly, but it is necessary. Hermione stated. Oh, in that case I would set up your tent before we leave first, get an idea of what kind of kitchen you have to work with, you know. Does it have a cold box, a hot box? Do you need to buy an ice chest? What kind of storage space does it have, or will you need to bring boxes, things like that? If you don't, it will be a pain in the ass once you get all your groceries and have no place to put them. Harry stated. Good thinking. I had better go do that now. And with that Hermione rushed out of the dining hall. Where did Hermione go in such a hurry? Luna asked. She needed to check and see what her new kitchen was like in the tent she borrowed from Remus before we went on the trip, so she would know what it would hold and what all she needed to get and what was already stocked. Harry stated. That is smart. It would be bad if she bought a whole bunch of food that needed to be refrigerated and she had no place to put it. Or just a whole bunch period, and there was not enough cabinet space to hold it all.
Luna pondered.
That was my thinking. Harry grabbed himself some bacon and a few sausages to go with his omelet, and began to eat. I love how much space our kitchens have. Plenty of space to put 6 months' worth of food in the kitchen and pantry, and the cold box is huge too. It makes it so easy to put everything I will need for months in. Even my wild, weird craving things, that I never know I will want until I want them, which is weird, because if I knew I wanted them ahead of time then they wouldn't be wild or weird cravings now, would they?
Luna giggled.
Harry just shook his head and bit down on his sausage, believing that silence was the best choice of his options at this time. They all met up at Sirius's suite after breakfast, excited about going to Diagon Alley, Bill, Charlie, and Hermione included. All right, everyone ready to go? Harry asked and got affirmative answers from all directions all around himself. So he nodded and grabbed the container of flu powder and said, "Okay people, standard order, Hermione, Charlie, then Bill, bring up the last of the line please." With that he took a fist full of flu powder and passed the container over to Luna, who did the same. Diagon Alley, the leaky cauldron, and through the flu they went one at a time until the last of them had reached the leaky cauldron. The first place we're going to go is Stowe and Packer's magical bags. I want to see if they have any more trunks and bags available at this time. For some reason I like the idea of having a few on hand if necessary, Harry said. So they all headed off to the luggage shop, which was right outside of the leaky cauldron to the right. As they entered the shop, the man behind the counter jumped to attention, recognizing Harry immediately, and rushed to help him. "What may I do for the riders today, sir? You don't happen to have any of those trunks available today, do you?" Harry smiled and asked. "Yes, sir," the man answered with much gusto. "I have 3 beauties right over here." And the man led them to the back where the Majesty trunks were kept. "What would you like the 6 spare rooms to be?" he asked as he got down his pad and began to write. "The first one, I want a potion room and a living room. The second, a potions room and a music room. The third one, I want a potions room and a work room of sorts with lots of shelves and tables and pegboards and things like you made for Christian. Can you do that?" Harry asked. "Of course, sir," he said with a smile, and wrote the notes and posted it on each of the trunks that were sitting there. Harry nodded and headed back over to the main counter and saw the rack of bottomless bags and picked up 3 of those as well, and put them on the counter to boot, then watched as the man totaled his purchase up. Bill saw the bottomless bags and he walked over to them and picked up one for himself and one for Charlie, who protested, "What, are you going to try and carry all the food we are going to get on your shoulders while we are traipsing halfway across England, let alone the tent and in supplies? On horseback? No, 1 bag each and we split the supplies easy." With that, Bill got in line with his 2 bags. Hermione went up to the counter and looked at one bag and picked it out. She heard what Bill Weasley had said and she realized it was true. How could she ever take all the food, clothes, tent, supplies and books and stuff she needed with her and on horseback all by herself? So she too got a bag. She had been thrilled with Mr. Lupin's tent. It had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, dining room, living room, bathroom and study. Quite enough for her to work with for the summer months, and be very comfortable indeed. And it was very easy to put up too. Just a tap of the wand at that one seal and it pops right up. All you have to do is secure it to the ground. And with the booklet the Mr. Lupin had given her, she read it was a matter of one simple spell, and the tent would stay in place even during the most hardy of wind storms. Harry tucked the bags into his own bag and the clerk said it would be 4 hours before the trunks would be finished. So Harry nodded and paid for it all with his ring, which the clerk happily accepted. After there they went across to Slug and Jigger's apothecary to get restocked on anything they might need for the summer and anything the finals had them running short on. Susan picked up a few potions she had ignored the last time they were in there, like bug repellent, sunscreen, sunburn ease, allergy ease, saddle sore paste, muscle ease, and a few others were thrown in there just to be sure she didn't miss anything. Everyone else was going through the store picking up things they needed here and there. Fred and George picked up a couple of new mortar and pestles, and some new cauldrons. Cedric picked up a couple of new cauldrons. He also found a few books that he just couldn't pass up while he was looking around. Christian grabbed himself a new cauldron and some stirrers, a fancy set of scales and calibration set. Then he went over to the books and found several books that he added to his already sizable stack. Harry was checking out the periodicals and found a few that he didn't have and thought that they would be great to read while they were traveling or camping rather this summer. He also went by and collected another cauldron, and got this out of this world collection of stirrers. It had several stirring sets, 2 to a set, and so many different sets, one's made out of glass, one's made out of bones, out of steel, out of copper, out of silver, out of ivory, out of crystal, and one's made out of several different types of wood. 10 sets in all. It was magnificent. He wasn't sure what you would use the different stirrers for, or what difference they would make on a potion, but he was interested in experimenting and trying to see what would happen. Draco came over and showed Harry a new ingredients book that they had just got in. It was huge. But inside it had all the ingredients that would react for or against one another. It had all the counters to common poisoning from overdosing on any ingredient, and how to gather, care for, and store any ingredient imaginable. Harry immediately asked where Draco had gotten the book, and Draco went over and got Harry one of those books too. Finally, they all had what they needed, and they went up to the counter to pay. When they were finished, they headed over to potions for all occasions. Harry wanted to see if they had any potions that Slug and Jigger didn't carry that the Ritters might need to have on hand for the summer. And sure enough, he had a fresh batch of Skeelgrow. So Harry got enough to put 2 vials in everyone's kit. In other words, he cleaned the clerk out of them. Then he noticed that the clerk had Bonesmend as well, which is like the same thing but not as potent. It is more along the lines of a child's version, but he got them as well. They would do if it was only a hairline bad break as opposed to a full-on break. Harry several other potions that he though might come in handy and just put them in his basket without really paying that much attention to them. Behind him Susan was doing the same thing too. Between the 2 of them they had gotten about half the clerk's stock. But oh well, it was there to sell it anyway, wasn't it? Harry just had Susan put her basket up there with his and checked out like that. Not even worrying about how much it all cost, he just used his ring again and paid for everything. Then they headed down to the tack shop. They wanted to make sure that they had saddles and bridles, leads and reins, and all the other gear you might need for horseback riding all summer long. Bill and Charlie both purchased a complete setup for their horses. They were quite fetching too. Although not as beautiful as the original rider sets that the man was now selling, with the complete permission of the riders themselves of course. These sets were a little less flashy and more functional. Although still in black like the original saddles from what Harry pointed out were their sets. They had less silver and sparkle, although just as much tooling and fancy leather designs. They came with saddle blankets too, so that was one thing that they didn't have to worry about getting anyway. Now they just had to get the rest of the tack. The expense was a little pricey. But considering this purchase for their trip was basically their biggest summer trip expense, the horse they were renting, and that wouldn't be too bad, food and stuff they would have had anyway, so this was the way they were looking at it. Bill figured if they went somewhere on vacation and stayed in a nice motel somewhere for a couple of weeks it would cost about the same, but they were going to be traveling across England and it was going to be more like a couple of months, not weeks, they would be out there. So in reality they were getting by on a steal. Hermione decided to get a set just like what Bill and Charlie were getting since she had no clue what she was getting and they seemed to know more about what they were looking for, and well, in this case she was clueless. She knew pretty but that didn't match functional, and the last thing she needed is to be riding 6 to 8 hours in something she wanted to put a pillow between herself and her saddle the whole time. She would look like such a fool. So she just went with what the others were getting. After all, cushioning charms could only do so much. Then she just went and picked out all the matching stuff she needed, like what she used with Procella at Hogwarts. This was Priscilla's first big ride. She wanted her to be comfortable too. So she got her a really nice horse blanket and a gentle bit and harness. The other pieces she picked out were matching the black saddle well, although not too flashy or showy. Although they did look nice. They had a little bit of silver here and there. She wanted Procella to look nice after all. She was a Darkhorn and all as well, and not just a standard horse, and she wanted her Procella to stand out a little from the other standard horses. It took probably 30 minutes for everyone to get their tack picked out, shrunk down, paid for, and placed in their bags. But soon enough they were all ready to head to their next stop. They stopped next at Flourish and Blott's bookshop. Everyone needed to get their next year's books plus get some reading material for the summer if they wanted to, so as soon as they hit the doors everyone scattered. Some went to pick out their next year's books first, some went to browse first, other did a little of both. Harry was mostly the latter. He went first to get his potion book and found a couple of compendiums that looked really useful. Then he headed over to gather up his history book and spotted several interesting books that might be fascinating reading as well, so he got them too. Then he went to runes, and well, you guessed it, 3 more books got added to his ever-growing pile instead of just the required one. It continued this way all through each subject that Harry was taking. By the time he reached the counter to check out, he had a huge pile of books in his basket, which he had thankfully already shrunk down to fit all of them into the one basket. Harry was one of the last ones to finish checking out, but he wasn't the last, believe it or not, Christian was. He found a whole section on woodworking and wood carving in the back that he had never seen before and went a little nuts. Oh well, he was happy and grinning up a storm, so the world looked great to him right now, and he had hundreds of ideas running through his head and hundreds more were waiting their turn to be next. Then they all gathered together and headed back through the leaky cauldron to the London, where Harry managed to hail several taxis, and they headed off to Sainsbury grocery store. This was Bill and Charlie's first trip there, so they were a little taken back by the store, but the rest of the gang just grabbed a cart and headed inside grinning up a storm and looking so excited they might bust at the seams. Harry just shook his head and motioned for the 2 older Weasleys to follow him as he grabbed a cart. He told them to grab one as well and follow him. Bill and Charlie each gave the young Gryffindor a skeptical look but grabbed a cart and followed along behind him, doing as all the other riders had done. Harry just grinned at them and waved for them to follow behind him. Okay, first, do either of you know how to cook? Harry asked, looking over to Bill and Charlie. Charlie nodded. I can cook pretty good. Living as a bachelor and having to fend for myself for all these years gave me little choice. Either learn to cook or learn to eat out a lot. I can't afford to eat out a lot, so it was learn to cook or starve. He chuckled. Same here, I can cook pretty good, but I am mainly a meat and potatoes kind of a guy. Although I really like salads and fresh fruit, I don't cook with vegetables a lot other than potatoes really. Bill stated. Harry nodded and proceeded to lead the 2 brothers into the store. First stop was fruits and vegetables. Harry loved the fresh fruit they had here. Their selection was great, and it was always perfectly ripened so that it was juicy and ready to eat. Right out of the bin, that is. Harry headed over to the fruit section and began to gather up what fresh fruits he liked to keep on hand. He also suggested to Bill and Charlie to do the same, which they did. Next was vegetables, and the 3 gathered up what they wished to work with as well. Bill stuck mainly with potatoes, onions, and peppers and salad fixings, while Charlie went with a large variety of vegetables, including all those that his brother had procured. Harry was just finishing with the last of his vegetables when he noticed a big sale on frozen fish in the meat section. So he headed over there to see what the sale included. The sale was 30% off any tilapia, tuna, salmon, or cod. Oh wow, the fish and chips he is going to make. Harry rushed over there and began to pick through packages of fish until he had several packages in his cart. Then he went on to look at the beef section. There were several pieces of steak that looked nice too. Bill and Charlie picked out several fish and a huge amount of beef steaks, roasts and ground beef. Then they headed over to the chickens and grabbed several of those too. Then Harry directed them over to the tinned food section and they picked out a variety of things from there. Next was the teas and juices. Harry had to make sure he had enough tea to last for several months. And juices as well, although they were not as important as far as he was concerned, he still grabbed several varieties. So did the Weasley brothers, although Charlie also grabbed a couple varieties of coffee as well while he was at it. Then they headed over to the dairy section and grabbed several different cheeses, slices and blocks or rounds, even some cheese curds. Next was deli and then breads and prepared foods. Each section they picked out a number of items and then headed over to the next section. Finally they headed over to the snack section and Harry introduced them to trail mix and such wonders as chocolate-covered coffee beans, which Charlie absolutely adored instantly. He got 3 pounds of the stuff. Why, Harry wasn't sure, but oh well. Bill picked out several trail mixes and granolas, even some gummies and nut mixes. He even got himself some of those coffee beans as well, although not 3 pounds of the stuff like Charlie had. They picked out some crackers, crisps, and a few biscuits as well while they were at it. The last thing they did was go down the condiments aisle and they grabbed their salad dressings, sandwich fixings, pickles, mustards, and whatever spices they might need. Then they headed over to the registers to check out. Harry tried to hand them a card to help them out, but Bill and Charlie refused. So he let it drop, and just went on over to stand with his riders as they looked ready or mostly ready to check out. Harry went through first, as always, as sort of reminder on how to use their cards he had provided each of his riders with. Then they each proceeded to follow him through the line and out into the parking lot and around the building to the alleyway beside the building, where Cedric put check to see if anyone was coming, and when it was clear he put up the stander shield. A notice me not shield that is, and a muggle repellent shield as well. Then they got out their trunks and tents and began unload their bags and put things where they belonged. Once they had everything sorted through and put up, they shrunk their tents and trunks back down and put them back into their bags and grabbed some cabs and headed over to Harrods. Charlie and Bill had never been to Harrods themselves, although they had heard about it from the twins, and this time Harry let the twins take charge of their brothers while he headed over to Christian, Cedric, Draco, and Neville. "Okay, where to first?" he asked them. "I think I need some new jeans," Neville stated. "Yeah, me too, I think. Those last ones are getting a little too short on me. So it is better to be safe than sorry later. So jeans." Harry looked to the other guys and they smiled and nodded. All four of them headed over to where they knew the work jeans were sold and began going through their favorite brands and began checking out sizes. Soon they were all in the dressing rooms trying on the different sizes to see which ones fit them best. It took all of 30 minutes for the four of them to pick out 5 pair of jeans each and 7 shirts to go with them. Then they headed over to the shoes and boots. Neville and Harry needed new boots, everyday shoes, and dress shoes to boot. So might as well get them here. They liked the fit better than the footwear on the magical side, plus the variety was better by far. When they finished with that, they headed over to sleepwear and they all grabbed some sleep pants. Oddly enough, all four of them preferred sleep pants to pajamas now. Then they headed over to the counter with the colognes and toiletries and grabbed what they needed from there. The last place they went was over to the camping and outdoor recreations, and they looked around at some of the outdoor games they had available and, well, games in general they had. Harry gathered up several, and added a couple of extras at the suggestions of the other guys as well. One was Bago Classic, the bean bag toss game, which looked really fun. Another was bean bag toss tic-tac-toe, that one looked really cool too. The third one was the Franklin bean bag toss game, where you toss your bean bags and try to get them to total up to the highest scores. Then Harry found some yards dart that were even glow in the dark so they could be played at night. The Joy in Lawn Darts game set. And he bought that set. It really looked like fun. Once Harry finished picking the last of the games he thought they might enjoy, he paid for them, then herded everyone over to the main entrance where he had instructed everyone to meet up at. Padma, Pavarti, Susan, Luna, and Hermione were all already there. So were Fred, George, Bill, and Charlie, who were all grinning from ear to ear. This made Harry a little weary, but he said nothing and just met up with everyone else. Apparently they were the last ones there. But they all gathered together and headed outside to the side of the Harrods into the area where they had the big dumpsters, where they shrunk and put all their bags and packages into their bags. Then headed out to another entrance and hailed several cabs and headed to the New Age store. This stop was mainly for the girls, although Harry had to admit he too had found several good books there as well, so he was looking forward to going to it, mildly chuckle. Once they excited the cabs and entered the New Age store, Harry let Fred and George show their brothers around again. And he and Neville went wandering around while Cedric and Christian went looking in the clothing section and Draco went looking in the jewelry section. Harry and Neville focused mainly on books, primarily on subjects that might help them next year, or at least that's what they told themselves as they were looking through the books. Harry found several runes books that he didn't recognize and a number of numerology, non-magical way of saying arithmancy, and of course good sellers were the books on fantasy animals that would be great for care of magical creatures. He bet that Professor Lovegood would be thrilled with what non-magicals thought about some of the animals they studied. Harry even got some adult coloring books that had dragons and mythical creatures in them. After all, he had that huge set of colored pencils now, might as well put it to good use. Harry could see that Luna was picking out some coloring books that had fairies and fairy creatures in them as well as dragons of all sorts. She couldn't help but giggle at the pictures as she put the adorable coloring books in her pile to be purchased. Then Harry went over to the intense and scented oils and picked out several different ones. He grabbed some essential oils he was running low on while he was at it too. Might as well get it here than order it out of a catalog later. Draco called Harry over to one display he wanted him to see. It was an elaborate and unbelievably beautiful chess set, and not just some run-of-the-mill chess set either. It was a dragon and wizard chess set. The dragons were done out of carved obsidian, it looked like, and the wizards looked to be made out of carved opals. The craftsmanship was undeniably gorgeous. It was so detailed it looked so realistic. It wasn't a wizard's chess set, but for a non-magical chess set it was one of the finest ones that Harry had ever seen. It was no surprise to him when Draco just had to have it. Harry left Draco to speak with the clerk, and went over to look at some of the walking sticks or staffs they had over by the wands they had. He had thought about getting one, and if he was going to be doing a lot of walking it might be beneficial, but he was going to be doing a lot of riding, so he guesses it would just get in the way, so he passed the pretty staffs up for now. Drat. Harry took his stack of books up to the counter where they were holding all his oils and incenses and began to check out. He also noticed that several of his group were also checking out at different registers around the store. Outside the store they all shrunk down their bags and began to put them inside their own bags once they made sure no one was watching. And then they all began to walk down the street to the pizza place that was halfway between the New Age store and the Leaky Cauldron. Harry especially wanted to introduce 2 more Weasleys to pizza and see how these 2 liked it. Once inside Antonio's they grabbed the big table in the middle of the room and sat down. Almost everyone ordered a salad of one kind or another, and then Harry ordered a meat lovers, a veggie lovers, and 5 cheese, and a hamburger and black olive pizza. The last one was for himself, and he wanted it on hand-tossed crust with the new Parmesan and garlic stuffed pizza crust. He had never tried that before, but it looked delicious. The food was fabulous. Bill and Charlie absolutely love pizza, especially the meat lovers. In fact, they nearly ate a whole pizza by themselves. Lucky for them, Harry had ordered 2 of them to start with. The girls are all about the veggie pizzas, but when they tried the 5-cheese pizza they were almost as nuts over it as they were with the veggie pizza. Harry liked the 5-cheese and the hamburger and black olive pizza best, and he loved that stuffed crust with all its gooey cheese. It didn't take long for everyone to fill up 1 monster salads and pizza. Then for dessert Harry ordered some chocolate chip cookie pizzas and some apple crumble pizzas. Neville of course went for the apple crumble pizza. Harry decided to get a fruit salad like what some of the girls got earlier instead of dessert pizza. He honestly wasn't in the mood for anything too sweet right now, so some fruit was just perfect for him. They all finished up and some managed to get a to-go box for the leftovers. But everyone was glad they could walk off some of the over-full feeling they were groaning about right about then. They made it back to the Leaky Cauldron right about the time it was to go and pick up the trunks from the luggage shop, so Harry went over there and picked up his order and thanked the clerk while the rest of the riders waited for him in the cauldron. It only took him about 10 minutes and he was right back. Then they all went back through the flue in the Leaky Cauldron to Sirius's room, and each person flaked out on the sofa as soon as they got back. Well, they did for a few minutes at least. Then Misty popped into the room and asked if they were all right, and when she didn't believe them, they even allowed her to bring them all a spot of tea just to make sure they were all quite fine. Then she headed back into the other room to tend to Matthew and James, as she had been doing. Well, I guess I had better go ahead and put all that stuff I bought up. It isn't going to put itself up anyway. Harry grumbles. The rest of the riders grumbled but agreed, so they separated into their usual male and female groups and headed to their respective rooms. Bill, Charlie, if you want to come with us, you are more than welcome too, Harry said, looking over at the 2 brothers. Just as Susan did the same for Hermione. We are all going to be spending the next several weeks together, so might as well get used to seeing each other's tents or trunks now anyway, Harry stated. Bill and Charlie nodded and followed behind Fred and George as they headed into what used to be Harry's old room. That was now the guys' room. Fred and George had Charlie and Bill put their tents up between them, and they pulled their trunks out of their bags and put them down on the ground and enlarged them so they could step down into them. Bill and Charlie set up their tents and began to unpack all the things that they had bought that day and put it all up where it belongs. While they were doing that, Harry was in his own trunk across the room doing the same thing, going through each bag or package and putting it up wherever it needed to go and putting whatever spell it needed on it, mainly protective spells on the foodstuffs to make sure it all stayed fresh and cool or whatever until he was ready to eat it or use it in a recipe. With all he had already on hand and what he bought today in addition to what he bought the last trip to Hogsmeade, his kitchen was very well stocked. Once he finished putting the things up in his kitchen, he moved on to putting the books he got up into his library. He knew he had several assignments to do for the summer, but he also got his books for next year and he wanted to read those books through as well as much of them as he could at least. He also bought a couple of new journals just for this trip. This was a huge thing after all. His first trip as a true rider and his first chance at seeing the Rider Castle. Oh, there was still that chance that they wouldn't get to see it this year, but if they did, oh wow. And he wanted a separate journal for each occasion, since to him they are 2 huge things in his life. It took until nearly dinner time for everyone to put away all of their things and meet back up in Sirius's living room. Bill and Charlie decided to do what the riders did and shrink down their tent and put it in Bill's bag and keep it with them at all times. That way they could have it at the drop of a hat and no one could steal it or steal their stuff that was inside of it. Harry, Neville, Luna, and Pavarti lead the way down to the dining hall, followed by the rest in their standard formation, each one of them dressed in their riders' casual outfits. Bill, Charlie, and Hermione joined in behind them a few steps, also dressed in black, just to match the riders. It felt right somehow. Everyone sat down at one table like they normally did during the summer months. Bill, Charlie, and Hermione of course sat with them. They all chattered excitedly about the trip the following morning. They were excited about heading out and could hardly wait to get going. The one thing that needed to be done left tonight was for Charlie and Bill to head over to Mr. Sage's stables and pick out a couple of geldings to ride tomorrow. Harry thought that they should probably do it tonight so that they would have at least tonight to get used to their new mounts. So after dinner Fred, George, Bill, Charlie, Neville and Harry were transported over to Mr. Sage's stables. Mr. Sage was thrilled to see them back and took them immediately over to see his geldings. Harry announced that it would be a long camping trip. You would have thought the old man had just won the lottery or something. He started showing off his most prized geldings and picking out his most gentle for the two brothers, the ones with the most experience with long trip and such. In the end Charlie picked a bay and Bill picked a gorgeous sorrel. Both were 4-year-old and as gentle as they could be. They would be great to ride tomorrow. Bill was thrilled with his pick and Charlie was sure his horse picked him and not the other way around. Charlie named his mount Corydon, which is Latin for clown, but he ended up just calling him Cory most of the time. Bill named his horse Vulpus, which is Latin for fox, which fit that one to a T. He had the look of a fox and was a crafty little devil too. Harry called Jeeves to have them transported back over to the stables, new mounts and all. So Jeeves had several of his friends from the kitchens that weren't currently occupied come assist, and they all popped over to the stables elf style. Everyone else was in the stables by now, too excited to meet the two new rides. Harry explained to Storm that the new geldings were just there during the ride this summer, and they weren't a permanent fixture or part of the stables. They were Charlie and Bill's mounts, and after this summer was done and over with they would be going back to Mr. Sage and back to their home. So Storm agreed to make no fuss about them. The Maras couldn't care one way or the other, they just nuzzled up to their stallions even more, which kinda made their stallions feel all frisky and happy. The Maras don't normally breed every year. On a normal basis they can breed as much as every other year in captivity, but in the wild they may breed every 3 to 4 years, sometimes more depending on the size of the herd. So frisky is one thing, but actually breeding is another thing altogether. And both Storm and Thunder liked it when their girls got frisky. All the geldings thought that the frisky Darkhorn Maras prancing and playful around the paddock were gorgeous, but they took one look at the two huge, powerful stallions and knew that silence was the better part of valor in this case. Luna thought that the bay that Charlie picked out was adorable, and to say he would do anything for a carrot was an understatement. He would bring out his bag of tricks he could, and he just began going through them until she finally gave him the injured carrot. They spent quite a bit of time checking over their mounts and making sure they were ready for tomorrow, checking hooves, brushing them down, handing out treats, etc. Fred, George, Susan, and Cedric took the foals on a nice long walk around the Black Lake with just them and their yearlings now. Because that is what their little foals were, almost a year old. They were beautiful too. They brushed each one until their coats shone in the moonlight and their manes whipped around in the breeze like strands of velvet so soft and subtle. They pranced and danced along, enjoying their one-on-one time with their chosen riders very much. Tomorrow was going to be the big day, the first day of their trip, and everyone wanted to be well rested and ready to head out early, so they all went to bed early. Although most of them were too excited to actually go to sleep. Harry ended up going to bed, but he couldn't sleep, so he started reading one of the periodicals he had picked up that day and fell asleep reading it around midnight. With a sleepy yawn, he couldn't help but think that this was the end of one phase of his life and the beginning of a whole new part. A part he had been dreaming of for a long time now. Tomorrow. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Tick. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Harry woke up excited and restless this morning, so he rushed about and did his morning absolutions, then headed into his kitchen. They had agreed last night to do a potluck breakfast, where each person was in charge of bringing one thing. He was in charge of bringing omelets. He was going to make meat lovers, veggie lovers, and 5 cheese, just like they got their pizzas. So Harry began preparing his ingredients and chopping, shredding or dicing whatever it was he was working on. Then he has dozens of little bowls ready of stuff sitting on his counter waiting in line, looking much like an assembly lines. Then he was ready to crack some eggs. Soon he had a platter of omelets ready to take up top with him, so he just levitated it behind him and climbed up the ladder, and it followed along behind him. As he reached to top of the ladder, he began to smell the others cooking as well. Bacon, sausage, and pancakes were all in the makings. Someone had already put up the dining room table, and put the cutlery, plates, glasswares, and all down for each place settings. Harry sat his omelets down on the table with a heating and stasis charm on them. Then he went to make some tea for everyone in Sirius's kitchen. When he got back, there was a large stack of pancakes, some French toast, a plate of bacon and one of sausage, a veggie tray, and some stuffed mushrooms and a pot of beans, some fried tomatoes and fresh tomatoes, some porridge and little cups of chopped up fruit, and several other dishes already finished and sitting on the table waiting. Apparently Harry had been the first but definitely wasn't the last to put his dish out there. So he brought over 3 pots of tea and put them strategically on the table along with some milk and sugar. Not a damn lemon wedge in sight though, thank Merlin. The thought alone made a shiver go down Harry's spine. They all sat down and began to pass around the dishes of food, picking what they wanted off the dishes or passing them off to the next person. Soon everyone had everything they wanted and were enjoying their meal. Harry decided that this was something that they would have to do again. It made it easy on everyone, and they all appeared to be enjoying their meal immensely. After breakfast was cleaned up and everyone was dressed and ready to go, they all headed down to the stables. Each person tended to their own mounts, and you could tell that the Darkhorns were as excited as they were because they were non-stop chattering this morning, even the yearlings. Hermione brought out a big map and with Procella as an interpreter talked over with Storm the route they were going to be taking with Harry. Making notes in her every-ready journal, and between them they made a calculated guess on just how far they should be able to make it in a day, each day for the next week or so. Then they picked out the best places that would be available to camp each night and which places to avoid if possible. They really didn't want to go into any big cities or tourist traps if they could avoid it. After a few minutes, Harry decided to let Hermione be in charge of the map and the details like that. He figured he would allow Storm free rein on which way to go, since he was leading this merry band of theirs really, at least as far as getting to the castle was concerned. Once they decided to head out from the castle and go to the World Cup, they would have to see. Everyone mounted their Darkhorn or horse respectively. Cedric, Susan, Fred and George had Justice, Karma, Mischief and Mayhem attached to their rides and were ready to go. Draco was on Aries, who was being a little spirited today. Apparently Aries felt they were going to be going on some great adventure starting today and just couldn't wait to get started. Bill had Vulpus and Charlie had Cord and saddled and ready to go in no time flat. Harry couldn't tell who was the most excited about the trip, the riders or the mounts in this case. Once Fred had Rascal, George had Rogue, Susan had Destiny, and Cedric had Shadow saddled and ready to go. That was everyone. They left Hogwarts grounds the same way they normally traveled anywhere. In front it was Luna, Harry, Neville, and Pavarti, followed by George, Cedric, and Fred. Then Draco, Susan, Padma, and Christian. And this time it was Charlie, Bill, and Hermione. They all were dressed in their rider riding wear, which was black jeans and button-down shirts. They all had their bags draped over their shoulder and across their chests. Bill, Charlie, and Hermione blended in well with black jeans and black button-downs as well. Each one had their bag on too. Harry was the only one that had any type of an overcoat on, and he of course rode with his nice trench coat that Luna had bought him. He loved the fact that it was temperature controlled so that it wasn't too hot, even though it was supposed to get warmer today than it had been all week. Probably going to storm later on. They weren't worried at all about the trunks if it stormed. If it did, they would just shut the lid and it would seal the storm out. It was the tents they were worried about, but they had resolved that too. If it got too rough, Fred and George were going to bunk together in Fred's trunk, and they would let Bill and Charlie to bunk in George's. For Hermione, they were going to do something similar. Padma and Pavarti would stay together and Hermione would stay in Padma's trunk. At first Hermione had protested that decision a lot, but after some logical thinking and a few explanations she finally agreed. But she didn't think it would get to be that bad, because according to the information that came with the tent that she had read, the spells associated with the tent should be enough to keep it stable even in the strongest of storms. At least that is what it advertised. Hopefully there wouldn't be a need to test that claim. As they all headed down the road towards Hogsmeade, they could just see the sunrise peeking its head up over the distant mountains. It was just barely 5 in the morning, as it was after all. Harry had wanted to get started by daybreak, and they had just made it. It took a while for Harry to get settled into the steady rhythm that Storm has set for the whole troop to maintain. Everyone was excited to get to underway, so they didn't mind the nice pace that Storm had set. It was around 11 or 12 judging on where the sun was when they decided to call for a break. Everyone brought out their trunks or tents, went to the loo, cleaned up, and made a snack for themselves. Before Harry went into his trunk, he enlarged a barrel of whiskey that he kept stored for Fantasy and had it and some whiskey-soaked oats ready for her when she landed down between he and Luna and started prancing around trying to get their attention. Luna just laughed and pulled out a whiskey-soaked apple that she had hidden somewhere and gave it to the beautiful Abraxan. She had been soaring above their heads for a while now, taking breaks whenever her wings got a little too tired. Then she would prance beside Luna proudly, whipping her mane and tail about teasingly, almost as if to say, "See how beautiful I am?" Ventus didn't seem to mind having the playful Abraxan trotting along beside her, so no one else said anything about it either. Storm just lowered his mighty head and shook it about as if to say, "Oh, good grief." But other than that, he didn't object either. So they had all just adjusted admirably to how Fantasy had to fly for a while and then take breaks every now and then by walking with the others. She really did enjoy both. Really, to tell you the truth, she was having a great deal of fun. At least that is what it looked like. Christian recommended that they unsaddle their mounts and brush them down, then give them a chance to cool off, especially since it was getting to be the heat of the day. So that is what everyone did. They took about a 2-hour break to give the mounts some time to rest, drink, and get spoiled a little. Then they saddled them up again and were back on the trail. By the time that the sun had set and the temperature was getting a little chilly, they decided to camp. They found what would pass as a clearing near a small creek. They decided to call it a night there and set up camp near a creek so that the mounts could all cool off and enjoy themselves. And that is exactly what they did. As soon as they were freed of their prospective riders, or riders as the case may be, and their saddles as well as associated tack, the mounts went wading in the creek and got a good drink of the cool fresh water. Darkhorn, Horse, and Abraxan all joined each other for a refreshing dip in the creek, which thankfully came up to about their knees and was only about 10 feet across at its widest, making it easy for them to cross tomorrow. But for tonight it made for a playful place to enjoy splashing around in a bit. After everyone had cooled off in the creek, they riders took their mounts off to the side and began to groom them, making sure they were well brushed and groomed, checking hooves for stones and other little irritants, brushing barbs and knots out of manes and tails, washing off the day's sweat and soothing those hard-worked muscles that hadn't been used in so long. Then they all gathered around to be fed. Each rider had shrunk down a good quantity of their mount's favorites: meat for the Darkhorns, grains for the horses, with the occasional carrot to apple thrown in there for the horses, and whiskey-soaked goodies for Fantasy, of course. Once the mounts were all seen to, it was time for dinner. They agreed to have a big potluck again, and so most of the girls brought 8 salads, fruit, veggie, or cheese trays, where their guys brought a wide variety of things, mostly sandwiches, but some were more inventive than that. Draco brought fish and chips, which was out of this world delicious. Harry brought hoagies. Cedric brought brisket sandwiches. Neville brought your choice of either Reuben sandwiches or corned beef. Bill and Charlie brought hamburgers with all the fixings. The rest of the riders brought things like coleslaw, potato salad, macaroni salad, baked beans, fruit salad, or jello salad of some kind. They sat up a bunch of tables together to eat off of and then sat down to eat. By the time they were finished, everyone was moaning about how full they were, and they were all laughing at each other about how much they had eaten. It didn't take long for the idea of music to be brought up and for everyone to grab their instruments. They hadn't even asked Charlie or Bill if they played any musical instrument, but they found out that Bill played guitar and Charlie played mandolin. Soon the group was sitting around in comfy chairs playing away, both playing and singing music. As normal, someone would call out a song and off they would go, playing it. Then the next person would call out another song and they would play whatever that person wanted to hear. No one person hogged the group's time and no one got left out of the choice of music. Everything was played that night, from classical to head-banging rock. It was all fun and it was all enjoyed. For the classical songs, people just allowed themselves to be swept up in the music and carried away to a new place full of beauty and wonder, so sublime and mesmerizing that one could barely believe it. For the rock and roll you could barely stop yourself from wanting to get up and dance to it. Everyone was tapping toes, singing along and moving with the rhythm of the songs, letting the beat take them away. After a while they decided to get out the wireless and see if there was a good station on it, and they did find a good rock and roll station, so they turned that one up and danced. Putting away their instruments for a while, they cleared away the tables and chairs. They cleaned back an area that folks that wanted to could dance, and honestly that was just about everyone. Everyone was tired from the day, but when the right beat hit them they couldn't help it. They had to let the beat out and dance, even if it was only for that one dance. Soon enough people were beginning to feel the tired of the day. It hit them when the strain on their muscles starting to yell at them. So they decided to call it a day. Most went into their trunks or tents to take a nice long hot shower or soak in the tub and hit the sack. They had decided to take turns guarding the camp, so Harry volunteered to take the first watch. Then they drew their names out of a hat for the next 2 watches. Pavarti got the 2 to 4 watch and Charlie got the 4 to 6 o'clock watch. The next morning everyone ate breakfast in their own place and cleaned up. That way it was quicker to get ready to head out faster. They were all packed up and ready to go by 7 o'clock. They traveled 4 days, enjoying the calm routine they had established. Rising early, traveling till high noon, taking a break, hopefully somewhere near water. Then starting up again until dark, when they would fix food and play music, sometimes play poker, until they got tired and go bathe, then go to bed, leaving someone on watch of course. Each person taking a turn at night watch randomly. The next morning they would get up and do it all over again, leaving as little evidence they had even been there as possible. Then on the 5th day that kind of changed. On the 5th day they were just a few miles north of Lockerbie when they spotted them. Another group of travelers. At first they were just regular non-magicals, but they were anything but. It was a group of new graduate students from Salem Witches Academy in Salem, Massachusetts. They were on an across Britain trek for their summer excursion. They had started in Inverness and were going to go all the way down to Canterbury, checking out every magical city and site they could along the way of course. There were 6 of them in total. Their leader seemed to be a young, blonde woman by the name of Thayer Ravenwing, an elemental magic major, focused primarily on fire, although she was also quite gifted with air. No one knew who made her the leader of the group. She just sort of stepped right into the role and everyone else kind of followed. Next came a young woman that had dark curls down to the middle of her back and rich dark eyes. She had several tattoos, and she claimed it helped with her gypsy heritage. Her name was Mesham Royals. Mesham enjoyed wearing clothing that was quite revealing, and just a little more revealing than what could be considered proper. Rich, deep colors worked well with her complexion and she wore them well. Now the next one in line was a chipper little thing called Danny, short for Danielle Stevenson. She had strawberry blonde hair cut in a bob, and looked every bit a fae, although Harry doubted that she really was one. Once you got her talking about something it was hard to get her to calm down though, so who knows. Getting her and Luna together was weird. Just plain weird. They actually seemed to understand each other really, really well, and that was kind of scary. Amber Hathaway was another redhead, but her hair was a deep rich, almost auburn, and she liked to wear it up in a ponytail most of the time. She was very athletic and had been the captain of the Quidditch team, the Golden Dragons, back in Salem. She was the keeper and had kept that post for 4 seasons proudly. To say she enjoyed the sport was an understatement. Then came Ellie McPherson, a calm, quiet one. She loved reading and listening to music. She didn't talk too much, but she loved to talk about the creatures she had studied. She intended to get a master's in magical creatures and then either work on a reserve or teach. She wasn't sure which. Probably work on a reserve, where she could actually work with the animals that she loved so much. She always said that she understood creatures better than people. Creatures were simple and easy to understand. People were far too complicated to understand. The last on was Charity Embers. She had white blonde hair and sky blue eyes. She was about 5'0" and weighed all of 100 pounds soaking wet. But she had spirit a mile wide. Her hair was like a halo of curls about her head, and it bounced around as she walked, big curls bouncing this way and that. Her eyes would sparkle in the sunlight as she spoke, especially if it was about something that she truly felt deeply about. She was also their linguistics major. She could speak 6 languages and was working on 7 and 8 right now, although she wouldn't claim them until she felt she could converse in them perfectly. If there was one thing Charity was, it was a perfectionist. Harry was a little weary of the band of girls, but Luna convinced him to allow them to travel with them. For a while at least. After all, they were magical too, and they didn't have any men traveling with them to protect them. So with that said, Harry couldn't refuse, and allowed the girls to ride along with them. Each girl had their own rented horse they were riding, just like Bill and Charlie. The whole group of girls were taken aback by the Darkhorns and by fantasy too. None of them had ever seen a young Abraxan before either. The merry band of travelers had decided to keep their schedule as they had been, and if the girls couldn't keep up, then that was on their shoulders. They had to find the castle, and then they wanted to stay there for a while before heading over to the World Cup, so they needed the time to get there as well. Harry knew if they got too far behind schedule after they found the castle that he could always call Jeeves to come get the Darkhorns and horses and take them back to Hogwarts. Then come take the riders and guests to their tent at the World Cup, but that would almost be like cheating in some way. So it may be the harder choice, but he wanted to do it the long way, if at all possible, that is. "What kind of work do you do for Gringotts?" Thayer asked Bill as she rode along beside him. "I am a cursebreaker, 2nd class, and a 3rd class wardsmith," Bill replied. "Wow, 3rd class, I'm surprised, someone your age too. You must have started so young." Thayer smiled at Bill. "Yeah, fresh out of Hogwarts," Bill admitted. "Hogwarts?" she asked. "The school here in Britain that I went to, it's in Scotland to be exact. Charlie and I went there before we graduated. My twin brothers and the rest of these kids are going there now," Bill stated. "Must be a fabulous school if so many of its students are taking their summer to make a trip across Britain," Thayer observed. "Hogwarts is the best school in Britain, some say in all of Europe. Personally, I think it is, but I may be just a little biased though." Bill had a little half-smile on his face when he said that. He had to admit he felt that Hogwarts topped the list when it came to schools in Britain, but Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have always been close competition when it comes to education. Beauxbatons taught more in the liberal arts and Durmstrang taught more in the dark arts, but Hogwarts was right up there with them in all other subjects. And they had top-of-the-line professors in many of their subjects. Thayer and Bill talked like that for what seemed like hours, comparing schools and careers, and just life in general. And while they were talking, Charlie was getting to know a Salem girl of his own, Ellie. Her deep brown hair hung in soft ringlets down her back, but it was her sapphire blue eyes that seemed to capture Charlie's attention the most. He had never seen eyes that color before. They were so beautiful. "You really work with dragons?" Ellie asked. "Yeah, I have for 4 years now. Work at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary just south of Costesti, Romania. We currently house 31 dragons, but breeding season is right around the corner, so who knows. We tend to breed then release when we can, or trade our fledglings with other sanctuaries when possible to expand our breeding capabilities and our dragon diversity. We have 7 varieties right now: the common Welsh green, the Hebridean black, Swedish shortsnout, Chinese fireball, Ukrainian ironbelly, Norwegian ridgeback, and the Hungarian horntail. But those are the ones we have right now. Our heart is set on getting an Antipodean opali this next year. We have been wanting one for a while and just didn't have the space. But we were just permitted to purchase another 300 acres, so we have the space to get one more nesting mother with no problem at all. And if we can get an opali, then we will pretty much have all the dragons that can handle our temperatures and rain patterns. This year we are trading 2 Chinese fireball yearlings, 1 Hungarian horntail 2-year-old, and 1 Hebridean black yearling for a pair of mated Romanian longhorns. It is the talk of the century already. That trade has put our sanctuary on the map, as it were. We have gotten more donations since news was released of the big event than we received in the last 3 years combined. It was one of the most successful trades we managed in ages. The Russian National Sanctuary had 5 longhorns and were desperately wanting to diversify, so we got lucky there. Charlie's chest puffed out proudly as he told Ellie about the sanctuary where he worked. He loved his job and he loved talking about it too. Ellie loved dragons. Well, she loved creatures of any kind, but dragons held a special place in her heart. Always had. Even when she was a little girl, she had thought many times about becoming a dragon handler or a dragon tamer. It was just a matter of taking the proper classes at this point. She had molded all her classes at school in that direction, aiming on her getting a mastery in magical creatures. Almost everyone took on an apprenticeship once they left school if they wanted to become a dragon handler although she could go the other route and go to college and get her mastery at one of the colleges that offer the classes. Then join a sanctuary with a mastery already under her belt. She didn't know which way to go, so she asked Charlie which one he thought was best. Honestly, I don't know which one is the best. Each one has its upside and downside. I did what was best for me. I wouldn't do it anyway, but the way I am doing it, I only have 2 more classes and my dissertation to finish my mastery. Creature husbandry 4 and creature rights and regulations 4. Then I have to pick a topic to do for my dissertation, although I think I know what I am going to do it on already, but we will see. I have 1 year to choose a topic once I finish my classes, and then a year to complete my dissertation, although if I want longer or need longer, all I have to do is take more classes, and as long as I am taking classes, my dissertation is kind of put on the back burner, if you will. The research for my dissertation is what I am going to dread, having to pick a subject, then only having a year to do all the research I will need to come up with my conclusion, is what is going to be tricky. That is why I am trying to come up with a subject now, so I can see how hard it would be to start on the research and if it would be feasible to do it within the allotted time. Charlie was thinking out loud for a lot of that. He had a couple of really good ideas in mind, ones that he had often wondered about and even looked up but never found any research material on. Subjects that he already had hours of research devoted to. In fact, one of the topics involved the mating dance of the Romanian Longhorns. It is said to be one of the most in-depth, complex, beautiful, and secretive of all dragon mating rituals, known to dragon handlers. I think I will probably try for the apprenticeship as well. I have had enough of the classrooms to last me for a while. I mean, if it doesn't work, I can always work a year, and then change over and take the actual classes at a university somewhere. Probably in either Tokyo University of Magical Studies or back at Chicago University in Chicago, Illinois. At least with that one there wouldn't be the language barrier, although the Tokyo University has the best dragonology studies in the world. It would be a hard choice as to which one to go to. I would probably go with Tokyo since it would look best on a resume, and a simple translation spell could fix the language barrier. Ellie kept on and explained her thoughts on her future. Oh, she had her friends to talk about her ideas with, but she didn't have anyone she knew of that had real-world experience. And she was not going to let this opportunity go to waste. While Thayer and Ellie were preoccupied, Danny and Luna were fast becoming friends. The blue-footed booby and the yellow-rumped warbler, Luna giggled. And the non-magicals think we have strange names for our creatures? The crumple-horned snorkack is far more interesting than those silly old birds anyway, Luna stated. Danny giggled and nodded, agreeing with her new friend. I agree. The only thing that frustrates me is the Swedish consulate still refuses to acknowledge or deny the existence of the snorkack, even after all these years. Danny pouted. I know, all he would have to do is to admit to their existence and Gustav Johansson would have all the financial backing he had been trying to get these past 11 years, and the research grants would be pouring in to study the snorkack. I mean, how many creatures have they discovered that are marsupials, nocturnal, and have the hair-structured horn like a non-magical rhinoceros? It will be the biggest discovery since the web-footed fwooper. Luna stated excitedly. Web-footed fwooper? I have never heard of a fwooper being web-footed. Danny asked quickly, desperately wanting to know more. Oh, it was so exciting, the Quibbler did a huge article on them, with pictures and everything. The web-footed fwooper was found in the floodplains of the Nile River. As many of them as could be found were rounded up and taken to the pharaoh's personal home, back in 1987. They managed to find 11 of them, and from what I have been able to research, they now have 34 of them living in captivity. There is even talk about releasing some out into the wild in a few years. They have pink, red, orange, yellow, and purple ones. Each year they keep hoping on a green or blue, but that hasn't happened yet. Luna looked ahead dreamily. Do you think you could show me the pictures of them? I would so love to see what they look like compared to a regular fwooper, that is. Danny asked. Oh, of course, I am sure my father has the back issues of the Quibbler and I can get them for you. He did 3 whole issues on them, they were so fascinating. I will just have to contact my father and get you the back issues.
Luna smiled.
Danny grinned. She couldn't believe she found another person so interested in the unique and different creatures as she was. Then she and Luna began to speak about the ghost apes of
Malaysia.
Don't worry, they aren't really ghosts. They are just called ghost apes because of the way they can travel in and out of the canopy and rainforests. They are called the Silent Ones or Yang Senyap by the people that live there. They have almost a grayish-white fur which only adds to their ghostly qualities. And they're swinging from tree to tree silently as the night itself, and almost too fast to follow with the naked eye makes their spectral name complete. Both girls wanted to take a sabbatical to the beautiful island and see what all creatures they could find and discover themselves if possible. Harry had to admit the Salem girls were interesting, and at night after the animals were all taken care of and bedded down, they were great fun to have around. While only Danny played a musical instrument, she played a pan flute oddly enough. The rest of them loved to sing. So when the music started up, they all got together and joined in with the songs and sang their little hearts out, if they knew the words. They were very impressed with Harry's rendition of The Gambler that was done by Kenny Rogers. They all got quiet and listened as he sung that one solo, and just like the original singer, it was mainly just Harry on the piano, Cedric and Christian on the guitar, and the Weasley twins on the drums for most of the song, except of course on the chorus when whoever wanted to could join in. Usually that was everyone's signal that it was time to put away the music and get out their chocolate frogs because they were going to play poker. But they allowed the Salem girls to play even if they didn't have their candy to use. They instead let them use candy they had. So instead of every flavored beans they played with M&Ms or gummy bears. And instead of chocolate frogs they were introduced to Butterfingers, Snickers, and something called Milky Ways. In the end it was a great trade and everyone was happy with it. Everyone was introduced to a new treat and they all shared in the experience. They rode like that together for almost 5 days and were getting close to Wales when they realized that they were going to have to split ways soon. The girls were going to be heading east very soon and they were going to continue south, well a little west and south. So on the 5th day of travel with them, they all said their goodbyes, got each other's contact information and promised to write, then headed out in the direction that they were meant to head to. By noon it was getting hard to get used to the quiet of the frustrating silence Harry was now faced with, so he began to sing as they walked their mounts along. At first it was just Harry singing, then Neville joined in, then Cedric, then Fred and George, then Draco and Luna and Pavarti, then it was Christian, Susan and finally Padma. After one song ended someone would start off with another song and they would start singing that one if you knew the words. The sun had set and they had pulled into a slightly wooded area they had found and had just taken care of their darkhorns or horses and were getting ready to start dinner when it happened. An alarm went off in each rider's head. At first they couldn't figure out what it was, but Harry knew almost immediately what it was. That is the alarm for the East Wales Boys' Home. Harry couldn't tell if it was an alarm for Miss Faithright or the wards themselves, but he knew something was up and that they needed them. So Harry did the first thing he could think of. He called Jeeves. Jeeves! And the house elf popped up right before him. What can Jeeves do for you this evening, Master Harry? Jeeves, the alarms at the Easter Wales Boys' Home just went off. I need you and whoever you need to help you to take us to the boys' home, then come back here and guard the campground until we call you to come get us. Would that be all right? Harry asked quickly. Of course, Master Harry, that is no problem at all. And then in a blink of an eye 11 more elves took the riders, Charlie and Bill demanding to go along, to the gates of the orphanage. Harry looked around carefully and then opened the gates and went in and headed towards the grand old building that was their orphanage. They were met by a very flustered Miss Faithright. The alarm started going off a few minutes ago. Someone is trying to breach the wards. The wards are at 30% now. I have gathered all the children into the dining hall and have all of my staff in there on high alert, but I have no idea what to do now. Those that have some wartime training are at the different entrances to the orphanage, but I don't think that will be enough to hold of any kind of an attack. Oh my, the wards are at 20% now. Miss Faithright. Harry reached out to the frantic young woman and rested a calming hand on her arm. Don't worry, we are here now. I want you to go back into the orphanage and be with the rest of your staff. Make sure to continue to guard the entrances and continue to stay on alert until either myself or Neville tell you otherwise. Harry continued to look directly into the very frightened young matron's eyes until she nodded and turned around and rushed back into the building and did exactly what he told her to do. Bill, see if you can figure out where they care trying to come in at and how many we are looking at. Cedric, Fred, and George, I am going to need you to run interference once they do make it through. Throw anything you've got at them, I don't care what it is, as long as it slows them down some. Cedric, do you want to have yourself and your tier to be invisible or not? Harry asked. I think invisible for this mission, Harry. Cedric said quickly, and Fred and George nodded behind him. So Harry nodded and produced 3 rainbow and clear spheres and handed them off to the 3 riders and watched them vanish using the rainbow ones on themselves. Then vanish from sight. Don't forget to use the silencing spells on you feet and anti-smell charms as well. We don't know if he will have werewolves with him or not. It may not be near the full moon, but they still have heightened senses of smell, so it is better to be safe than sorry. As soon as he said it, he could no longer smell Cedric's shampoo, or the cedar and sage body wash that the twins like to use. So he knew they had followed his suggestion. Okay then. Bill, do you know which direction they are going to be coming in from? They are trying to weaken the southmost ward, the one near the forest. I would guess that they are using the forest to hide their position. I can't give you a total number, but I can tell you there are about 8 that are working on lowering the shields right now. I doubt that is their total number though. It would be stupid if they were to weaken their total attack mob right before the breakthrough, so I would guess to double, even triple that amount. Bill stated. Alright. How long do you think we have until they break through? Harry asked quickly. Maybe 5 minutes, tops. Bill answered as he though quickly. Got it, hear that folks, let's do this quickly. Okay, Susan, I want 3rd tier over by the building and set up a triage area somewhere. Christian, use your bow and arrow to do long-range attacks. Draco, guard the girls against anyone that might make it through us. I'm going to call in the cavalry and see if we can avoid any unnecessary risk or bloodshed here. With that, Harry pulled his wand out and waved his wand, calling out, Expecto Patronum. A glorious grizzly bear leapt from his wand and began searching for the danger. When it didn't find anything, it came back to him and bumped Harry's hand with his fully corporeal furry muzzle. I need you to take a message for me. This goes to Amelia Susan Bones. To Amelia Bones, East Wales Boys' Home is under attack. Death Eaters present. Riders present, heavily outnumbered. Wards are failing. Attack imminent, need help immediately. Send help. To Amelia Bones. Okay. Take that to her as fast as you can. Harry spoke quickly. The grizzly bear bowed its massive head slightly and then turned and headed in the direction of London, and was off faster than the eyes could follow. Time seemed to tick by slowly as they waited for something to happen. This was a time that Harry hated. The adrenaline pumping through his veins was horrible, making him almost lightheaded. After waiting almost 5 minutes, there was the sound of rushing feet. Coming up behind them, Harry turned and quickly had a dark green sphere in the palm of his hand ready to throw, and beside him so did Neville. Luna and Pavarti both had their wands out at the ready. Stand down, it is only us, Amelia stated. She had brought herself Mad-Eye, Shacklebolt, Dawlish, Tonks, and Proudfoot, hoping that would be enough. She had 6 more Aurors waiting to call in if necessary. Really more if needed, but it was short notice, so she grabbed who was close by and ran with them. Thank Merlin you're here. We have maybe 2 or 3 minutes until they break the wards. We think they have between 15 to 25 on their side, but that is only a guess. The exact number is unsure of. Harry stated. Okay, we will be the forward guard, you and the riders will stay behind us. Use your spheres wherever you can, but do so from behind us. Got it? Amelia stated. Harry didn't exactly like her method of negotiating, but it was her mission now and he pledged to follow her orders, so. Got it, we have 2nd tier invisible, with silenced and scentless. They are going to provide diversions. Christian will be staying in the rear, but providing long-range bow and arrow coverage. Susan and Padma are setting up a triage area and Draco is guarding them specifically. Neville and I will be right behind you all, throwing dark green, sleep, spheres at every chance we can get. We will have Luna and Pavarti providing coverage for us. Bill and Charlie Weasley will be floating around between your crew and the riders, trying not to get hit. They are at your service, same as the riders. Bill and Charlie Weasley? Alright, Bill Weasley, you go with Alastair, watch his back. Charlie Weasley, you go with trainee Tonks. Don't let her trip over her own 2 feet and accidentally shoot someone in the back. Amelia snickered, then she got serious again. Alright people, form up and get ready. Suddenly the wards were starting to flicker and blink in and out of existence. Then just like that they were gone. And all of a sudden they were facing 30 Death Eaters in full garb. All Harry could think of at that moment was that he was sure glad he had taken the time to call Amelia. No sooner had that thought came into his mind than the first spell was shot. It went right past Moody's head and practically blew apart one of the new windows of the orphanage. Oh no, he did not just do that. Well, that is something that fool was going to live to regret. Before he could take aim to try again, he was trapped in a dark green sphere and lost to the land of Nod. Harry got him in one sphere while Neville got the guy that was standing right next to him, before he could so much as raise his wand. And with that, the battle had begun. Fireworks started going off aimed at the rear of the Death Eaters, forcing them to move forward faster than they had intended. Then when they pushed forward, flashbangs were thrown in the middle of them, which caused them to turn around. As soon as their back was exposed, they were hit by either a stupefy or a dark green sphere, taking another Death Eater out of the battle. Bang! Another flashbang went off. Again Harry aimed at the exposed backs that he could see now. Neville was right in there with him, tagging any that Harry missed. A bright green spell whizzed past Harry's head and Neville didn't hesitate for a second. He had that one out of the fight before Harry could take aim and toss his dark green sphere. Another spell whizzed by, this time it seemed to try and target Shacklebolt, who dodged to the left and fired back at the individual. Spell for spell, and the man went down hard. The spell just barely missed Luna and kept going. It was headed straight for Padma, and before she could so much as blink, Draco shoved her out of the way. No one noticed until it was too late that Draco had taken the hit for Padma. He was hit hard on the left arm and shoulder. He also had several ribs that were broken on his left side, although none fatally so. Susan rushed over to his side as soon as she realized that Draco had been hit. Draco lay there moaning and trying real hard to stay conscious and not pass out. He wasn't about to let them down in his first mission. Susan tried to get him to listen to reason, but he refused, and asked her to just wrap up his ribs and do what she could with his arm for now, then give him a sling. Susan cast a few Brachio Amendums on Draco's arm and one or two Episkis here or there, and then put Draco's arm in a sling and informed him quite sternly that he is to leave that sling on and to be careful with that arm for at least 48 hours or she would find him and put one of those Muggle cast things on him that he had to wear for 6 to 8 weeks. Draco nodded quickly, swearing to play nicely and to behave. Geez, Doc could be frightening when she wanted to be. Harry dodged to the left, then quickly to the right, then fired off another dark green sphere, catching that one on the arm, but it didn't matter, the effect was the same. The Death Eater was out for the count. Neville hit the one right behind him with a dark green sphere and he fell face first on top of the other guy. Amelia's people were taking out just as many Death Eaters as the riders were, although it seemed more Aurors were getting hit by curses than riders were. By the time the last Death Eater fell to Auror Shacklebolt stupefy to the face, there were 3 Aurors injured. Dawlish, Proudfoot and Tonks were all on the injured list. Tonks seemed to take the worst of it. She got hit in the thigh by a Sectum Semper curse, and both Susan and Padma were working hard now to close the 2 long gashes she had in her thigh. First, they removed the leg of her uniform to expose her wound without having to undress her completely. Then they cleaned away as much of the injury as possible and held pressure on the wound. Then Doc cast Inspicio on Tonks to see just how bad it truly was. Thankfully, no major arteries were badly cut, although it was still a great loss of injury. Then she handed Tonks 2 injury replenishers and a healing potion, then went to work on Tonks' leg. Doc started with the top cut and Padma started on the bottom cut, and they both started chanting Vulnera Sinenter over and over again as they waved their wands along the torn edges of the tears in Tonks' flesh. When it looked like Susan was beginning to tire out, not even halfway done, Harry quickly stepped up behind her and put his hands on her shoulders and started feeding her his magic. Neville moved forward and did the same thing for Padma and began to feed her magic as well, while Luna and Pavarti stood watch over them as they worked. With the extra boost of magic, they were able to finish the procedure easily and a lot faster than they had been doing so. Soon enough the 2 sat back inside, wiping the sweat off their brows. It was complete, the wound was closed and the bleed was stopped. Thank Merlin. Fred has made himself visible again and was helping a limping Auror Dawlish over to the triage area, while George, who was still invisible, was helping Auror Proudfoot over to the triage area right behind them, and it looked kinda weird since George was practically carrying a hopping Proudfoot along. Proudfoot had got shot in the leg as well and was having to lean on George to walk because he couldn't put any weight on his injured leg, so he was hopping along on his good leg. By the time that Susan and Padma had finished with Tonks, Fred and George had managed to get Dawlish and Proudfoot over to the triage area. They were checked out and treated, then they were ready to go in just a few minutes. Harry and Neville were walking amongst the bodies of the downed individuals, sorting them out appropriately. All those that had been stupefied and needed to be put to sleep they cast a dark green sphere on. Then moved them over to the side and then put a light yellow sphere on them and a feather light charm on them so that Luna and Pavarti could push the sphere over to the area that they had set aside for the Death Eaters. Then they went through and found all the dead Death Eaters and put them in a different area. And finally they went through and found all the injured Death Eaters and put them in a different area, after quickly doing a scan on them to make sure none of them were on the verge of death, that is. Harry would ask Amelia if she could find someone to heal the Death Eaters so that Susan and Padma wouldn't have to do it. Working on that many people would be a little much, even for them. The Death Eaters had 18 on the injured list and that was too many people for 2 people to worry with. He didn't care about how old they were, but especially because they were only 13 or 14. Shortly after Harry finished moving the last of the bodies, Miss Faithright popped her head out of the doorway and asked if it was safe to come out yet. Luna stated that the battle was over with and that they were just cleaning things up now. Oh my. I never expected so many. Miss Faithright stated as she looked at the bodies neatly stacked side by side over next to the wall of the orphanage. They knew that they would have to have quite a few people if they were going to try and attack a protectorate of ours. So they sent out the maximum amount of people they could spare. Without sending them all, that is. Neville explained and Harry nodded. That's right, Voldemort knew that any less than this would be taken out in a matter of minutes. Even with just us here. We only had 6 Aurors helping us and we managed to get a total of 4 wounded and none of them will spend the night in the hospital. They ended up with 8 dead and it looks like they have 26 sleeping over there. So Voldemort is going to be very upset in just a few minutes, when his people don't return to him with some happy news. Harry shook his head and bent down to take a closer look at Draco's wound. Draco, who was fussing with Padma at the time, kept trying to say he was fine and didn't need to stay sitting down, that he could help out now that the battle was over with. But Padma was insistent that he remain still for a while longer, and let him put the bandages on his ribs. Even if they had been fixed, they were still fragile for the next 2 or 3 days. And he couldn't take his skill grow potion until tonight when he went to bed, so he would just have to live with the wraps for now. Draco, play nice with Padma or I will call Jeeves and send you back to camp now instead of waiting until the rest of us leave. Harry put his hands on his hips and glared at Draco with his most ferocious fake glare. Then he burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all. Draco rolled his eyes but agreed to behave and sat there as Padma wrapped his ribs, then gave him a pain potion. Even though he was just a little sore and not really in pain anymore. Padma explained that the wrappings may cause some degree of pain or soreness, because they have to be tight to restrict movement in order to prevent further injury. With a sigh, Draco simply nodded and took his potion and shivered at the foul taste as it went down. Harry chuckled at Draco, then turned and headed back over to where Amelia and Alastor were unmasking the Death Eaters to see who all was captured. This time around, most of the individuals were new recruits or young werewolves. Without Greyback to lead them, they were searching for refuge anywhere they could find it, and Voldemort was offering protection in exchange for loyalty. A fair trade as far as they were concerned. Amelia had called in a medic from headquarters and they took one look at all the injured and called in for reinforcements. By the time that Harry went over there to check on things, there were 5 medics working on the injured Death Eaters. Is there a way you could wake them up? It is truly difficult to tend to their needs without their feedback on how they are doing and if they are still in pain or not. The primary medic on the scene asked Amelia, who looked over to Harry, who nodded. I will wake them up one at a time and allow you to work with them, then put them back under. Anything more than that is too much of a risk. Especially if they have portkeys on themselves, and I want 2 Aurors guarding the medics at all times. I don't want anyone to get hurt while trying to heal these Death Eaters. Harry stated. No one objected, so Harry went over to the medic in charge and asked which one first, and for the next 2 hours they went about healing Death Eaters and putting them back to sleep and sending them off to holding cells for safekeeping. Amelia had Dawlish go back to headquarters and get things set up for the incoming prisoners, so that everything was ready and waiting for them when they got there. So Moody was sending through the ones that were deceased first so they could try and identify them. Then Shacklebolt was sending through the Death Eaters that were uninjured but asleep one at a time next. Same problem with the identification, but they would work on it. And finally Amelia was working with the injured but now put back to sleep Death Eaters. Soon enough they had all the Death Eaters shipped off to headquarters and the medics had followed. Now it was just a matter of cleaning up the mess that these idiots made and heading back to camp. The riders spent maybe 20 minutes doing reparo all over the place, fixing broken windows and injuring the walls, burn grass and down trees, but in no time at all it was back to normal. In fact, you couldn't tell anything had happened at all. Then Harry went in to talk to Miss Faithright for a moment and came back blushing slightly. Apparently he had been on the receiving end of a hug or two. "Riders with me," he called out, and of course Bill and Charlie knew he meant them as well. "Jeeves!" Almost before he could get the little elf's full name out, he popped up before Harry. "Oh, Master Harry, I was so worried about you. But you are fine, yes? Yes, Jeeves, we are all fine. And the children are untouched. We would like to go back to camp now, though. I would love a nice hot bath, and I am pretty sure so would all the rest of us would as well," Harry said. Right away. Almost immediately 12 more elves popped into view and grabbed the closest individual to them and popped them back over to the campsite. In a blink of an eye they were back at their campsite. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he brought out his trunk and stepped down into it. First thing he wanted was a hot shower. He had dirt and injury and gross stuff all over him, and it was beginning to itch, so he wanted to wash it off before it started to dry into his skin any more than it already had. Half an hour later Harry stepped out of his bathroom feeling like a brand new man. And smelling like it too. He went into his bedroom and gathered up his clothes and did what reparo he could to fix any problems there were, and then he used Scourgify on them until they looked practically new. Then he put his clothes up and grabbed something casual to put on and headed into the kitchen to make himself a sandwich and grab some crisps. Then he headed back outside to see how the others were doing. By that time they had a bonfire going and were all sitting around nibbling on sandwiches or salads and laughing, letting the day wash away along with the tension that went with it. Bill and Charlie couldn't believe these kids, his own brothers, were so well trained, well organized to pull off what they managed to do today. Yeah, there were some adults there, but anyone with eyes could see the vast majority of damage came from the riders. And they only had one person injured where the Aurors had 3, and they only brought 6 people to begin with. Hermione was a little upset she had to miss the action today, but she understood it. She wasn't trained enough to work with them as a unit. Oh, she was taking the martial arts class and the first aid class all right, but that was just 2 classes. She had a long way to go before she was ready for a real battle. She could use her wand just fine, but let's get real here, people. She was a 3rd year going into 4th year at Hogwarts. She didn't have all the extra training that they had. She didn't have the reflexes or spell knowledge or strength that they had behind them. Oh, she would get there for sure, but it would just take determination, training, and time. And she could do it, she knew she could. Hermione nodded to herself and smiled, determination showing in the twinkle in her eye, as she took another bite of the Caesar salad she had made for herself. They had just about finished eating when Storm and Thunder began to get restless. Harry put down his plate and went over to his friend and patted his neck, trying to settle him down. Storm threw his head this way and that. Harry was not sure what was causing the frustration, just kept patting and rubbing Storm's muzzle. "Get on. Quickly," Storm stated. Harry didn't hesitate. He grabbed Storm's bridle and hitched him up, not bothering with a saddle. Storm knelt down to allow Harry to get on. Thunder did the same for Neville, pressing for his rider to hurry and get on his back. "Where is the wounded one? Bring him immediately," Storm stated. Harry didn't ask why, he just shouted, "Draco, mount up! You're coming too." Without questioning, Draco rushed over to Ares and grabbed his tact and put it on him. He had never rode him without a saddle, and he couldn't get on him without a saddle properly, but Bill and Charlie helped lift him up there so that he could get on Ares without much trouble. "Do you need help?" Bill asked. "Don't know. I have no idea what is going on. This is all Storm's show. Something is really upsetting him, though. We should be back in a few minutes, if not come looking for us. If we need reinforcements, we will call for you," Harry stated, and then they were off. Harry let Storm have full rein and lead the 3 of them wherever it was that he was so desperately needing to go. They rode at top speed for about 10 minutes, then Harry spotted something in the distance. It looked like a downed horse in the distance. As they got closer, Harry could see that it was a Darkhorn and not just a horse. As soon as they were close enough to the beautiful downed beast, Storm pulled up quick and bowed low to let Harry get off his back. Thunder did the same for Neville, and Draco just jumped down off of Ares. "What is wrong with her?" Draco asked. He could see the heaving sides of the sweat-soaked mare. Exhaustion. She felt her rider near her, wounded and in pain, and ran herself nearly to death to get to him. Storm stated, and Harry translated. We have to work quickly if we are going to save her. Storm went over to the fallen Darkhorn and pressed his horn against the mare's, and the mare's body was encased in a golden glow. The golden magic swirled around her body, and you could see her begin to relax and sigh as the magic took over and the pain left her muscles. Then Storm stepped back and Thunder approached and did the same thing. This time the mare was beginning to show real signs of improvement. Her heaving sides were now calm and she was fighting to get up. By the time the transfer completed, the beautiful mare was standing there pawing at the earth and tossing her head back and forth, looking all around and sniffing the air. Where is he? Can sense him. Where is he? He is hurt, my rider. Must help him, she stated, looking all around. Then her eyes landed on Draco. She approached him and she bowed down to him. What is this? Draco asked quietly. My rider, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I have finally found you. You are hurt, so brave. The next thing you know, she pressed her horn to Draco's side and healed his ribs, then pressed her horn to his arm, which was still in a sling, and healed that as well. Me? Your rider. Draco was choked up. He petted the beautiful black velvet muzzle that was nestled in his neck. Yes, my rider. I have searched for you for so long. I have felt you drawing closer and closer. Then you were hurt and I had to find you, she said. You are so beautiful. So wonderful. I would love to be your rider, Draco said. Achio, fat rat, Harry stated, and he pointed his wand to the forest nearby. Within seconds a nice fat rat came flying out of the forest, back to him. Harry caught the rat and handed it over to Draco. If you accept her as your mount, then you give her fresh meat to prove to her that you will always provide for her and take care of her forevermore, Harry stated. Draco nodded and took the rat and held it out for the Darkhorn, who accepted it wholeheartedly, hungry after her ordeal. Draco then axioed her 3 more just to make sure she was well satisfied. Now you have to give her a name, Draco, Harry explained. Venus, I think, would be an appropriate name for you. The goddess of love, beauty, and victory. What do you think, my beauty? Draco asked her. The Darkhorn nodded her head and whinnied in happiness, prancing happily this way and that. Venus, I would like you to meet Ares. He is my friend. I hope that he can be your friend as well. He is just a standard horse, but his is wicked smart. Still, I would hope that you could teach him a thing or two. He's a fast learner. At first, the news that Draco had another mount seemed to sadden Venus. But then when he said it the way he did, she seemed to perk right up. She pranced right over to the gelding and nuzzled him with her muzzle, and he gave her a soft warbling sound deep in his neck to let her know that he approved of her. Made her happy. We should probably head back. I am sure the others are wondering what is going on. Wait, I'll send them a message and let them know everything is all right, then we can head back, Harry stated, then realized the other might be worrying by now. So, expecto patronum, and the grizzly bear appeared, bounding from him, wand and racing around looking for an adversary to vanquish. When he didn't find one, he came back over to Harry and waited. I need you to take a message to Cedric Diggory. All is fine. We are on our way back. Should be back in about 30 minutes or so. Thank you if you could get that message to him for me. Harry thanked the magnificent bear and it turned and raced off in the direction of the campsite. All right, now we can head back and don't have to worry about rushing it. Harry and Neville got up on Storm and Thunder. Draco conjured a length of rope that he could put around Venus's neck that would help him hold on to while he rode her. Then she knelt down so he could get on her, and he mounted her and took Ares' lead in hand. They all headed back to camp. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. They made it back to camp at a much more sedate pace than they had left it in, thankfully. But when they arrived, the excitement was still hanging in the air. Everyone was surprised to see another Darkhorn arrive with them, but they were shocked even more so seeing Draco riding her into camp. They realized after their shock wore off that this meant that she was his Darkhorn and he was her rider. Draco had found his Darkhorn. Somewhere out there in the midst of the woods of nowhere, he had found his Darkhorn. How? Then they realized that they must be close to the Rider Castle, or else they wouldn't just come across a randomly wandering Darkhorn out there in the woods. It was far too dangerous for a Darkhorn without a rider to go out into the woods without a rider these days. To be captured or killed for their parts in potions, no, they had to be close to the castle. This realization got everyone to finish their breakfast and clean up. then rushing around to clean up the area and mounted up and ready to ride in record time that morning. Storm and now Venus were both excited to get a move on. They knew how close they were to the castle. Storm was practically trembling and Venus wasn't that much further behind him. Harry was excited as well. He sat tall in the saddle and took notice of everything that was around, as if he was trying to memorize every bush and tree they passed. They continued on at a relatively brisk pace until about 2 o'clock when Harry decided to take a break. My bladder is bursting and I am sure the rest of you could use a bush break too. So 10 minutes everyone. Some people dismounted and just went in search of the nearest private bush or tree. Others pulled out their trunks and headed down to the bathrooms in them. It all depended if they wanted to grab something to eat or drink while they were at it. Almost everyone grabbed a sandwich or something to eat in the saddle while they had the chance, if nothing more than a bit of fruit or jerky. Harry himself grabbed some cheese curds and jerky and some water to drink. They had stopped near a small spring, so the Darkhorns and horses were all drinking from the cool water and enjoying a splash about while their riders were occupied. When Harry came back up, several of the others were back up, ready to go. Do you guys need more time? Do you want to take a break now or keep going for a while longer? He asked. How much further is it? Cedric asked as he tore down a piece of jerky. Harry asked Storm, who looked up and threw his mighty head in a southern direction. Storm stated just beyond the forest to the cliffs to the south. Cedric nodded. I vote we go ahead. We can stop for lunch once we get there. If it more than 2 hours we will stop and eat lunch then. That sounds good to me as well. 2 more hours and stop if it is longer than that. Susan stated. So be it. 2 hours and we will stop and have lunch if we haven't eaten by then. Harry stated. He really loved it when he got feedback from his lieutenants. Leading this group was fine, and he considered Neville his equal, not a lieutenant, so when he got Cedric and Susan's opinion on things, he acknowledged them speaking for their tier. I'm sorry, Bill, Charlie. This is as far as we can allow you to come with us. The rest of the way we have to go on our own. Harry said. He cared very deeply for the Weasley brothers, but they were not riders, and they would not be permitted within the castle ground or to know where the castle is. It's all right, Harry, we knew this was coming. We will camp right here and be waiting for your return. Let us know if you need us. Bill stated and smiled at his adopted little brother. Then Bill and Charlie hugged Fred and George and congratulated them on their most excellent adventure. Soon all riders had mounted up again and they were off once more. It was just after an hour when they cleared the forest and walked out into a pasture. Harry pulled up short and slowed the pace some. Asking Storm how much further, Storm replied that it was just the other side of the pasture. So Harry began to walk to Darkhorn across the pasture at a gentle walk, slowly making his way across, still seeing nothing that looked like a castle. But 10 minutes later he felt it. The southernmost wards washed over them like a warm bath or a mother's hug welcoming him home. It was amazing. Harry couldn't see it yet, but he could feel it. The draw was amazing, like nothing he had ever felt before. Something calling to his very soul, becoming him home. Still he let Storm lead him. Storm started prancing and dancing as soon as they hit the barrier, practically kicking up his heels with excitement. He picked up the pace quite a bit and they hurried on. Is that it, Harry? Neville asked as they made it through the barrier. That was the southernmost wards, my brother. We are finally here. She is close to us, the castle. We should be within sight soon. Harry said excitedly. Luna was the first to spot it. There it is, right there. Harry could just barely make out a darker shadow amongst the wildflowers of the field. But as they continued on, the shadow grew closer and closer, until it loomed over the field. Soon they were at the gates of the huge castle. As they neared it, the castle gates opened and creaked slightly as they swung open slowly. Harry's heart was beating loudly in his chest, and as he passed through the gates, he let go of the breath he didn't realize he was holding. Okay, stupid, don't pass out in the saddle. That would make a very poor first impression now, wouldn't it? Harry said to himself. Heads were turning this way and that, taking everything in all at once. It was all so fascinating. Harry didn't know where to look first. Well, that decision was taken away from him when a 6'7" or 8" giant of a man came out of one of the side buildings and walked up to their crowd and greeted them. He had long dark brown hair that grew long down his back and was kept in a tightly gathered ponytail but was cut short around his face, and deep brown eyes. His boyish smile seemed to light up his face when he smiled, and right now he was smiling at Harry, so Harry smiled back. "Where are you folks from?" he asked. "We just rode down from Hogwarts in Scotland. My name is Harry Potter Black, and this is my brother Neville Longbottom. Would it be all right if we dismount? Our Darkhorn could sure use the rest." Harry asked. It would be fine, all right. Anything you need is fine. In fact, that is what we are here for." Macy, and a chipper little house elf popped up. "See to these Darkhorns and horses. Tend them well. Where are my manor? My name is Samuel Dickens. I am the resident blacksmith and weapons smith here at the castle. And you are all invited to stay as long as you wish or need to. Come on inside. I will introduce you to everyone." Everyone dismounted and stretched out their legs, trying to get their land legs back and circulation back in their backsides. The mounts happily followed Macy the house elf, and the riders followed Samuel up to the great castle that lay before them. There were several outbuildings that lay around outside of it, stables, a blacksmith shop, a place with hides handing up here and there, and several training grounds that Harry could recognize. There were also animal pens and corrals of all sorts scattered about there and there, too many to count really. Harry was trying to memorize everything that he saw. Although he knew that that was impossible, he still wanted to try. The castle itself had a huge staircase that you had to climb to get to two grand doors, one of which Samuel pushed open and led everyone else inside. "Welcome to Ryder Castle, one and all," he said as they passed through the grand threshold of the massive doors. A young Asian woman joined them in the foyer shortly after they all entered. She was short, maybe all of 5'3" tall, with long straight black hair and piercing black eyes. But it was her almond-shaped eyes and her golden skin tone that made her unmistakable Asian decent apparent. "This is my partner Sherry Mayo. Sherry, this is Harry Potter Black and his brother Neville Longbottom. They come all the way from Hogwarts up in Scotland to find us. Their Darkhorns are in the stables being tended to by Macy. So young and already riders. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Black, Mr. Longbottom," the beautiful young woman said, and she bowed to them and they bowed back. Harry couldn't help it, he had to say. "The pleasure is ours actually, and to see such a precious flower tied to such a big lug as this one, what a shame. You should be out in that field of wild flowers free to grow and dance about as you wish, not tied down." Sherry giggled. "I like this one, he can stay. He says pretty words." She giggled again, then shook her head, knowing the young man was just teasing. "Let me introduce you to the rest of my people. This is Luna Lovegood, and Pavarti Patil, our right and left hands as it were. Then we have second tier, Cedric Diggory, Fred Weasley, and George Weasley. And lastly we have Susan Bones, Draco Malfoy, Padma Patil, and Christian Anderson in third tier. And this is Hermione. She is a solitary rider riding with us." Harry introduced each tier in succession, and each person nodded as their name was called out. Samuel nodded, and Sherry bowed to each of them as their name was called out, and they nodded. "Well, let's see if we can find the others here at the castle. Come on, they should be in the library right about now. Before we do that, would you mind if I send a message to two friends that are waiting for us in the forest? They are non-riders, but they are Fred and George's brothers. They came all this way with us, and we intend to meet up with them after we leave here and continue on with them to the World Cup once we leave here." Harry asked, looking to Samuel expectantly. "That is completely fine with me, you go right ahead. We have some owls in the roost over by the stables you can use," Samuel said with a smile. "Owls? Why would I need an owl? It is so much easier to do this. Expecto Patronum." And Harry's grizzly bear popped out of his wand, then roared a great roar, looking for enemies to vanquish, but finding none it circled back and came loping back to Harry and sat down at his feet, nuzzling his hand with his huge muzzle. "I need you to take a message to William Arthur Weasley, Bill and Charlie. We made it to the castle just fine. The riders here are wonderful and we are going to stay a few days, though not too long. Back in just a few. We'll contact you again if it is going to be longer than a week. Thank you, I appreciate you taking this for me." And Harry patted the shiny furry head of the great bear, who seemed to wallow in the attention for a minute, then it turned and raced off through the gates of the castle back in the direction that they had come. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. A fully corporeal Patronus from a young man at your age. Samuel looked at Harry with totally different eyes now. "Neville and I have been able to do that since we were 12. All of my crew are able to do a corporeal Patronus by now. We trained them all to do it ourselves. Harry said proudly. All of them, wow. It took some of the riders ages to get to be able to do a corporeal Patronus, and even longer to do a message Patronus. This is amazing. I can hardly wait to hear more about you and your team, Samuel said. Now he was beginning to wonder if he had underestimated the young riders when he first saw them. He had originally thought they were too young to have many skills or much abilities, but now he was having to reevaluate his initial observation. This new crew was definitely going to be interesting to say the least. Let's get that tour started, why don't we? I am sure you guys could use a little break and some refreshments. Like I said, I think you will love the library. It is the most amazing place here at the castle, Samuel stated. Library. Hermione's eyes began to twinkle, and she tried to keep herself from drooling, but it was really hard to do. Ella had bragged about the library of the riders so many times. It was something she was greatly looking forward to. Yeah, this way. You will love it, if you like being surrounded with tons of books. Samuel teased. Oh, I love books. I love to read and study so much. I am afraid I am a little bit of a book hound. As it were. Hermione laughed. Then you will fit right in with Levi, he is our resident book hound. Getting him away from a book is like pulling teeth. I think he has a book with him even when he bathes. Samuel laughed and Sherry shook her head. Not nice to tease. And she poked him in the side, which only caused him to laugh more. As they walked down a long corridor, Samuel and Sherry spoke softly to each other. Just loud enough so that the others could tell they were talking to each other, but not loud enough they could actually hear what they were saying. Here we are. The library, and here is Levi, and with him is Dakota. Harry, this is Levi Williams, out healer / doc and priest. And Dakota Johnson, our hunter, leather worker. Levi was about 6'2" with platinum blonde hair that was straight and long against his back. His eyes were a sky blue and his skin was paler than normal. Although you could tell that he got plenty of sunshine, he seemed just naturally pale. Dakota has golden blonde hair and green blue eyes. He was a Navajo Indian who moved to England about 3 years ago, at which time he found his Darkhorn and became a rider. He is a hunter / tracker and their leather worker. He makes all of the leather goods that they use and the furs that they have at this point. Hermione stepped into the library and gasped. Never before had she seen such a grand place. Not even Hogwarts or the London Library could compare. The library was 3 stories tall, and you could see the 2 balconies above you as you entered the library. Books and shelves as far as you looked in every direction, 7 feet tall everywhere. There was a central 4-sided desk that was set up for the librarian to use, and an immense file cabinet over to one side of it, with small drawers, undoubtedly filled with little cards about each and every book available in the library. There were desks and overstuffed chairs scattered here and there for people to work at or relax in, whichever the case may be. There was a huge fireplace and a nice sofa sitting in front of it with 2 comfy-looking chairs and a low table therein between them. This place was her heaven. As she looked around, she realized that this was the most wondrous place she had ever been in her whole life. The knowledge on these shelves alone is unimaginable. A shiver ran down Hermione's back at the mere thought of it all. Harry saw the look of wonder in her eyes and walked over to Hermione and spoke low to her. Remember what I had said that one day? That if you changed your behavior you could work your way up to becoming the librarian of this wondrous place. Is that still something you would like to do once you graduate from Hogwarts? Without hesitation, Hermione nodded quickly, her eyes still taking everything in. Then continue as you have been, and that job will be yours for the taking, I believe, Harry stated. Hermione whimpered and trembled at the thought. This magnificent place. She could work in this magnificent place. Cataloging all this knowledge. Finding books that they didn't have yet. New subscriptions to periodicals that they didn't have. Oh, it would be a dream come true. The mere thought of it was making her light-headed. She could do it. She knew she could. She had dreamed of working in a place like this, but never anywhere so majestic, so huge. Her dreams never came close to the reality of it all. She would fight the fires of hell to make this come true. Harry could see the fire in her eyes. He had just said the words that would change her life forever. Yes, it would be a difficult battle, but now that she had seen the reality of what she could have, he had no doubt that Hermione would do anything in her power to make it come true. Everyone decided to head down to the kitchen and see what they could find to eat since they hadn't eaten yet. Harry said they all had provisions, but Samuel insisted it was their treat. So they headed down to the kitchen and found that lunch still had plenty of leftovers, and they brought them out for the riders. The young riders happily devoured the homage chicken soup and venison with baked potatoes, spring peas, and corn on the cob. After lunch, each of them was showed to a room upstairs that they were told would be their room, as in their room, like in a forever room. From now until the day that they passed on, this room would be dedicated to them. It would be left untouched after they left and until they came back. Each rider was given a room. When they became a rider and presented themselves to the castle, the old castle had over 100 bedrooms in it, so it had plenty of space to regulate a permanent space for each rider that presented themselves. The rooms are magnificent, but we won't need the bags or the trunks, so you can just move them on to the next rooms, Harry stated as he saw the bag and trunk laying on the bed before him. So you do? Well, then we shall do exactly that. It shall save us a bit on purchasing more of them later. Samuel smiled, then walked over and picked up the 2 items off the bed, and then called for a house elf to gather up all the trunks and bags from all the new riders' rooms, which the happy little elf did immediately. Then he presented them to Samuel, who told Tinker to take the items and place them in the next unclaimed rooms that were to be used. Tinker smiled brightly and blinked away with a snap of his fingers, and all the trunks and bags disappeared with him. Harry went to look around the room that was now his and smiled silently to himself. This was exactly as he had imagined it, from what the pensive memory had shown him and the way that he had thought it would be. He went over to the wardrobe, and that inside there were, indeed, black pants and white shirts hanging in it, and dragon hide boots down below it. Harry felt grimy from the day's ride, so he went in and took a quick shower, then came out and got dressed in the provided clothes. The pants were a bit too long, as was the shirt, but Harry called Tinker and a flick of elf magic and everything fit perfectly. Then he tried on the boots, and they were quite a bit big, so once again Tinker did his magic, and in the blink of an eye they were perfect, like they were made for him. Then Tinker adjusted all the clothing in the wardrobe to fit Harry perfectly and decided to go about to each room and do the same thing, checking on each rider and see if they needed their clothes adjusted as well. Harry was all smiles when he left the room, with his bag firmly in place and wearing the legendary clothes of the riders. It was like a dream come true. He couldn't believe it. He headed across the hall to the room he knew to be his brother's and knocked on the door. Neville opened the door, and when Neville opened the door dressed similarly as Harry, wearing a similar grin, Harry knew exactly what his brother was thinking. This place was like a dream, a wonderful, fabulous dream that you suddenly woke up in and found out it was all real and right before you to live in for a while. This is so amazing, Neville said, indicating the clothes and the room he was in. I know. I keep pinching myself trying to make sure I'm not dreaming at all. Let's gather the rest of the crew. I want to go back down to the library and check it out. It looked like a lot of fun. And that is what they did. They went room to room, knocking on doors, checking to see if everyone was ready to head out and telling them they were going to head down to the library. Then, as one group, that is what they did. Everyone had taken a nice shower, put on the clothes from the wardrobes, and had Tinker size them accordingly. As they descended the great grand staircases at the front of the mansion, Hermione couldn't help but wonder what it would be like living in this wondrous place all the time for real. If she took the job as librarian, she would live here full-time, and that would make this place her home. So secluded from all others, so quiet and serene, so beautiful. To be surrounded by such beauty and elegance every day, but also so alone, or primarily alone. Could she do it? She could work on the research papers she had dreamed of, and that library, oh that library, she would have references dating back centuries as well as the most modern information on hand on any subject she wanted. Oh, she already knew she was going to take the job if it was offered to her. Yes, she would miss her parents, but she could always go and visit them a few times a year for a couple of weeks at a time, and while she was out there do book-buying adventures at the same time. It would be the perfect job for her. A little lonely and quiet, but if there were riders that came and went at different times during the year, then it wouldn't be so lonely now, would it? Besides, she is also the historian of the Darkhorns as well. And so she is going to be doing that position on a full-time basis along with being the librarian. She is going to have her hands full. She isn't going to have time to be lonely. She will have to interview any new Darkhorns that come into the castle and get their genealogy and heritage and keep track of it. And the birth of any new foals, and to who mated to whom. That is going to be a full-time project as, well, Oh, she hadn't forgotten about her position as the historian at all. In fact, she needed to get Venus's information, then she needed to start to work on the information on any of the Darkhorns that they have living here at the castle while they were here. She had a lot of work to do. This is what she was meant to be doing, what she had always dreamed of. She would start off with Venus today, then when she was finished, she would ask Samuel where the rest of the Darkhorns are kept, and she would see if Procella would mind working as her interpreter and talk to them as soon as possible. Harry couldn't help but compare what living here would be like to living at Ryder Hall would be like. Oh, Ryder Hall was quite a bit smaller and homier, and somehow it seemed warmer. Somehow this place with all its grand antiques, it made you not want to touch anything for fear of breaking something. At least a Ryder Hall you didn't fear just walking down the hallway and bumping into something might destroy some priceless piece of history or something like that. Ryder Hall felt more like home, where this felt more like the King's Palace or something like that. Harry couldn't explain it quite yet, but he was trying to. Maybe he was putting these people too far up on a pedestal, but he didn't think so. These people were some of the greatest heroes of their day for centuries running. How can anyone or anything compete with that? Then Harry, though, for a moment, and it dawned on him, he was one of these people as well. He and his companions were some of these people as well. They were heroes as well and just never really looked at it that way. To the people in Diagon Alley, the people in Hogsmeade, the people in St. Mungo's, and all those orphanages, they were heroes. A lone tear fell down Harry's cheek as he walked into the Grand Library. He wiped it away quickly, but Luna saw it, and she leaned over and whispered, "It all is a bit much when you suddenly realize it, isn't it? We are one of them, just like they are one of us." Harry nodded and took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement a little. It took a few seconds, but he managed to gather himself together. He was glad that no one but Luna seemed to notice. "Why don't we give you guys a tour of the rest of this place? Kind of let you guys get a taste of the old girl. She's a beauty, that's for sure, but she can be a bit intimidating until you get used to her. Come on, let me show you around," Samuel said once everyone had reached the library. And so he did. He started with the dining hall and the kitchen which they saw earlier, then moved on to the study and the music room. This seemed to be everyone's favorite room so far. A music room. Oh, this is fabulous. We play music all the time. Whenever we are stressed out and need to relax, we play music. Each member of our group plays at least one instrument. One or two play more than one.
Luna practically shrieked.
Harry nodded. There were days that music seemed to be the only thing that held our sanity together. We lost a dear friend and almost lost Susan. And if it wasn't for music, I doubt we would have made it through those times without some of us giving up on all of this and just leaving the Riders for good," Harry said sadly. Samuel understood what it meant to lose a member of his team, unfortunately. Flashes of faces long gone appeared before his eyes and held there just long enough that memories started to flood his mind of their history together. In his 27 years he had lost many friends and colleagues, and he would undoubtedly lose many more before his time was up. But each one held a special place in his heart and soul. Samuel nodded. "Each member of our group plays something as well. I play the bagpipes and harmonica. Sherry plays the pan flute. Dakota plays the wooden Native American flute. And Levi plays the mandolin," he said with a smile. Harry smiled. "Well, let's see here. I play the piano and I am trying to learn how to play the cello. Neville and Susan play the violin. Luna plays the flute. Pavardi plays the clarinet. Cedric and Christian play the guitar. Fred and George play the drums. Padma plays the oboe. And Draco can play just about any wind instrument you hand him." "Wow, that is definitely some band you all have. I can hardly wait to hear you all play. Maybe we can all play together soon," Samuel said, grinning. "We would love to. Anytime you want to." Harry grinned back. Then Samuel turned and motioned for the group to follow him, and he headed down a hallway to the back of the castle and outside, pointing out the ladies' parlor, the gentlemen's parlor, and the billiard room as they passed them. As they stepped outside, they entered a gorgeous gardens. Neville thought he was in heaven. The variety of plants seemed to know no boundary, many of which he had never seen before. Samuel explained that several of the plants had been brought here when riders had brought them back with them after a mission. Some were as far away as Australia and Brazil. It became quite the hobby of more than one of our riders to try and outdo the other by bringing back the most exotic, most unique, and most beautiful plant they could find. There are journals with the information on each and every plant that was collected in the library. They took great pride in writing down all the details of their new finds. Writing down every single detail they possibly could seemed to also be a constituent of being the best at their little games. Neville's eyes were practically bulging out of his head. "You wouldn't mind if I looked through a few of those journals while I was here, would you? And maybe see about take a clipping or two? Ryder Hall has a greenhouse, and I would love to get some samples of some of your beautiful plants and flowers for our greenhouse as well. Anything you want, get you a little sample for your greenhouses. Just make sure that we have enough left to pollinate our plants next year." Samuel teased. Neville nodded nonetheless, and his mind was racing, while he looked around trying to decide where to start. But his little adventure was quickly called to a halt when Samuel motioned for everyone to follow him further around the castle to the west, and suddenly Neville spotted the corrals and stables. Yes, stables, as in more than one. "Wow, and we were proud of our setup for the Darkhorns at Hogwarts." Harry chuckled. "Wait till you see our herd. It's a beauty. We have 27 mares and 17 stallions, and right now we have 11 foals." With that, Samuel led everyone over to the front of the stables, and several of the Darkhorns within it came forward, trying to get Samuel and the new people's attention. "This big fella is my mount. His name is Hunter. I have had him for nearly 2 years now. And the mare right next to him is Meshi. She is Sherry's. Then that one over one my left is Nakota's stallion Lakota. And we have Levi's Avila standing right next to him. She is as gentle as the day is long. The rest of them don't really have names, just nicknames we have given them over the years." Then Samuel reached into a barrel that was sitting over to the side and began to hand out dead ferrets to all the Darkhorns that had come up to the fence of the corral, handing Harry several ferrets so he could do the same, which Harry smiled and immediately did. Soon everyone had their tasty treat and were very happy with them. "We don't treat them very often, but they do get little goodies every now and then, and I figured now was as good time as any to give them a treat." Harry nodded and grabbed up several of the ferrets and asked where their mounts were at, and Samuel smiled and led the way to the stables inside a huge barn. It was glorious. Harry walked up to Storm and handed him a nice juicy ferret and patted his dear friend down as he munched away at his prize. "This is my mount, Storm. On down is Neville's Mount Thunder, and Luna's Mount Ventus, with Pavarti's Tony True right next to her. Then you have Susan's Karma in a stall right next to her horse Destiny, followed by Padma's Fulgura. On that opposite side you have George's Mount Mischief right next to his horse Rascal, and his brother Fred's Mount Mayhem and his horse Rogue. Then you have Cedric's Justice right next to his horse Shadow, and Draco's Venus right beside his horse Ares. And finally you have Ardora, who's Christian's mount," Harry said as he handed out ferrets to each Darkhorns as he spoke their name. Neville saw a barrel of apples over to the side of the stables and went over and grabbed a few, then handed them out to each horse as their name was called. Then, as he was standing there just minding his own business, he felt a not-so-gentle nudge in the middle of his back that almost sent him flying across the floor of the stables. "Oh, and this not-so-funny one here is Fantasy, Luna's Abraxan yearling, who appears to want a treat too now. Is that what you want, you big pest, you?" Harry managed to keep himself standing upright, but just barely, and he turned and looked at the nodding Abraxan yearling. But Harry was sure that he could see she was laughing behind those sparkling eyes. So with a deep sigh he reached into his bag and pulled out the barrel of Abraxan treats he kept there and put them down by the apples and carrots that were already there in the stables. Then he picked up a nice-looking juicy whiskey-soaked red delicious apple and handed over to Fantasy and watched as she munched down on it. "Do you think we can get this little pest a stall to while we are at it? She normally likes to be out and about flying, but when she isn't or the weather won't permit it, she does need a stall to lay about in," Harry asked. "Oh, of course. I didn't know you all had an Abraxan as well. She's a real beauty." "She is." Samuel grinned as he patted Fantasy's muzzle. "Yes, she is. What is worse, though, is that she knows it. You want to see something adorable? Watch this," Harry said, and he walked over to the barrel of whiskey-soaked apples and picked out a Granny Smith apple and turned around so that Fantasy could see what he had in his hand, and then the show began. Fantasy began to go through every trick she knew until she finally did her sit up and beg for it, which was what Harry was waiting for, and he tossed her the apple. She caught it, and she munched on it happily and whinnied, begging for more. She tried to get him to give her another, but that was the only one he could find right away. Note to self: buy more Granny Smith apples next time we are in a grocery store. Apparently they were out of them, they were deep in the barrel and were not surfacing right now. So he gave her 3 of the other ones instead, which didn't seem to make her happy. He did find a winesap apple which is almost as good, but isn't her favorite and calms her down. Samuel was laughing so hard his sides ached. He wrapped his arms around himself as he watched the young Abraxan try and beg for another sour apple that she seemed to love so much. Then he called for Macy and had the little house elf go and fetch a bucket of the apples from the pantry of the castle. As soon as he got back, you could see the Abraxan's nostrils flare at the scent of the apples. Just a few minutes, beauty. They need to soak in whiskey first so you can eat them, Harry stated. And he chuckled as he took a few of the apples and tossed them into the apple barrel and held them under the whiskey to make sure they got good and soaked. Then he cut them in half to help things along a bit and tossed her a couple of halves, chuckling the whole time. You realize you have just made a new best friend, don't you? Harry grinned, looking over to Samuel. I'll suffer, he replied. She loves Granny Smith so much that we only give them to her on special occasions or as a special treat. So don't give them to her every day, please. It will take all the meaning away from them away. Okay, Harry asked. Special treat. Got it. He couldn't help but smile as the Abraxan happily munched down on her 3rd juicy green apple. Okay, girl, that is your last one for now, maybe later sometime. With that, he dumped the rest of the bucket of Granny Smith apples into the big barrel and smiled as Fantasy nudged him from behind with her muzzle, trying to get him to give her another. But he put the lid down on the barrel. After a while longer of paying attention to the Darkhorns and horses, and yes, the Abraxan, they all went back inside. It was nearly dinner time anyway. So they all cleaned up and headed into the dining room and sat down to a fabulous dinner of roast lamb with all the fixings. Harry explained to Samuel that they were heading to the World Cup and that then they were heading back to Hogwarts, camping out along their way. Samuel nodded his head. We have been waiting around here for ages hoping to find a group of riders that we could join. So far we have only found solitary riders here and there. You are the first actual group of riders to come here in the last 2 years since I've been here. Do you think there would be a way that you might have space for the 4 of us in your group? Samuel asked. Oh, that would be so wonderful. I have wanted to be part of a real group. One that really stands for something like in the old days. Sherry stated excitedly. I am a fully licensed doctor and healer, so I would defiantly be of benefit to your group. Levi stated seriously. And I can do leatherworking, hunting and tracking, as well as teach survival techniques. I would love to train you all in all I know. Dakota stated, also getting excited now. Harry looked at the 4 of them, then at his brother who shrugged his shoulders, then nodded. Well, that said it all. This is something that we will have to think about, but I would like to get to know each of you better before I agree to allowing you to join us. But I will say that, as of this moment, I don't see why not. Harry smiled at Samuel, who smiled a huge smile back at him. You know, the kind of smile that lights up your whole face kind of smile. That kind of smile. Samuel and the rest of them began talking amongst themselves excitedly, and they were passing suggestions back and forth. But what about the castle? Hermione asked. Pardon me? Samuel stopped his conversation with Dakota when the young girl interrupted. What about the castle? There will be no one here to guard it, no one to take care of it if you leave. Hermione said. You think we take care of this grande old dame? Levi chuckled. Quite the contrary. She takes care of us. There are almost 100 house elves housed here that take care of everything and anyone that happens to come here. And just like before we came here, they shall take care of everything once more. It is what they are used to doing and have done so since the old girl was built. That's right, who did you think took care of the Darkhorns out there before we got here about 2.5 years ago? Depending on which person you're speaking of. Dakota asked. The elves love this old place and have called it home for many generations. They love working here and will be here for as long as they are allowed to stay. Unlike a lot of places, the elves at Ryder Castle are all free elves, and have the right to come and go as they wish. They choose to be here and are paid a salary. Although some might object to that process, it has been that way for a very long time here, and will remain so unless the elves wish it to be changed. They are free elves? But they still serve you? Hermione asked with a confused look on her face. That is what house elves love to do. It gives their life meaning. It gives them a reason to get up in the morning and a goal to set for the day. The castle provides them with all their needs, and they have their own little cottages out back, fully furnished. Unless you didn't notice, they wear uniforms, not those disgusting tea towels that some people give their elves to wear. They get paid, and there is a commissary where they can buy trinkets and material, yarn, or frivolities that they might want. We stock it with all kinds of things, from toys for the little ones to perfumes and scented soaps to eyeglasses or feather pillows. You name it, they can buy it there. Anything they would wish to spoil themselves with, they have it at the commissary, and all they have to do is go in there and get it. Then of course they are allowed to buy things at the rummage sale we have every year. We go through the castle, and anything that needs to be replaced, is getting worn out, or is too small, too old, or just is past its prime, we put in a sale, and if they want it they can buy it. The proceeds go to buy new things for the commissary, and they usually fix the things right up and make them good as new. Old picture frames, old tables, rocking chairs that are practically falling apart. Who knows what they will find there? A little elf magic, and it is like brand new. Then they use their magic to size it for themselves, and there you have it, a perfectly happy house elf. Levi smiled. Yeah, it is something that has been done for ages. Whoever is taking care of the castle at least stops by for a week or so every year, and then has the sale and orders more things for the commissary, or brings it with them to restock the shelves. But they usually come by more than that. Before we stayed here was Henry Levinsky. He had this post for 12 years and wanted to retire, so we took over. All we have to do is come back at least once a year, if not a couple of times, to restock the commissary, or we could just order things at random. We pretty well know what sells and what doesn't buy now. Things like pin cushions, thread, thimbles, and needles are always a big seller, as are garden trowels, hoes, shovels, and picks. Now balls, colors, coloring books, readers, and building blocks are also a biggie, but then so are diapers and binkies, cribs, and flannel material. Or material of almost any kind, really. But every now and then there is a run on things like chocolate and candies, so we stock them too. It helps when there are expecting elves around and they have cravings if they can get what they want and have it handy. Samuel explained. We are really proud of how we have it set up here. It is really different than how it is set up outside, but we don't care. This is what riders like. Equality to all, no matter who they are. Harry thought about that and decided that he was going to implement the very same policies at Ryder Hall as soon as he got there this summer. The way they had done this was wonderful from the rummage sale on up. Simple things would mean so much to the elves, things that he would never think about. And he would have to talk to Cedric's mother to see if she would mind the extra work or if he should put an elf in charge of it. Hell, he could do so at all of his properties and make the Ryder Hall commissary the main store so that all the elves could go there and pick out what they want, and have the big rummage sale there each year as a huge gathering from all his properties, and have all elves welcome from all properties. This was fabulous. The rest of dinner was a jovial experience, back and forth about ideas and thoughts of possibilities of the four of their new friends leaving with them. The biggest problem I see is where they would stay, and that would be up to the headmistress in the end, really, but with her permission we could take the loft above the stables and turn it into a 4-bedroom apartment perhaps. Or there is always renting a place in Hogsmeade, which is a small village within walking distance from Hogwarts, our school. Or the headmistress may have another idea. Who knows? Harry said. I could always try and write her and explain the situation to her and give her a heads up and see what she thinks. Perhaps she could come up with something even better. We could work with either of those situations, or if your headmistress has something else, we'll work with that. As long as we are close enough that if there is a problem we can be reached quickly, we will be happy. Samuel said. Harry nodded, then made the suggestion that since everyone was finished eating, why not play a little music together? I would love to hear what we would all sound like with the new instruments together. So they all retired to the music room and began taking out their instruments and enlarging them and tuning them where it was appropriate. Harry sat down at his piano and took out several new leaflets of music he had purchased recently and put them up on his piano. He had just gotten in some 70s and 80s rock, some old swing, and some more modern country. So they began with requests first, and they played all evening and well into the night. It appeared that their new friends enjoyed music as much as they did. Whenever a song started that sounded better with a harmonica than it did with bagpipes, Samuel would switch back and forth. Sometimes he would play both in the same song, going back and forth between the two, and loving every minute of it. Harry explained the meaning of the song, and they ended with "We Are the Champions" for the night. Hearing the bagpipes playing along with the music, just Harry didn't know, but it added something, some kind of emotion to it. It almost made you cry just to hear it played that way. It was beyond gorgeous. He of course played on the cello for the song, and put all his magic he could into it so that it sounded like two cellos instead of one playing. And somehow with the bagpipes it was almost like the song was truly meant to be a farewell to all those they had lost in the past, all those that would never be forgotten. It was breathtaking. Then Harry didn't want the evening to leave on such a morbid note, so he asked if anyone wanted to play poker, and of course everyone did. The Ryder Castle group didn't have any chocolate frogs, but they had chocolate bonbons from the kitchen, and Harry said they would count as one bonbon as one frog until they could get their own frogs later. Then the older riders rushed down to the commissary and bought some every-flavored beans from there, one of the many candies they had on hand for the elves. Who knew elves had a sweet tooth, but they do. Then when everyone was ready they all sat down and began to play. At first it seemed like Levi was going to have all the luck that night until Christian started winning, and then he about broke the bank with a straight flush out of nowhere. Then here comes Neville with an inside straight flush right after that, and people decided to call it a night. Neville was so thrilled that he finally won a hand he didn't care. He was just laughing and letting people have their candy back if they wanted it, although no one took him up on his offer. Although it was a nice gesture. Harry just laughed at his brother and wrapped his arm around Neville's shoulder. I just think everyone is tired, brother, and is using this as an excuse to go to bed. Oh, okay then. I'm getting a little bush too. I guess it is time to go to bed. Neville yawned and gathered up his winnings and put them away for another day. Well, most of them. He ate one bonbon while we was putting things away. Cherry cordial, delicious. Then Harry and Neville finished cleaning up and headed upstairs. Samuel, Sherry, Dakota, and Levi retired to the library for a bit of spirits before going off to bed, and to talk about their new friends too. So what do you think of them? Samuel asked, sipping on his ale. They are all absolutely devoted to Harry, and from what I can tell he has earned his devotion honestly. The stories they told me are a little unbelievable, but when they all said the same things it is hard to deny them. Levi stated, swirling around his wine in his glass. Each one of them are loyal to a fault to Harry. If he gave a command, they would follow it without question or pause. That is the kind of leader we have been searching for, someone with that capability, someone that knows how to command with that kind of loyalty, that kind of devotion. And it has nothing to do with fear at all, it is merely a sense of duty from all of them. Like in the old days. Dakota stated as he sipped his whiskey. The females in his troop are treated just exactly as the males. Everyone does their fair share of the work. They all have their own living space, their trunk. There was a mention of 10 rider rules, but I wasn't told what they were. We will have to ask tomorrow what they are and see if they are acceptable. I would like very much to go with these riders and leave the castle, be real riders in a real group. It is the reason we all came here to begin with. Sherry stated as she spooned a bit of honey into her chamomile tea. Amen to that, one sister. Levi raised his wine glass and took a sip to that. I agree, that is the reason we all came here. If they're for real, then we leave when they leave. Yes, we'll see what these rules are first, of course. This is the first I have heard about them though. But it is definitely something we need more information on. Other than that, we need to see their skill levels, see if they are true riders. They are quite young, you realize. We don't need to get stuck out there following around a bunch of people that we spend most of our time watching after their hides now, do we? Samuel asked. Everyone nodded to that suggestion. They all agreed. They talked for a while longer, then headed off to bed. Not much later than midnight. They were all sitting around the table eating breakfast when Samuel brought up the subject of the rider rules, and Harry chuckled a little. Yes, there are 10 rules that the riders in my group must keep above all others. A rider's bag is sacrosanct. A rider's trunk is sacrosanct. Always listen to Luna's visions. Always carry a blade. Listen to your boss, it may save your life someday or someone else's. Your dark horn is your life. Treat it like it. Your body is a weapon, to sharpen, strengthen, and hone, and have ready to use at all times. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. Never be caught unaware. Rules are only important if they don't interfere with you doing your job. Don't fuck with an Englishman's tea. That last one has special meaning for me personally. Harry chuckled. Samuel, Sherry, Dakota, and Levi listened intently to all of the rules, even number 10, and could agree with them all. Even number 10, although Dakota reluctantly, he wasn't an Englishman after all, but he could understand the gist of it. Where did you find those rules? Most of those sound like the same ones we have come across in some of our studies of the old manuscripts. Levi asked. I honestly don't know, they just sounded logical to me, so I made them our rules. And everyone agreed to them, so they stand as such. You have old manuscripts that mention some of them? Harry asked. Several of them, yes, rules 1 and 2 definitely. Then rules 4, rule 5 they called them team leaders, not boss, but I think it meant the same thing. Definitely rule 6 and 7, there were bits of rule 8 in there too. Rule 9 was in some of the manuscripts but not in others. Although rule 10 wasn't in any of them, I think it is a great addition. Levi grinned, holding up his cup of tea in salute. He had written each rule down, word for word in his ever-present journal, so that he could be sure of the accuracy, and smiled again at the last one. He was a born and bred Englishman and proud of it, tea and all. He must say we was well-traveled, but he was as British as they come as far as he was concerned. Now you mentioned Luna's visions? I know that you are Luna, and that must mean that you have visions. He asked hesitantly. Luna is our seer. If Luna says duck, you duck or kiss your ass goodbye, because you're about to lose it. Either way works. Fred stated, nodding, with George nodding right along with him. Within a few seconds, most of the people were nodding right along with them. Luna may be young, but she is incredibly accurate, and she has never been wrong. She may not know why she is telling you something, but the best thing is to always listen to her or regret the results later. She once had me put up a barrier in potions class that if the cauldron had exploded unheeded it would have killed everyone in the class. Thankfully, no one was hurt. She saved her mother and unborn twin siblings when she was only 9 years old when there was an explosion and a fire. Both she and her mother were almost killed, but she had called for help early and they saved their lives. She told us we needed to come to find the castle before the World Cup and not after, and I think the reason is because of the 4 of you. That is the only thing I can think of. The 4 of you are wanting to go with us when we leave. Something is going to happen at the World Cup that is going to require all the riders that we can get to be present and on duty. What we don't know, but you can bet it is going to be big and nasty, and probably have Voldemort written all over it. Do you have a flu that is hooked up to where I can make a flu call? Harry asked in a rush. Yeah. Why would you need to do that? Samuel asked. To call Amelia Bones, the head of the magical law enforcement, and she is Susan's aunt. I think I need to tell her what is going through my head at this point, Harry stated. Samuel nodded and extended his arm and led the way to the gentleman's study where the flu connection was indeed connected and indicated the flu powder container on top of the mantel. Harry grabbed some powder and crouched down in front of the flu, then threw the powder in and called out for Madame Bones. He knew she would be at her office in the ministry this time of day, so that is where he directed the call. Harry? What's wrong? Is everyone all right? Amelia asked as soon as she came into view. Everyone is fine. As to what is wrong, we might have a situation, not sure yet. A while back when we were planning our trip to go to the World Cup, we were trying to decide if we should go see if we could find the Ryder Castle first or go to the World Cup and see about finding the Ryder Castle on the way home. Luna, who was sitting there with us, got that dreamy look on her face and told up that we must go to Ryder Castle first, that it was the only way. She never explained what the only way was, or anything else about it, but when we got here there are 4 adult riders in their 20s or so that want to leave with us and join our group. They will be going with us to the World Cup. That tells me that there is something that is going to happen at the World Cup that is going to need every available rider, and if what Luna said is true, many will be hurt. Harry spoke swiftly as he explained it all, keeping just to the facts but filling Amelia in on everything that she needed to know. Well shit. How many can he have left? We haven't been able to interview that many of the prisoners yet. The convicts are still asleep and in storage. But the prisoners are being interviewed one by one and we aren't getting much from them so far. Damn it. Okay, we will make sure that the cup has all the men we can spare, the off-duty and new recruits included. I'll let the headmistress know as well. She may have some connections to the old crowd that might still be willing to perform guard duty for a night. You and yours bring it on, and contact me once you get there. Got it, Amelia stated. Got it. If I hear anything else I will let you know as well, Harry stated. Then he broke the connection and stepped back from the flu. Those that were in the same room as Harry at least heard what Madame Bones said, and realized that she took Harry's word to be absolute and serious, not some ramblings of a teenaged boy. She saw only a rider speaking to her, and for those that weren't used to that, to say they were impressed would be an understatement. How did a young man of only 13, maybe 14 years gain such prestige with the head of the magical law enforcement? Harry turned to face the room with a contemplative look on his face. Okay folks, the World Cup is August 18th, and we want to be there 2 weeks early, so we can camp out with everyone else. So we want to be there August 4th. That means we need to leave by Wednesday if we are going to make it on time. So I want the folks that are coming with us to start packing their things and getting the castle ready for their departure. I need to make a quick trip to Diagon Alley to grab a couple of things. Anyone want to come with me? Harry asked. Samuel stepped forward, as did Dakota and Levi. Okay then, can one of you side apparate me? Or do I need to get my elf to take me? Harry asked. I can do that, Samuel said. Won't be a bit of trouble at all. Very well then. Everyone else start getting things ready. Make sure the horses and Darkhorns and Fantasy are ready to travel again, Harry stated. Then he went over and stood near Samuel and nodded. Anytime you're ready to go, I'm ready. We will meet at the Leaky Cauldron entrance. And with that, the four of them disapparated. In a matter of seconds, they reappeared at the entrance of Diagon Alley. Harry looked around quickly. The street wasn't too crowded this morning, but it was early still. Barely 9 o'clock in the morning. So with a few thoughts in mind, Harry headed to his first stop, the tack shop. When he went in, the man behind the counter saw him and stopped what he was doing and immediately rushed around the counter to attend to Harry. What can I do for you today, sir? The clerk smiled at Harry. I have 4 new riders today. These 3 need new saddles and tack, and I need 1 other set as well to go. Harry smiled back. For sets? Wonderful, oh wonderful. Let me get those for you immediately. And he rushed back into the rear portion of his shop. We have saddles. Why would we need new ones? Levi asked. Yes, but do you have ones like these? Harry pointed out the rider saddle he was standing next to. None of them had really paid attention to the other rider's saddle or tack when they came in, so they hadn't seen how beautiful it was. But now, seeing it right there before them, they couldn't miss it. It was gorgeous, almost breathtaking. No, they didn't have ones like these. No, we don't have any like those. But Samuel started. Then you are getting them today. All my riders have the same. You already have a trunk and a bag. So this is the least I can do for you. Harry went up to the counter and the clerk handed over 4 small boxes, and Harry paid for them with his ring. Harry turned and gave each one of them a box and put the final box in his bag. Then headed back into the alley. This time he took them all over to Honeyduke's across the alley and went in there, the other 3 following him in there. Harry grabbed a basket and then he grabbed up a supply of every flavored beans and several boxes of chocolate frogs. It was then that the other riders realized what Harry was doing and did the same. Samuel grabbed up several of each and also stocked up on the favorites of the elves while he was at it. Might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as it were. Levi got plenty beans and frogs, and then he got some sugar quills and ice mice. He loved them both so, but seldom indulged in such luxuries. Dakota was kind of new to all this, so he grabbed the frogs and beans, and then he went about and grabbed a few of several different things and put them in his basket. Who knew when he was going to have a chance to get some more anyway? Harry paid for his and waited for the others to complete their shopping. Then they all headed outside. Is there anything else you guys are needing? Harry asked. Not that I can think of. You? Samuel looked over to Levi. Actually, I am running low on ink. Would it be all right if I run over and get some ink real quick? Levi asked. Harry nodded. What about you, Dakota? Is there anything you need? He asked. Not really. But I would like to go look in that knife shop over there, if it wouldn't be too much trouble. Dakota pointed to a knife shop just down the alley, and Harry nodded. That would be fine. Meet us back here in 20 minutes, please, if you can. They both nodded and headed off to the prospective stores. Harry headed over to the old junk shop he so loved and motioned for Samuel to follow him. This place is great. I find all kinds of sheet music in here, and other stuff too. Have found my father all kinds of neat presents in the past. So the two of them looked around in the old junk shop for the next several minutes. Harry found some old copies of Potionaire's Monthly that he wanted and some sheet music that interested him he picked out as well. While Samuel found 2 beautiful fans that he thought Sherry would like and a pretty little music box as well. It played Claire de Lune. With the fans, Sherry would absolutely love them. They paid for their finds and headed back across the alley to where they were going to meet the others, and waited no more than 2 minutes, and here come Dakota and Levi, right on time. Get everything? Harry asked. Yes, and a little bit more actually. They had a sale going, so I grabbed a little more than I had planned, but I never know when I will be back, so I might as well get it while I can. We go for one trip before school starts, and there are Hogsmeade visits throughout the school year. But since you are not in school, you can go there anytime you want. It is within walking distance of Hogwarts and has a stationery shop in it. Harry suggested. Good to know. Levi smiled and nodded. Anywhere else you all want to head to? Harry asked. When he received no's in return, he nodded and stated they were ready to head home then. I guess that is all we need then. Whenever you ready to go, Samuel. Samuel put his arm around Harry and held on tight, and they disappeared and appeared at the gates of the castle. No one can actually apparate into the grounds except the master of the castle, and there hasn't been one of those for ages, Samuel explained. Harry nodded and followed Samuel the others inside. When he saw Sherry, Harry gave her his box from the saddle shop and she loved it. Of course, she also argued that she had a saddle of her own as well, but Harry simply stated that the saddle was so that she would match them all, and she smiled and nodded finally. Sherry really loved the fans and the little music box that Samuel found for her. She kept caressing the music box while she was fanning herself with one of the fans. Then she would laugh and fan herself again, hiding behind the fan. We need to work on what all we want to pack and what we want to leave in our room, Sherry. Samuel smiled at Sherry and her playfulness. I did most of that while you were away, at least sorting through the clothes and books. I put all of the clothes that were too small or too old in the commissary, except those that had emotional ties. Those I put in my trunk. Then I put all of the copies of the older books in my trunk. I left the copies of the newer books to be put in your trunk. I didn't know what you wanted to do with your drawings and supplies, so I left them out. I figured you would probably want to put them in your trunk though. My paintings and paints are in my trunks, already packed. Macy helped me pack plenty of food in my trunk, so it's ready to go. Now we have to do your trunk and we are done. Sherry smiled at Samuel and his teasing. She loved her fans and her music box, and she loved the fact that he bought her a box of her favorite caramels as well. Right now she felt like such a spoiled little princess. All she needed was the tiara to finish the look. Samuel couldn't help it. He leaned over and gave her a peck on the cheek, and she smacked him with one of the fans and laughed. It was a couple of hours before lunch, so everyone went about putting up their purchases and working on packing some more before lunch. When they all sat down for lunch, they tried to figure out what all else needed to be done. After lunch, Harry made a decision. If these people were going to be a permanent part of his team, they would have to go through the same thing that everyone else had, and he brought out the runes. He had Samuel go first. He wanted to see if Samuel could be able to explain to the others what it was like if he did indeed fit in with their group. He knew them and knew what they would understand and how they think. You just draw out these runes and activate them. If it works properly, it should almost like you are in the middle of a daydream or something like that. Just enjoy your time and ask as many questions as you want. Harry smiled at him as he laid the paper with the runes on it down in front of Samuel. Samuel gave him a curious look but did as he was instructed, and a few minutes later he got the normal far-away look in his eyes. Sherry waved her hand in front of his face and got no response. Not even a blink. Is he supposed to be like that? She asked. If he is where we think he is, then yes. Harry smiled gently. It was nearly 20 minutes when Samuel took a deep breath and sighed, then smiled really big as he looked at Harry. I can't believe that, but it was so real. How long was I out of it? It seemed like hours. Believe it, it was real, although it happened ages ago. You were merely talking with a bit of history right then, and it did happen. It's a lot like a pen sieve, only they can see you and the two of you can talk to each other and everything feels real. So who did you meet? Harry asked, his curiosity getting to him. His name was Mitchell. He worked alongside Alan, Oliver, Thaddeus, Lee and Rebecca on the same tier. Samuel said. That would be tier 2. Alan was the one I spoke to. He is my counter in that time. So you will be working with me. Welcome to tier 2. Cedric held out his hand and Samuel shook it smiling. Apparently Mitchell was their weapons specialist and did a lot in demolitions for tier 2. That was one of the reasons he got along so well with Oliver and Thaddeus. But Lee is their martial arts specialist and knows how to use all the weapons that goes along with them. Sherry, I bet you are going to be his counter. I bet you anything you're going to be his counter. You try this next and see if I am right. His name is Lee. If I win, I get a back walk, and if you win, you get dinner from Jade East you love so well. What do you say? Samuel smiled at her. but she shook her head. No bet, big boy, you're holding all the aces, but I will go next anyway. So Sherry followed Harry's instructions and drew out the runes and energized them. Then her eyes kind of glazed over, and for the next 10 minutes or so she sat perfectly still. Did I do that too? Samuel asked. Yeah, everyone does. It is like your body is here but your mind is somewhere else. Harry smiled softly. Yup, out to lunch, Fred stated. Huh. Samuel didn't quite understand the twins sometimes. Don't worry about it. He is just talking about the vacant look on her face. Pavarti replied. Just about that time Sherry came back grinning up a storm. Oh, Samuel, you should have seen him. He was magnificent. He was even better that Master Shu. He was so young and so brilliant, no wonder he was a rider. Oh, you were right, his name was Lee, but still no bet. He had black belts in more disciplines than I knew existed. Oh, to be able to train under him. Sherry spoke so fast it was hard to keep up. Train under him, I don't think so, but you might be able to find his journals somewhere in the archives here. Now that you know a name, Harry stated. Oh, I'll have to search for him before we leave. Just to be able to read his philosophy would be something else. But to be able to read through his life experiences would be amazing. Sherry sighed. She had a major case of hero worship going on here. Almost as bad as Draco and Nicholas Malfoy. Apparently it is my turn. Levi reached over and took the rune array away from Sherry and began to draw it. Then charge it, and soon he too was sitting there staring out into space, with a slight smile on his face. Every now and then he would blink slowly. After about 10 minutes or so he smiled broadly and blinked several times to moisten his now dry eyes. Well, that is defiantly an experience. And you're right, if you hadn't made them go first I may not have believed it to be real. Apparently I am to be on tier 3, as Susan's secondary healer/doctor and priest. My counter's name was Patrick and he was a medic and a spiritual leader of the group. Levi stated. That left only Dakota. He was a little hesitant to do this. Mainly the idea of staring blankly into space for any length of time and being totally vulnerable did not thrill him. But his curiosity was piqued now. All right, I'll do it already. He took the rune array that Levi was holding out for him, and copied it down, then activated it as directed. And the final member of the riders went under. It seemed like this one took a little longer than the others, but it didn't really, just people were really excited to see what Dakota had to say. Dakota came out of it with a confused, yet amused look on his face. Well, who did you speak to? And where do you stand in the ranks? Harry asked. The person that I spoke to was Nathaniel, and he stands alongside of Levi in the 3rd tier. I believe your 3rd tier now looks something like Draco, Padma, Susan, Levi, myself, Christian. If I am getting all the names right, that is. Dakota was still a little amazed at what he had experienced. It was even more real and more confusing than the peyote dreams he is used to partaking of. It was all so real, so physical. He could have sworn that he did sit down and eat dinner with Nathaniel and his people. And since he was quite full right now, he wondered just how real the experience was. This was way too confusing for him. Susan listened to the description of her tier and nodded. She liked the way that was made up, equal and balanced. She was glad she had a full-time healer/doctor to work with and that he wasn't trying to take her seat away from her. Someone that could help train her and she could learn a lot from, since he had training to be both a healer and a medical doctor and even a priest, if they ever needed one. And Dakota would be good to have on their tier as backup for Draco and Christian. He was an expert with a bow and arrow or a crossbow. He could be their distance guard easily. Harry took out a sheet of paper and began to write on it. 1st tier.
Igual a Luna, Harry, Neville, Pavarti.
2nd tier equals Fred, George, Cedric, Samuel, Sherry. 3rd tier equals Draco, Padma, Susan, Levi, Dakota, Christian. It looks unbalanced somehow. Like we need 3 more people to balance it out, doesn't it? Luna asked as she drew the little lines next to his list of people's names. Harry hadn't even been thinking about that, but he guesses Luna was right. For the group to be back in balance again, they would need to have 6 on each level. He didn't know how he felt about 2 new individuals on tier 1 though. He, Neville, Luna and Pavarti did excellent together because of their teamwork. They knew each other so well and could practically know what the other was thinking. They all looked at what Harry was writing and soon they were all talking about the tiers and who stood where or something like that. It is really simple. I am tier 1 leader, but I am also leader 1, that means I have the most responsibilities and authority in the group. Cedric is Tier 2 leader. He is in charge of his tier, and when I am not available he is also responsible for Tier 3. Tier 3's leader is Susan. Don't mistake the fact that she is the lowest on the tiers fool you. Her standing as our doc means that she can outrank anyone, including myself in the case of medical emergency. In other words, if she felt that I am not fit for duty, she could remove me from my seat and pass it over to Neville, who is my second in command. Also, she has say-so in all medical situations, and can override anyone, even myself, in medical emergencies. So each one of my tier leaders are extremely important and wield a lot of power in and amongst themselves. We work well as a team, and I hope you all will see just how good we do together by working with us and learning your place amongst our tiers, Harry stated as he looked at each of the new members of his group. Each one of them nodded. This is what they had been searching for, this type of structure, this type of command. They were all looking forward to this day for so long. They could hardly believe it was real. They were being welcomed into a real group or team or whatever. Who the hell cares what you call it? It was really happening to them, and that is all that mattered. If this is something you truly want, then I need each of you to be ready to leave with us tomorrow at dawn. We will eat breakfast and head out. We have Bill and Charlie Weasley, the older brothers of Fred and George, 2 non-riders who are traveling with us along the way. Bill is a curse breaker for Gringotts, and Charlie is a dragon tamer from a reserve in Romania. I think you will like them both. They love music, they are both brilliant and helpful in a good fight, and they are as loyal as the day is long. On that note, I think we should all head off to bed and call it an early night of it. Finish up what last-minute packing we have to do, that way we can be ready for the early morning, Harry stated, and he began to pick up his papers that he had on the table before him, where he had written all his notes. Soon everyone was heading off to bed, all except one. Harry went into the library and found Hermione still copying books as fast as she could, and her pile seemed to be unbelievably big already. Hermione, we will be leaving at dawn tomorrow. If you are still going to go with us, you need to finish up in here and get everything packed away, so you can be ready to go early in the morning and not be too tired to leave. We are going to be riding all day again, and you don't want to do that when you are already tired, Harry suggested softly. Hermione sighed sadly. She hated to leave all these wondrous books behind. There was so much knowledge here. She had spent her 2 weeks selecting and copying books, and she was using the spare room in her tent to store all the books she was copied. She hadn't figured out what she would do with them once she got back to school, but she would do that later. She nodded to Harry and began to shrink the books and put them in a basket she had brought to make them easier to transport. Soon she has the huge stack down to a manageable size and carried it back to her room. This trip had been heavenly for her. All the books, journals, scrolls, and manuscripts she had found. She could hardly believe it. And they had let her copy as many books as she wished to. That was a dream come true. Oh, it had been horrible trying to decide what to pick out and what to leave, but after she narrowed down her topics and focused on her current fields of studies, it made it easier. The other books she could always ask to get copies of at a later time if she wanted to. Being a rider was the best thing in the whole world. Everyone was putting their saddles on their darkhorns or horses, whichever the case may be, then lining them up according to their status. Stopping by the castle had been one of the most exhilarating experiences that Harry had ever had. Between seeing the old castle itself, the library, the Darkhorn herd, wearing the clothes that the old riders had worn, now claiming a room at the castle to be his for as long as he wanted it, and meeting 4 real riders that wished to join his group, well, that was amazing in and of itself. The house elves had made sure that they had fully stocked pantries with all kinds of goodies, homemade pies, fresh-made breads, and all kinds of fruits and veggies, let alone the meats they stocked their cold cabinets with. Harry didn't even ask them to do that. They just went through each rider's trunk and stocked them up apparently. He is going to have to remember to bring them back some taffy and some of those hard candies that they love so well. A few pounds of them at least, for everything they have done for them, maybe even some chocolate balls that come in all those different flavors. Oh wait, he knew. He could get them a few pounds of that chocolate-covered bridge mix from Sainsbury Grocery. Yeah, that is what he would do. They have never had anything like that before. It had jellies, nuts, dried fruit, and cream candies all mixed in there together, and you never knew which one you were going to get until you bit down on it. It was delicious and one of Harry's favorites. They were ready to ride. So Harry raised his arm and motioned everyone to move forward. And they did. The gates opened on their own to allow them to leave, squeaking and arguing the whole time, but they still opened. And soon Storm was leading the way back to where they had separated from Bill and Charlie. The early morning air was crisp and cool, but it felt nice now that things were getting hot and sweaty. It was nearly 4 o'clock when they saw Bill and Charlie's tent amongst the trees. They hadn't stopped to eat. They had just snacked on jerky and whatnot while ridding. They had only stopped a couple of times for bathroom breaks and to stretch their legs, and that was it. So they had made pretty good time, really. But everyone was hungry and ready to eat a real meal. Bill had heard them approaching, so he was outside the tent waiting on them. As soon as they were in sight, Bill called out something into the tent to Charlie, and Charlie popped out of the tent a moment later with a big grin on his face. They pulled into camp and Harry hopped off of Storm, stretching his legs. It is amazing how much your backside forgets about riding. If it is even one day without a long trip, you know, Harry said as he guided Storm over to the area that Vulpes and Corydon were grazing happily. Everyone else followed suit, and then Harry introduced the new riders to the Weasley brothers. Charlie seemed to get along best with Dakota, while Bill seemed to instantly get along with Samuel and Levi both. They decided that since they were all here again, they would have another potluck dinner. So everyone set up their trunk or tent and went inside to clean up and start cooking. Within an hour they had the tables and chairs outside and were starting on the place settings. Soon enough people were bringing out food and putting it on the table. The girls brought out salads and fruit, veggie or cheese trays, and dips to dip them in. Draco brought out a big platter of his rosemary herb chicken, Harry brought out a big pan of herb dressing, and Neville brought the mashed potatoes and gravy. Everyone else brought out their favorite dish to eat. Some had sandwiches, some had desserts, some had steaks. It all just depended on the individual. Then Harry made sun tea while Bill made lemonade, and Charlie made fruit punch. Luna made hot tea in the big teapot, just in case there were those that preferred it hot to the cool sun tea. It seemed that the big hits of the evening were the rosemary chicken from Draco, no surprise there, and Pavarti's melon salad. She had used watermelon, cantaloupe, and honeydew in it, and it was a huge hit. Little bite-sized pieces of ice-cold pieces of melon in this heat. Oh yeah, definitely a winner in everyone's book. And Susan's Waldorf salad was another hit. So was Cedric's street corn. Whole ears of corn just dripping in butter that had been grilled over the open fire with herbs and spices on them. So were Sherry's crab rangoons, all hot and gooey on the inside and delicious and crunchy on the outside. Oh, they are so good. We are going to camp here tonight, and tomorrow we will head out after breakfast. We probably have a week of hard riding if we are going to get there on time. The earlier we make it over to the campgrounds, the longer we have to camp out and enjoy that time. The World Cup is on August 18th, and I would like to be there by the 4th. So if we are going to meet that schedule, we need to leave here tomorrow morning and ride fairly hard until we get there. Harry stated. Luna nodded, then stated, if we ride most of the day and only take short breaks, eating our meals on the go, we should be able to do it without a problem, and we won't have to ride at night. So let's clean up the area tonight and get ready to go. That way it will be a quick pack and go in the morning. Neville recommended. Harry nodded, and they all pitched in and cleaned up the area and gathered everything up together, clearing away all the trash in the fire pit, making it look like no one had ever been there at all. Then they all headed down into their trunks and washed up their dishes and fixed up something to eat on the road. Harry got out his trail mix, jerky, and dried fruit mixes, and put them where they would be easy to grab once he was in the saddle. Then he went in and took a shower, and grabbed a book of his bedside table that he had been reading, and relaxed for a while before he fell asleep dreaming of the riders of old. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. It was on their 8th day of their travels when Harry spotted it in the distance. It appeared to be glowing golden light, just like an early morning sunrise. And once Harry saw its true size, he could see how it could hold 100,000 people in it. It was huge. Harry held up his arm and stopped the caravan of travelers, then pointed in the direction of the World Cup Stadium. There it is, folks. Less than an hour away. I think it would be best if we stop here and send the mounts back to Hogwarts from here. When the cup is finished, we can come back here and have Jeeves and his friends bring them back. Then we can take up the last third of our journey, home to Hogwarts from here. Harry stated and began to dismount. Everyone else nodded and began to dismount as well. Draco was a little nervous about sending Venus to Hogwarts without him. So Harry suggested that he go with her and set her up a stall, get her settled in. then have one of the elves pop him back to wherever they were at that time. And Draco loved that idea, so with all his worries out of the way, Harry called for Jeeves and explained what he needed. Jeeves then called several Hogwarts elves, and they came and took the horses and Darkhorns and yes, even the spirited little Abraxan back to Hogwarts. Then Jeeves came back and got Draco and Venus and took them together, and Harry thanked the house elf. Jeeves just blushed and bowed as he left with Draco in tow. Next, everyone opened up their trunks or tents and grabbed something to eat, since it was well past noon, and they hadn't eaten anything really since breakfast. And besides, everyone needed a bathroom break anyway. Before they got everything put back in their bags and packed up, Jeeves popped back up with a grinning Draco, who immediately thanked the elf and rushed around to grab himself a sandwich and something to drink without making the others wait too long. It didn't take all that long, and everyone was ready to start walking towards the gate they saw in the distance that must be where they checked in. It was the only place there was a line of people and folks entering the campgrounds, so it had to be the right place. They walked about an hour through the forest and got in line behind a rather talkative bunch from France. Thankfully, most of the riders and non-riders alike could understand French, so conversation was no problem. There was a father named Jean Paul and his wife Apollon. Their daughters were Fleur Isabelle and Gabrielle Annette Delacour. Fleur was currently attending Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Fleur took an immediate liking to Bill Weasley, and apparently the attraction was mutual. Every time the line moved, he would have to tap Bill to get his attention at some point to get him to move along with them. It was rather amusing to watch, really. At least the twins thought so, and apparently intended on teasing their oldest brother about it later. The line moved rather quickly since it was groups of people moving through rather than just one person at a time. The only thing that was slowing it down some was those people that wanted the ability to drink while they were there had to get a green wristband. Without the green band, you weren't allowed to purchase alcohol. So some brilliant witch or wizard in the past invented color-changing wristbands. Once they were snapped in place, the wristband itself tests your magic to see how old you are. If you are old enough to drink alcohol, it will turn green; if not, it will turn red. And any vendor that sold alcohol on the premises also gave away those wristbands just in case you forgot to get one while you were at the front gate. When they finally made it up to the front gate, Harry paid for everyone's entry. It wasn't much, just £2 apiece, and he had that in non-magical money on him. He tried to carry some with him at all times. You never know what you might see that you would want that doesn't take the little plastic card that Gringotts gave him. The old farmer who owned the field that was charging each person that came to the game £2 apiece to use his field, which didn't seem like much. But considering that there would be over 100,000 people present for the big event, that was a lot of money in the end. This old man was going to be rich. If they could keep the whole magic thing quiet, which seemed like a major problem. The ministry had 2 men running up and down the line of people exchanging gold for British pounds so that the wizarding people could pay the old man correctly, and giving the people quick lessons on non-magical money while they were at it. Thankfully, Harry didn't need any help in that area, and had all the pounds he needed to pay for everyone's entrance without an issue. They made it through the entry, and Harry spotted a man with a map who appeared to be helping people find their spots in this horrific maze of people and sales booths. He went up to the man and asked where he could find the booths belonging to Sirius Black. Once he got directions and a small map from the man, he headed out. It was fairly easy to find the booths that Sirius had purchased. Since the field was divided up in a grid-like pattern, it was just a matter of finding the signs that told you where you were and working your way to the next sign. Sirius had purchased 5 spots, 1 for the riders, 1 for Hermione, 1 for the parents, 1 for the Weasleys, and the last one in case there was an unknown need that they hadn't planned for. Harry was watching the numbered areas closely and checking the map as he walked along. Then he spotted it, spot 1419. Black was written in bold letters on a sign right in front of their spaces. The space was empty, so Harry guessed that the others had not yet made it to the campgrounds yet. "This is it. I've got the big tent so we can put it up here. Bill, Charlie, you can put your tent over there. And Hermione, if you want to put your tent over there under the shade of that tree, you can." Harry pointed to each area in succession, then began to pull the big tent out of his bag, and Harry and Neville began to put the tent up. Then Bill and Charlie and Hermione also began to set up their tents, picking out spaces that would work for them. Sirius's tent was amazing. It had a huge living room, a very nice-sized kitchen complete with a fully stocked pantry, and a good-sized dining room, a gentleman's study, a training room, potions room, 4 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. This place was a lot like a really souped-up version of a Majesty trunk. Basically the same thing, just more bedrooms and bathrooms. Harry thought as he did his original walkthrough and picked out the room he wanted to use as the gentleman's suite. He even put up a little plaque stating so on the wall next to the door. Harry did the same thing to the door opposite side of the hallway for the ladies' suite. Then he went down the hallway to the next set of doors and put Sirius's suite, but left the final room plaque free. As he was doing this, the others came inside to take a look at their new residence for the next couple of weeks. Alright everyone, the bedrooms are right down that hallway there, the guys is on the right, ladies is across the hallway on the left. There is a training room and potions room down that hallway over there. The kitchen, pantry and dining room are back there. I don't know about the rest of you, but I need a shower and a change into something more casual, and I am hungry. I'm probably going to fix myself something to eat while I am down there, Harry stated, looking around the room at all of his riders to see if they has anything else to add. Sounds like a plan, brother. I know I have been looking for a hot bath for ages. Get all this road travel off myself for a while. And a big fruit salad sound heavenly right about now. I could really do for some of those strawberries and that watermelon that I have been saving up until now, Neville said with a grin. Luna rubbed her belly. Watermelon and strawberries with whipped cream sounds wonderful. Thank you, Neville, for that perfect idea. That does sound good too, Susan nodded. I think I still have just enough strawberries left to do it too, Padma nodded. I think a bowl of mixed berries with whipped topping and some watermelon sounds delightful, she stated, licking her lips. I think you all are just making me hungry. So let's just hit the trunks, and let's say we meet up here in, what do you say, 2 hours? Harry looked around at his riders again, and they were all nodding. He figured 2 hours would give everyone time to take a nice long shower, fix lunch and eat it, and even take a nap if they wanted to. Okay then folks, 2 hours it is. Then he turned and headed into the men's bedroom and began making little changes. The first change was he shrunk the bed down to doll size and stuck it over in the corner. This allowed enough space that everyone could fit their trunks inside without being crowded. When the others started coming into the room, they started setting it up like they do at Hogwarts. Everyone knew where to put their trunk according to where Harry placed his. Tier 1 was to the right of the door, Tier 2 was to the left of the door, and Tier 3 was directly across from the door. Same as always. When Harry noticed the castle group hadn't showed up in the room, he went back out into the living room and found them standing there looking confused. What's up? Harry asked Samuel. We are not sure where we are supposed to go. Especially me and Sherry. We are a couple after all. Sue? Samuel shrugged and gave Harry a confused look. Well, we have a couple of options there. If you want, you could bunk Sherry with the ladies and you with the guys, or you can both bunk in the same trunk with the guys. I am pretty sure no one would mind. We have no problem with you being a couple, as long as you keep private things private. You can put your trunk in there with us and we have plenty of space for you. It is the same way we do it back at Hogwarts and when we travel. Why don't you come inside and see? And Harry motioned all 4 of them into the gentleman's room, and when they got in there, everyone had their trunks out and enlarged and were getting ready to go down in them.